We're back, baby. Oh, yeah. We are back. Friday Night Vyp has returned. The man about tech has returned to his rightful place on Friday night. Oh, man. Feels so good to be back. Been too long. It's only been like 2 weeks. But it's been too long. I've been gone too long. But I'm back. Ha ha! Woo! Yes! Alrighty. So, I guess I should stop playing around. I should get into my usual shenanigans in the intro and go from there. Let me take a drink real quick. Woo! All right. So, I think we got people filing in. Let's go to work. Current time, 6:32 p.m. Central Standard Time. That was terrible. All right, let me try this again. Current time, 6:32 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means you are in the right place. You are on the right YouTube channel. And you know what's about to happen next. If you're a Friday Night veteran, you know what to do. If you're a first timer, let me tell you how this works. This is the part of the live stream where you probably want to turn your volume down. Because if you don't turn your volume down, I cannot be held responsible for what's about to happen in your immediate surroundings. So you really, really, really should turn your volume down. That way, you could be safe with your neighbors. And then when I'm done doing what I do, you can turn the volume level back up. But anyway, enough for all that. It's time for your boy to go to work. Woo! What's up, people? This your boy Viper, the man about tech, and we are live! Welcome to Friday Night Vyp, baby! Woo! Oh, yeah! It is that day again! We are back! We are live on YouTube! I don't know. I feel like that wasn't really the best of the best, but you know, I'm a little rusty, but that's all right. Before I get started, what is going on? Before I get started, let me see who I got in the chat tonight. First up, we got my man Slaw OTS. What's up, Slaw? How you doing, bro? How you doing? I see we got Sean Williams in the cut. What's up, Sean? How you doing, bro? How you doing? We got my man Doug Houston YT. What's up, Doug? How you doing, bro? How you doing? We got Ronaldo Gonzalez. What's up, Ronaldo? How you doing, man? How you doing? We got CDF. Man, what's up, CDF, man? How you, bro? How you doing, bro? How you doing? We got Perp Minded out there. What's up, Perp? How you doing, man? How you doing? Uh-oh, and we got Mr. Apple World himself, Nikas Molina. What's up, Nikas? How you doing, man? How you doing? And my dude, E-Vid. Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? How you doing, baby? How you doing? Well, oh, and we got DJ Money. What's up, DJ? How you doing, bro? How you doing? And that is about it. Okay. So, let's see. We actually, my dude Nikias asked me to join the show tonight, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Think that's what he did. And I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be able to join the show. You know, it's Friday Night Viper. We got people up in here all the time. So let's see what we can do. So I'm gonna wait. Before we keep going, I see we got my man Genosis. What's up, Genosis? How you doing, bro? How you doing, Genosis? In the building. I like that. Genosis is in the cut. Where is the art? There it is. All right, there it is. Oh, we got to copy the clipboard. All right, got that done. Let's see. Wait. What did I miss? Oh, I miss my head of security. LFA reviews into the cup. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, bro? How you doing? All right, so let me go out to the Twitter real quick here. And I can send the link to my man, Mr. Apple World himself, Nikas Molina. And we will see what's going on with that. All right, Mr. Molina. The link is in your Twitter DM. So that is up. Before I get started tonight, how's my audio? Is the audio coming through good? I'm using this lav mic. My Yeti broke on me, so I'm using this crappy lav mic. So let me know how the audio is. Hopefully it's good enough. I don't know. But Ronaldo asked me a question on Twitter. I know he did. Where you go? He said, Ronaldo said, do you regret getting the iPhone XS Max? No, not really. I don't really regret getting the iPhone XS Max. I mean, it's still a good phone. It's an iPhone. If it's not the best phone. And like I told you on another live stream, I think earlier this week or last week, if you're looking for a big phone, I would get phones other than the iPhone XS Max. There are better, bigger phones out there, but I don't regret my purchase, not at all. And we got Smooth Cannon. What's up, Smooth Cannon? How you doing? NYC is in the cut. What's up? That's what's up. That is what is up. So yeah, I don't regret getting my iPhone XS Max. No, not at all. The thing about it though is this year's iPhones are coming, but not like I told you all in my video. You want to skip this year's iPhones, or you can skip this year's iPhones. And not really gonna be all that. But 2020 iPhones is where it's at. And let me bring in my man Nikas Molina. What's up, bro? How you doing?
What's up, man?
How can I not hear you?
What is this? This is awesome. This live streaming thing.
All right, I cannot hear you. So is it me? Let me see if it's me.
That's sad. Can you guys hear me?
Hold on. Okay, I think it is me. Hold on.
That's sad.
What's happening here?
Guys, I'm gonna get my iPad to
read
your comments. Okay.
Why can I not hear you? Okay, I got speaker is Yeti. See, you gotta love live stream problems. I can't hear them. All right, hold on. Go to my system settings here on the Mac. I'm having this problem.
Bye, bro.
Okay, output is Yeti phone. Oh, that's why I can't hear him. Duh. All right, I should be able to hear you now. What's up, man?
Hey, man.
There you go. For whatever reason, I have my output speaker on mute. Craziness. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm trying to get the chat on my iPad.
Trying to get the chat on your iPad.
Yes,
all
but
right.
my Wi-Fi doesn't work. I'm using cellular, so I guess you can just read it. How are you? We haven't talked in so long.
I know it's been a while, man. I'm good, dude. I'm just still getting used to this new live streaming setup with StreamYard, but it's been amazing so far. How have you been? You've been doing a lot of traveling lately.
Yes, and I'm going to California soon, which is exciting as well.
Oh, you're coming to the States? Okay,
yes,
okay.
I am. So yeah, and I've been working a lot with the app, a lot of stuff.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You got the app kernel, which I did a video on. So you guys are not familiar with his movie.
Out of nowhere.
No, you asked me to look at it.
Well, yeah, I know, but I asked you like a month ago, and then all of a sudden I was like, okay, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you asked me, so I came through. What's up?
Yeah.
James. What's up, James? How you doing, man? How you doing? And we got Tube Techie out there. What's up, Tube Techie? How you doing, man? All right, so we got
say hello.
Apple Jockey. Oh, that's Apple. Hey, Apple. But we got the Apple. Speaking of Apple, we got the Apple Jockey, Alex Jackson. What's up, dude? How you doing? And we got Dilation Point. What's up, man? Said he wishes the iPhone XS Max would be 7 inches. I mean, at that point, you're getting into iPad Mini territory. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Are you excited?
But then again,
are you excited? But then again, iPhone? Apple.
Yeah.
Nice to me.
Yeah, Apple wants me on a live stream.
Yeah. She said she wants to join. Are you excited for 2019's iPhones?
No, not at all. But I am excited for 2020's iPhone.
Okay. It's just nothing really excites me at all.
All right. You know what? Since I got you here, since I got the legendary Apple, formerly Apple World himself, this is a good question.
No, don't call me Apple World. That's the past, man.
Hey, listen, man. Listen. You can't forget your roots, baby. You can't forget your roots. You are still an Apple expert.
All right.
So, all right. So, Mr. Molina, since you're here, I will ask you this question. This is one of my topics for this evening, but since I have you here, let's get into this right now. The question that I have for you, sir, given that we both are Apple fans and we both cover Apple topics, the question that I have for you and all the other Apple people out there that are in the know, is the iPhone 11 a joke? That's the question.
Yes, and I mean, if you think about all the phones that are coming out this year, it's just the future. I've talked about this so much, but the future of smartphones in 2019, especially, because I mean, you know, if we're talking foldable, the future will come, and foldables will actually be cool. Right now, it's kind of not really useful as of now. Maybe some people find it useful, but nothing really excites me apart. Like, better camera, sure, I'll take a better camera, but it's not really exciting. Faster phone, we don't really need a faster phone. So, reverse wireless charging, sure, I'll take it, but nothing really excites me. So, is it a joke? Maybe.
You know,
Apple,
the kids, it wouldn't be so bad, but the issue is we know what the iPhone 11 is coming with, or we think we know, but nobody is talking about it, man. Everybody's talking about next year's iPhone. We're all talking about iPhones in 2020. Nobody's talking about the iPhone 2019, man. Nobody.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. And the Apple Watch Series 5.
Where is it? Does it even exist? I've heard nothing about it.
Well, and I mean, we haven't really heard. I mean, with the Series 4, we didn't really hear a lot about it, except from from some certain health features. But do you like? There's a lot of reports saying that there will not be the Apple Watch Series 5. What do you think of that?
I think they don't need one. I mean, the Series 4 is so good. It is so good.
It is so good, man. But I mean, there's so many features that lack. I mean, if we compare like sleep tracking, it's like, what's taking so long? And if they want to add sleep tracking, they need to add a way much bigger battery. Like, for me, like, the battery of the Apple Watch Series 4 is kind of bad. I mean, it's good. It holds me through the whole day. Sometimes it doesn't even do that. Maybe it's because, I use my Apple Watch a lot more than anybody.
I've never had an issue with my Apple Watch Series 4 battery. It's a champion.
How long does it last you, though?
I mean, it lasts you from the time I wake up to leave the house to go to work to the time I pretty much go to sleep, more or less.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, and for me, that too, unless I use it a lot. But it should be lasting more like than a day. At least that's what I want. And if I want to sleep track, I got 2 days with my Series 4. You just got it? What did Gianos say?
No, he's saying that he gets 2 days battery life with his.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, that's kind of crazy. That means you don't use your Apple Watch then.
I don't know if we can say that. But going back to the iPhone 11, like you said, nothing special is coming with the iPhone 11. But for the 2020 version, we're talking about possibly, well, actually not possibly, but pretty much certain at this point, the iPhone 2020 is coming with 5G. We're talking about a brand new possible 3D augmented reality camera lens on there. We're talking about different other things with iPhone 2020, and it's just, hold on, why my camera just go bye-bye? What is going on here?
I think your battery died.
No, it plugged. The funny thing is this happens on Google Hangouts too. I don't know why, but it plugged into power, so it should never go out. So I don't know. It's just goofiness. But all the cool things are coming with iPhone 2020.
Yeah. What do you think of 5G though?
All right, so I've done like so many videos and talked about this so much, but right now in 2019, 5G is not that important. It's still in its infancy. It's not ready for prime time. We don't even have coverage area. We have coverage patches right now. So I would not be, if I were you guys, I would not buy a 5G device in 2019 just for the 5G.
Yes, and people are really making a big deal out of it. And I don't think 5G is that important for us as the consumers. I feel like the companies and the way like Tesla, for example, can really take advantage of 5G. And like there's so many things that right now are impossible because 5G isn't here. But for the normal consumer, what's really the point on 5G? Like, sure, faster connection, but you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. I mean, but Yeah, I think. But and the other thing is that 5G goes so far beyond phones, though. I mean, so far beyond phones. But obviously, right now, the consumers are thinking of it more as faster wireless speed, things like that. But still, right now, 5G is not ready for prime time at all.
Yeah, yeah. What else? What else did you say? Fun fact. I actually don't really look at iPhone rumors because I take them as spoilers. What else were we saying?
Huh.
What else is coming?
I mean, but like I said, this year iPhone rumors aren't really. I mean, nothing special is happening this year besides the third lens. I mean, okay, whoop-de-doo. It'll come with a new A3 processor. All right, we know that. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
but
don't even talk about the processor. It's like, what's the point?
nothing,
What
nothing.
can you do on your iPhone?
Yeah, nothing hardcore coming with the 2019 iPhone. Nothing.
Yeah. What gets me really excited, like whenever I use the Pixel 3 and like the S10, I love the wide angle selfies. It's like a really small thing, but it's something that I really, really want to. I really want the iPhone to have. I know it's super small, but I hate like after like when I use the Pixel 3 for example, and then I switch back to the iPhone. It's like, oh my gosh, I hate selfies on the iPhone. Anyone know which iPhone is the daily driver for Nikas? It's the iPhone 10s. And fun fact, I actually haven't said this, but I actually want to sell my iPhone 10s and switch to the iPhone 8.
The
Because,
8.
yes, because there's a lot of people always asking me if it's worth it. And you know what? I don't only want to tell them, yeah, sure, it's worth it. I actually want to use it for a whole month.
Oh, TechRant is trolling. TechRant is trolling out here, calling the iPhone a participation trophy. Almost, dude. Almost.
That's funny. So yeah, that's what I
So,
want to do.
so to answer the underlying question I asked earlier, in my opinion, and I guess in the kids' opinion too, the iPhone 11 is a joke. Like you can skip it this year. You don't. If you have, in fact, like here's what I would say: if you have an iPhone 8 or below, then you should update to the iPhone 11. If you have an iPhone 10 or above, don't do it. Just don't do it.
Yes. What? Well, I mean, what did you think of the iPhone 10s though? Because it was technically a pretty small upgrade.
The iPhone 10 is the same damn phone as the iPhone 10.
Okay, exactly.
The same phone.
Kind of. That's what I thought. To be honest, the camera of the iPhone 10s was the special thing that Apple put. So, like, if we're talking like the 4S, Siri came. If we were talking about the 5S, Touch ID, 6S, 3D Touch, and for me, this year was really the camera. Like, when I saw the specs, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a really boring upgrade. But the camera really is really a drastic difference. Do I recommend it from an iPhone 10 to a 10s? No, but it's still a huge upgrade to the camera, even though we don't have wide-angle selfies, which is pretty sad.
Okay,
don't you love wide-angle selfies, Viper? Answer me this question, please.
I'm never really like. I mean, they're amazing, but I've never really had a phone that can take advantage of them. So I mean, they're amazing though.
Didn't you test out the S10?
Oh, did that have? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I guess they did have wide-angle selfies. Yeah. I mean, it was good. I mean, the Pixel 3 really did it right though. I remember when Jonathan Morrison took that picture of like all of us. There was like 7 of us, and he got all of us in the picture. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. We have been joined by the world's greatest Apple tech journalist, Renee Richie. What's up, man?
Hey, man. How you doing?
I'm good. So, Renee, I'm going to ask you the same question that I just asked the kids. Can you hear me, Renee?
Yes, sir.
All right. I got a question for you. With everything that we know about the iPhone 11 and everything that we know about the upcoming iPhone 2020, Renee, is the iPhone 11 a joke?
No, I mean, like so I think the tech sphere, we've gotten used to buying every iPhone every year. And as they develop, the iterations become smaller and smaller. But when you look at Apple's strategy, the iPhone 10s was meant for people who owned an iPhone 6 or an iPhone 6s. That was their biggest upgrade market. And now I think they're targeting iPhone 6s and iPhone 7. So for those people, it's a huge upgrade, and they don't really follow this stuff. They don't care. It's just, oh, my iPhone's getting old. I need a new iPhone, and they buy whatever iPhone is out that year.
So even though with everything that we know about the iPhone that's coming in 2020, you still feel like the iPhone 11 will be a worthy upgrade?
So again, for like, I'm gonna get it just because the same reason I use an iPhone 10s instead of an iPhone 10R is I always want the latest and greatest camera, the latest and greatest chipset. Like I just want whatever state of the art any given year. But it's sort of like, I bought an iPhone 7. I bought an iPhone 7, and the next year was an iPhone 10. I don't regret buying the iPhone 7 because it was dope at the time. But the iPhone 10 was amazing. So I think like every couple of years, every 3 years, we'll get like really amazing upgrades. Then every year between that, you just got to choose. What I noticed though is like a lot of people in our comments now, every year they buy the new iPhone, then they sell it like 2 weeks before they announce the next one, get primo dollars for it, and then like pay $100 to get the new one, and then they get the new iPhone every year, and they really don't care about the upgrade costs.
That's a good way to be, Renee. That's a good way to be. Travis, how you doing, man?
What's going down? See, every once in a while, I know how to use a microphone, and I know how to unmute it. Just every once in a while, though. Not all the time. Not that I've been doing this for any time of time. I'm doing it.
Not at all. Not at all. So, Renee, here's my other question, though. Why? It feels like to me, Renee, that nobody's really talking about the iPhone 2019. Everybody looking forward more to the iPhone 2020. Why do you feel like or maybe it's just me, but I feel like the iPhone of this year, the new iPhones that are coming this year, next month, are being overlooked. Do you feel the same way, or is it just me?
I mean, we got rumors for the iPhone 2021 or 2022 already.
Yes.
It's like it's getting so ridiculous, and so for me, it's like the iPhone is never. Once in a while, it's like the iPhone 4 was like super different, and the iPhone 6 and the iPhone 10 was like super different. But until they get up on stage and tell us what it all means or what they're going to pitch, I don't know, because like maybe it'll have terrible features and I'll hate it even worse, or maybe it'll have amazing features. Because the one thing Apple's typically good at is they don't ship chipsets. It's like, they're not like, oh, we're sticking an NFC radio in this phone. We don't know what you guys are going to do with it yet, but they made a new chip, so we just stuck it in there. Like, no, it's like, here's Apple Pay. And I'm wondering, like, they're not going to just put a wide angle lens in there. They're going to be like, oh, now you can uncrop your kid's head when you took the wrong photo. You can just reframe everything. And it's the same with like time of flight. Is it going to be, oh, you can scan in this Muppet? And you're like, or it'll be like, oh, you have this photo and now you can spin it 5 degrees and get like the photo from this angle. So I want to see what Phil Schiller pitches up on stage before I get either really happy or really depressed.
Yeah, I myself, I'm having trouble getting excited for this year's iPhone, but I will reserve judgment until September, until the keynote to see what happens. But I'm really excited about what's happening with the 2020 iPhones. I think that is going to be really, really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, they could be, or it could be the 2021s could be triangular shaped. We don't know. I mean, like the whole thing. The year over year, I was surprised at how much people were hating on the Galaxy Note 10. I thought it was solid, but like, it's not the same as like every year there's radical new stuff. And then somebody tries something new, like BlackBerry makes a Square phone, and all the tech blogs are like, oh my God, they're finally trying something different. It's so great. And then nobody buys it, and they don't give BlackBerry back the money for making a weird phone nobody wanted. Like the tech blogs don't pay you back. So
yeah, but you know what our good friend John
Renee,
Prosser always said. Go ahead, Nikki.
Is it the first time that Apple has targeted? You were saying that Apple was targeting the 2019 iPhones from. You said the iPhone 6 users. Yeah.
iPhones, yes, 6 or 7.
Yeah. Is it the first time that
Nick is on that iPhone 4 live streaming with the bad sound coming through. I don't know what you're doing over there, player, but let me tell you something, man. You need to get that audio in check because it is sounding like R2D2 is catching an L right now. Watch out for that, man.
Hold on.
You got the hamster died on your internet wheel or something. You need to figure this out, man. Come on, brother. Jeez. I love Nicky, so he good.
Great, Travis. You crazy, man. No, Travis, do you feel like I do? Do you feel like more people are excited about the iPhone 2020 than the iPhone 2019? I mean, I
don't think anyone was excited about any phone this year. I guess people are starting to get excited by the Pixel 4. I still haven't figured out that one yet, but that's like the only, well, aside from a bunch of the Chinese phones, which are really kind of interesting because they're trying like just weird and wacky stuff. I think those are interesting, but for the most part, like nothing really exciting is coming out. I don't want to say from the US side of things, because of course, Samsung is not an American company.
Travis, we have a question for you here.
Oh, the Plus. I already ordered the Plus. I killed the bank.
Killed the bank.
The bank is dead. Savagery. Bank is broke. I'm on this top ramen life right now.
What is that? Is that 1100 the plus?
I think it was. Yes.
Yeah.
But the tax is the thing that gets you,
Yeah.
right? So you already like, okay, 1100. All right, I'm going to have to do this thing, and then you realize the tax is like another $150, and it's like, ugh, you don't get a case or nothing.
It was like $13.90. I haven't bought it yet, but it was like $13.99 plus 15.5% tax.
15% tax. That's like if your credit's bad. Like what?
You gotta pay for your Medicare, your Canadian medicine somehow.
Wait, Renee, are you getting a Note 10?
I might, so usually I get the Pixel every year, but I've been debating getting a Note instead this year. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let Google show me their wares, and then I'll decide. Because I get an Android phone every year, and it was always a Nexus, and it was always a Pixel. We can still buy Huawei in Canada, so it might be Huawei. I don't know.
That'd be like the P30 or something like that. Would be probably worth the time, man.
So this is interesting to me because I know Travis made a video a few months ago about how the Pixel 4 isn't that important. But I personally feel like the Pixel 4 might be the most exciting phone coming out this year. What
is this thing? Because I missed that. I missed this whole. Well, I saw the thing where they're white things in front of the screen, which essentially the Note does with the thing. And everyone was clowning that. So is it cool because Google can do it with your hand rather than a pen?
It's radar. It's a radar sensor. It's like Daredevil in a phone.
Yeah, is that the thing? Is that what makes it cool, or is it the fact that now it has face unlock? Because we've never seen that before. Like, well, I'm trying to understand what the excitement is here.
I think it's a combination of both, Travis. Actually, okay. And to me, it's just, me personally, I feel like Google is actually taking risks this year with the Pixel. Usually, they just stay on the straight and narrow. They try to like emulate Apple a little bit, but this year, it seems like Google is actually trying new things with the Pixel. So that's why I'm excited. We know it's going to have one of the top cameras in the game, but now with the Project Soli radar chip and Face ID, and there might be an in-display fingerprint sensor in there too. I mean, it seems like Google is actually making an effort with the Pixel 4 from what we know this year.
So my only worry is that the team seems like it's in utter chaos, because when you drill down on it, they canceled their silicon team, which they spent a whole bunch of time ramping up. So we're not going to get those cool photography chips anymore. We're not going to get their own custom chips. Their Pixel team only now is started to talk to their Android team. Before, they didn't even help them. They would help Samsung more than they would help their own Android team, which to me is just bonkers, out of my mind bonkers, how dysfunctional that could all be. And I'm just hoping they've gotten their crap together enough to ship something that's not like, oh, it's great except for the screen. Oh, it's great except for the RAM. It's just oh, it's great.
Yeah, I don't know, Renee. I mean, obviously we won't really know hardcore until October, but it seems like from everything that they leaked so far, it seems like they are finally on the right path with the Pixel phone. We'll see.
I hope.
We can only hope.
Hope there's a Panda variant. Got my fingers crossed.
All right, let's see. So, speaking of Samsung and Google and all that, Renee, did you hear about Samsung deleting their old ads of them mocking Apple and their lack of headphone jack?
Yeah, I mean, I'm of two minds on this. One is like almost every company deletes their own ads. It's just this was the worst time to do it, because that's the thing that kills me about Samsung is they do not talk to each other. They have no coordination. It's like it's not like the two hands. Like every finger on the hand doesn't know what the other finger is doing, and they knew they were not doing a headphone jack for months. Just quietly delete those things back in March. It's not like nobody's paying attention. You don't do it like the same time.
Yeah, it makes me chuckle, Travis. It makes me chuckle, man.
Well, then that stainless steel thing came out today, where it's not really stainless steel. I thought it was stainless steel or something. Okay.
They made the video said the stainless steel, and then it turns out it wasn't. So they had to redo the video, and then it just said polished metal, and nobody knew what it was. And then Daniel Bader went and asked, and they said, "Oh no, it's aluminum."
It's made out of used Mountain Dew cans.
But just talk to each other.
Apparently, Renee, that's pretty difficult for them because apparently they are not talking to each other.
No, they don't. You have Samsung Korea and then all the different Samsung. It's like every year they used to screw up embargoes. Remember that? It'd be like, oh, Samsung Canada just gave the phones out. And so all the Canadian bloggers are posting their reviews. Oh, T-Mobile is selling them before the embargo finished. What? You let T-Mobile sell them before the embargo dropped? Every year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead, Travis.
Remember when I found I think you were still in the Discord at the time, right? Remember when I found when I was on It was last year, and I was on what's that site where you can find sponsorships and stuff? What is it? Famebit or whatever?
Yeah, Famebit, yeah.
One of those. I was on one of those, and it was an advertisement for the Pixel 3 way before they had announced it. Like, any vloggers out there that want the Pixel 3 in Canada. And I was like, oh. And then I talked about it in Discord, and I think Brandon and John were like, what? And I'm like, oh, this isn't a thing, is it? Like, I didn't realize it. I'm like, I don't live in Canada, so I can't use it. But here's a thing for anyone who does. And Zach was like, oh, because, he's in Canada. So
amazing.
Yeah.
So I don't know where, I know Jason just got home, so I don't know if he'll be able to join tonight. But a few days ago, I think before the Note 10 event, Jason made a video, our buddy Painfully Out of Tech, he made a video called iOS versus Android, the war is over. And his premise in the video is that smartphones have reached such a plateau, there's really not much more innovation to be had, that neither iOS or Android can really innovate in the smartphone space anymore. He feels like smartphones have peaked. So that's why he titled the video "The War is Over."
Did he know about Harmony OS though? They hadn't announced that yet.
He didn't know that was before they announced it. So my question, Renee, is: do you think the war is over?
I mean, there's two possible futures. One is that it'll be like desktop operating systems where they're mature and they sort of pick a couple weird features to focus on every year that you could totally live without, but it does make your life slightly easier. It'll be like Mac OS and Windows OS. But the other future is that we're rapidly heading towards something that's much more different than what we have now, because the assistants are still real dumb. Like, doesn't matter who's assistant, they're still real dumb. Like a friend of mine says, if they were a real person, he'd fire them. They just don't do enough for you yet. And like the interfaces are still really static. There's no like dynamic affordance. There's like everything now is still based on all those Xerox interface paradigms from way back in the 80s. And I feel like maybe it'll be AR, maybe it'll be AI, maybe it'll be some combination, but we're sort of ready to break, at least I'm super ready for them to break through into whatever comes next. And if that's on a smartphone, great. If it's on something smaller, great. But I think that's just the cycle, is brand new technology, everyone's excited, and then a decade later, it's just those small iterations again.
Travis, how do you feel?
I don't know if it's really a war, because like I actually kind of talk about this in I talked about it in like last video. Is that really up until this point, there's two completely different people that buy like iOS and Android. It's just different people. So it's hard to have a war when it's not even. So you have an entire ecosystem, iOS, an actual ecosystem. And then you have Android and these broken little things that are tacked on sometimes. So I think the war is in the mind of the fanboys and the knights and the sheep and there's like no real war. His premise that things have peaked, I'm on board for the most part. I think it's like really, like I said, well, I think we're on one Friday Night Vyp, when we were talking about, I was like, I think the next big thing isn't a phone even. Like, I think the next big thing in cellular is something else, because the phone is kind of it. Like, we were at pagers, and pagers were legit. And then we're like, flip phones. Oh, this is legit. Oh, you can actually get on the web a little bit. It's text. It's only text, but it's web. And now it's like a computer in your hand. Okay, well, what's next? Well, I don't want to have to hold this thing anymore. I don't want to have to lose it in my purse. Not my purse, someone else's purse. I don't want to have to, charge it. I don't want. So you got to get past all of those things, and whatever that is, could be a watch, could be glasses, could be whatever. Like, that's the next big innovation. Might be a hologram, whatever the case may be. So I think we're at 95% perfect. Once we get to, and the last 5% is going to take years to get to 100, and at that point we're into something else. So I think, as far as, because I haven't seen anything in the last 2 years that have been, because remember when Siri first came out? Now we know Siri can't cross the street most of the time, but I remember when Siri was first talked about, I was hyped. I saw that. I mean, Apple can shine a turd and make you want to buy it the next day. They made it look really amazing, and I was excited for it. I was hyped for it. And even though I didn't get an iPhone, I was like, we're into something new, because now the assistant is on the phone in a really significant way. And now it's kind of gone. It keeps going. Now we have assistants all over the house. We got cameras everywhere. So everything has changed. I really believe that there's another big thing. I don't know what it is. They don't pay me enough to figure it out. But whatever that thing is, I think it's less about the phone and more about whatever this new thing is. So
I have this beautiful dream that in a few years we'll have like a little marble or mother box, and it'll just be in our pocket or wherever. And all it'll do is local authentication. It'll make sure that we are who we say we are or who we are, and cloud connectivity. And then it'll take over any piece of glass, no matter what the size is, at our desk, in our hand, in our laps, or if we're wearing glasses, just make AR screens wherever it makes sense. And it'll just be opportunistic. You know, you'll walk around with it. It'll keep track of everything. And when you need a display, it'll display it for you.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
that,
legit.
so that kind of leads me into my next question for you guys. What is the next frontier in consumer electronics? Like, where do we go from smartphones? Because obviously, like you guys say, smartphones are pretty much plateaued. We can't really go much further with the smartphone form factor. So where does technology go from here?
Starbucks phone, Viper. They'll let you pour your Frappuccino right out of the USB port.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
The Bucks port.
So our buddy Michael Fisher just did a video on Focus by North, which is smart glasses that have like AR and things like that. And in this video, he said that the glasses were good, but they still have a long way to go. But I think that partly probably will be the next frontier for consumer technology. It's gonna, like I said on Twitter earlier today, AR is the future. VR is not the future. VR is too not stagnant. VR is it's not mobile. AR, you could pretty much take everywhere and be everywhere you want with AR. It doesn't take you out of the world like VR does. So I think AR is the future of consumer mobile tech. VR will have its place, but it's not the future. I mean, VR been around for like 4 decades, probably longer, and it's still not mainstream. So I think AR is the future, but I think smart glasses and the combination of that and augmented reality, something with that combination or something of that sort will be the future.
You just blew my mind. I can just imagine people going out with VR glasses now where it shows them the world, but there's like a Smurfify app where it turns everyone into a Smurf, and all you see is like Smurf Viper and Smurf Travis, or like it's some other Alphafy at Christmas, and it alters. It's still the world, but it just alters the way you see it.
Yeah, it's almost like that movie Surrogates I was talking about a couple of weeks back.
Yeah,
right.
Remember that movie? That movie was legit. Where people are just at home. They literally don't leave the house. You just get into your pod and live your life.
But Renee, between AR and these assistants and just people wanting to be mobile all the time, I mean, do you believe that that's where technology is heading? I mean, it seems like it's already heading that way.
Yeah, I think it'll be both audio and visual reality. Like the movie Her is probably a really good analog for how you have a stable assistant, and it, like if you're wearing earphones, it goes to the ear. If you're wearing glasses, if you're at home on the computer, that kind of stuff. I'm just waiting for like the compelling thing. It's the same thing I said about Time of Flight. Like animating a little Muppet's not compelling to me. I need like a real good feature. And AR glasses, so far the killer app is Maps, but I don't spend all my day walking around in needs of Maps. That's like a very single use thing. So what is it that's going to make me need it? Like just this, this is Viper. He likes the s'mores frap. As I see him, like that's all cute, but it's not life changing yet. And I guess the end road is cybernetic implants one day. But like what is going to make me just love having those glasses on all the time? And I'm still waiting to see that.
What do you think, Travis?
It's fixing problems that you don't know you have. So Amazon Go fixes a problem you didn't know you have, which is checkout lines. Like you realize it in the moment.
I was just there today. I was just at Amazon to go today. Travis, it's a beautiful thing, bro. Oh my God.
I mean, I've had access to it for a long time because I live in Seattle, but you didn't know you had a problem checking out. You didn't know that was a problem, but you go in there and it changes everything. Now you're able to run in, and the original concept was a grocery store. So imagine that. I hate going to grocery stores just because of the checkout experience. Imagine if Go was a grocery store. Actually, imagine if Go was a mall, where you just go in, you take stuff and you leave. So I think the next big thing also is things we're just not thinking about because the problems we have, we don't realize we have. And the people that are like the super brain people, the big brain people, they're fixing those problems without us knowing that we actually have them.
Travis, do you know who you sound like?
I sound smart, which is crazy because I'm not.
You sound like Steve Jobs.
I know, son. I don't know what's gotten into me. I must have drank some coffee or something. I don't know what's wrong with that. Something's crazy.
But you make a good point, though. I mean, what we need, we don't necessarily know that we need right now, and we won't know it until something is invented that take care of the unforeseen need. Crazy to say, but That's what made Apple what they are today. I mean, they solved our problems before we knew there were problems. So it's gonna take a visionary on the order of Elon Musk or somebody like that to see things that the average everyday person doesn't see, and then create a solution to an unknown problem, and then go from there. But
is it going to be Elon Musk, or is he just going to dig a tunnel for the horses? That's what I'm not sure about yet.
We don't
would
know.
he invent cars, or would he dig a tunnel for the horses? I don't know yet.
I don't know, Renee, but apparently everything that Elon Musk has done up to this point has been to prepare for life on Mars.
Mm.
I just watched the Kyrgyzstan video about how hard that's going to be. Oh.
I mean, but I saw it somewhere on Twitter or something, and it all made sense. Obviously, Tesla is for getting around on Mars. Then we got the boring tunnels that he's doing for excavating and doing different things like getting into the Mars underground, things like that. Obviously, the space access to get to Mars. I mean, as they said, the theory was that everything that Elon has done is has a connection in order to be able to move to and live on Mars. Like,
can't he just storm Area 51 and take the saucer there?
There we go. That's what we're waiting for.
I just need all my memes to converge.
I don't know, Renee, but the military has said that they ready for, I think there's an event supposed to go down in September. The military is we are formally ready for anybody that wants to come breach. We will defend our assets. So
we will repel Elon Musk.
Don't get shot, y'all. Don't get shot. They ain't playing, bro. They're not playing.
No, yeah, no, they're not playing. If you can get there, they're not playing.
Right. Ethnic said Musk's orbiting satellite broadband network will be the thing to watch out for. That too, you got to have a network, right? So that makes sense. But I just found that wild that somebody made that connection, and it actually made sense. Even though I don't know about how much of that I actually believe, but it makes sense when you think about it, though.
And then PayPal is how you'll pay for everything. It's like it all goes full circle.
With your hand, with your eyes. Yeah. With your eyes, actually, yeah, your biometrics.
So I guess we've already talked about this enough. We done beat it with a dead horse, but let's talk about it one more time since I got you guys here with me tonight. Travis, why are there two Galaxy Note? Why are there two Galaxy Note 10, Travis? Why are there two? There should only be one.
So I got to place the blame. Let me think about this. Let me go back in time. I want to place the blame with Apple. And the reason I want to do that is because weren't they out of the two, or I'm only going to talk about Apple and Samsung here. Between the two, weren't they the first one that came out with multiple versions of the same phone, or did Samsung do that a while back? I just know that they had
carrier variants, but I don't think they.
Well,
had,
yeah,
I don't think.
But size variants and stuff, which would have been what, the 5 and 5? No, what was the first Plus? 6?
6 and 6 Plus, yeah.
6 and 6 Plus. Was there one for Samsung? I feel like there wasn't. So I think what happened was, first of all, and I'm sure Renee knows this, a lot of people don't realize that these phones are they started years ago. So the problems that they're seeing now, like as far as not being able to sell things that are expensive, they have to start working on it now, which we probably won't see maybe not next year, not maybe until the year after. There's just so much time that goes into these. So the fact that they split these two and came out with a slightly less expensive version, a de-nutted one, just a terrible version of Note, is questionable at best. But like I said about all these decisions, I guarantee there's at least one person, if not more, because I've worked in corporate for 8 years, at least one person who was in there going, we don't need to do this. This is the wrong move. And they got overturned. Every time. There's a guy in there that knows what the hell's going on, and no one's listening to him.
So what was the story I heard was that, well, there were two stories. One was the famous story now that it was supposed to have no buttons. And then the executive saw it and go, we're not shipping without buttons. So you got to redo the whole thing. And this was 6 months ago. So it was it came in super real hot anyway. But the other story I heard is that they thought, so for a while, the Note was getting more attention than the Galaxy S was. And they figured that if they could make a smaller Note, it would grow the audience even more. It's Apple has this problem too. It's they make a niche, nerdy, hardcore super user product. And they're like, we can make even more money if we made a mainstream version of that product. And it's because the Note's just too big for some people. So we make a smaller one, and then people who would buy the Galaxy S will give us more money for the smaller Note. And maybe we'll get some of those iPhone users who like the pen and stuff, but it's just way too big for their heads. And then that's how you go down these roads too.
Yeah.
And it's not even compared to the A's, right? The Galaxy A is 900 versions of that.
Right. Well, yeah, but the A series is really it's blown up outside of America. I mean, it's filling an actual niche and a place that probably needs, but even not even as well as it could be, because you look at like some of the less expensive Huawei phones that are even doing better than the A series with like better features, better hardware and stuff. I think Samsung's being a little bit too stingy. So I talk about this in tomorrow's video. I go, well, for $950, and first of all, the 1080p screen I talk about, except I'm not going to talk about it here because I could go off on that for about an hour. I'm not going to. It's in tomorrow's video. But to be able to start cutting things off that have never been cut off a Note before, and then say $950, thank you, please drive around, is like a kick in the nuts. Like, really, is that where we're at today? But I think that what ended up happening is these companies started thinking, well, if we put more out, we'll sell more. Just basically to Renee's point, and that's not the case. Like, we are 2 years into this downturn of people not buying as many phones. And I sincerely hope that Apple and Samsung are both looking at this year going, okay, well, you know, Apple sold a bunch of 10Rs and they'll probably sell a lot of, well, I don't know if they're going to sell a lot of 11Rs, but they sold a lot of 10Rs because now people have 10Rs that'll last for the next 3 years. So why get an 11R? You look at Samsung, who thought it would just put out a bunch of phones, we'll put out like 6 different variants of the S10, which includes the 5G, and then of course another 4 of the Note, and we'll sure sell 12 of those. I feel like they need to understand that the Note was always this big thing. Like, everyone who paid the money for it paid it for a very specific reason. You were catering to a very specific person, and they tried to dumb it down. It was never the case. That doesn't work. The S series has always been kind of the more broad for everybody. You start dumbing down the high end. That's almost like a 10S Max with like half the battery and like just, you know, half the touchscreen. And I don't know. It just the dumbest thing. Take the top thing, cut it in half, and sell it for almost as much.
I feel like add a pen to the S10 Plus instead of making a worse Note.
100%. That would have been the better move. 100%.
Yes, I agree, Renee. I agree. Why the hell would you dilute the Note brand? Why? Like, everybody knows that the Note is for the power unit. You don't dilute the. I don't even want to get started. But Renee, I got an interesting question for you. Our buddy LeBaron has a theory as to why Apple came out with the 10R. Let me see if I can find the comment that he made. Basically, he said, here we go. He said that Apple realized they priced themselves out of the market and had to force a third phone to force the market. What are your response to that, Renee? What is your response?
So, you know, Travis made an excellent point when he talked about like how long it takes to bring a phone to market. You're looking at if it's a difficult phone, like 3 years. If it's fairly iterative, 1.5 to 2 years. So the decisions they made now are reflective of, like, we're seeing echoes of what the reality was a couple of years ago. And Apple's making, people are like, oh, Tim Cook is super greedy. Apple's actually making less money per phone. They do dumb stuff. Like, they they chamfer the edges on a phone, even though it costs them a fortune, and they sell the phone for the same thing. Like, it's a really weird mentality about these phones. But their margins have been going steadily down. They don't make as much profit as they used to on the phones. And it's mostly because they've been using more expensive parts. And it's unclear whether we'd actually care or not if they use super expensive parts, but it does make super expensive phones. And for a while, it was working. Like, when you look, like, the 6S was slightly more expensive. And then with the 7, it was like an extra $20. And it was the most popular version, the most expensive one. We kept telling them with their wallets, we will pay the most expensive version you make. Like, that's great. Just keep doing that. They started designing, okay, well, sure, we'll bring the iPhone 10 was meant for the year after, when all those parts would be way less expensive. And they're like, no, you guys are throwing money at us, so we'll spend what it takes to give it to you a year early. And then it's like $1,000. Like, this psychologically, it hit us like a truck. And then Samsung's always like, well, we're gonna hit that price too. And everyone's like, oh, we'll make a super flagship phone. And then they're all like, people are, backlash. And I think someone would have been super smart. Well, I mean, OnePlus and a couple of companies were super smart to counter program that, but it's going to take a year or so to get to where it was. I think the 10R, though, like, to be more specific on that point, they've tried for a while to make a less expensive iPhone. The 5C wasn't it. The 5C was like sold like an iPod. It was meant to be not a blockbuster movie, but a TV show on the shelves year round, nice colors, less expensive, but they made the wrong compromises. They took away the wrong things. This one, they tried a different mesh. Google did it too with the Pixel, with the Pixel 3a. I mean, slightly different compromises, but it was meant to be an iPhone for people who were more mainstream, like brighter colors, and you didn't need the latest stuff, but you wanted certain things that were really good. And I think they expected the success this time, and they were rewarded for that success. And how that changes, I think it's too late for the iPhone 11, but how that changes, like going into the iPhone 12 and stuff, I'm going to be super interested to see.
Yeah, I think that's a good announcement. We got another question for Renee.
Super long-winded, sorry.
No problem.
Oh, good. It was good.
Got another question for Renee here from
monkey see, monkey do. What's wrong with you? Settle down. Baron.
So, Trenton Marshall said, Apple question for Renee. What are your thoughts on Apple trying to force users to get their batteries replaced only at Apple?
Yeah, so this is also like a lot of the stuff. People forget that companies are filled with people, and there's usually my main issue with how this is covered is that everybody in this industry, like Apple, is super arrogant, but repair shops are super arrogant too. So everyone personalizes it. Oh, they're coming after me, and really they don't care that much about you. You know, it's not really about you. The issue here is that Apple is super controlling, and if you ask PR, they'll probably tell you they're worried about people having phones explode, because like there's been two big headlines in the last couple of weeks about that. But the I don't want to say the more honest answer, but the more important answer is that their legal departments are scared crapless about seeing headlines with people and catastrophic battery failure. So what this message does, and some people freaked out because a lot of blogs use the word locked, which is a really bad word to use. And we forget that not everyone lives in America, and some countries don't have Apple stores, and they basically go out on the street and flip their batteries. And they all thought they would no longer be able to do that, and they legit panicked. And that's not true. Like, you scared a bunch of people for no reason. You should be much more careful with your word choices when you write this stuff. But so what happens with this is it just pops up a message. I don't think it's the best way to do it. I think a pop-up is the best way to do it. But all it does is show you, it makes sure that you know that you don't have a genuine Apple part in there. And that's important, not just because you may not realize that, but let's say like I'm going to buy Viper's old phone. We're used to always like looking inside to make sure there's no water damage, because Viper would never do that. But some people are like, ooh, water damage, I'm going to sell this phone. But now like you can actually look at it and see if it's got an original battery in it or not, which you couldn't do previous to March when they installed all this stuff. And maybe you don't care, maybe you do, but at least you're like, hey, dude, this is not an official battery, and you know that going in. It's not like you think it is, and then you have a problem later. But the important thing is that Apple can then just say, look, it wasn't an official battery. You knew that because it was documented for you. And that absolves them of legal responsibility, and you can still get your battery swapped. So it's a sum of all corporate legal fears is all that's going on.
Yeah, but you know how this always goes, Renee. Anytime something comes out like this about Apple, first thing people say is Apple being greedy, Apple being all narcissistic.
You know how you can tell? When Samsung had the Galaxy Note 7 incident, Apple did not say one word, because it's not haha, Samsung's batteries are failing. It's, oh God, a phone battery is failing, and they're banning them from planes. And if this continues, people will not be allowed to take phones on planes, will not be allowed to ship them by plane, and our world is going to end. So just stay very, very quiet when this gets fixed.
No doubt, no doubt. So Travis, looks like you and LeBaron are doing a little back and forth in the chat here. So me and LeBaron were talking earlier today, Travis, about the number of SKUs that Samsung has out there. Travis, LeBaron believes that Samsung has way too many product SKUs out there, and I tend to agree with him a little bit. So what are your feelings on the number of SKUs between the S10 and the Note 10 that Samsung is throwing out there?
So everyone is following. I think I did that about this like last year or something. Oh yeah, I did the Apple is trolling everyone and you love it video last year. When everyone follows Apple, even when Apple is just doing something for like to compromise, like the notch. For some ungodly known reason, a bunch of Android manufacturers like, oh, that must be the thing. And of course, the worst offender was Google with LeBron James. I think this is more the same, man. It's like, okay, Apple brings out 3 phones, and then they bring out another 3 phones, and then let's bring out a bunch of phones. Apple does, and everyone follows. And it's so funny because with the exception of Samsung up until this point, really, until they got to the 10e, which they had never really done before. The S10e, they never really kind of done that before, but even they're starting to follow Apple's lead, which is kind of weird because on the world stage, Apple is kind of a small player. They're just a big player here in America, North America. I don't know if they are a big player in Canada. They're North America. They are. Yeah. But on the world stage, they're like what, 3rd or 4th. So it's weird that so many people are paying attention to what they're doing to have so many SKUs. I feel like Samsung looks at Apple all the time and kind of goes, okay, let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's do this. And I feel like Apple doesn't care what everyone else does.
No, they don't.
I don't know if this is true. It feels that way to me. Like they just feel like we're just doing this. We're just doing this.
But you know why people follow Apple? You know why that is, right, Travis?
Tell me.
Don't say courage. Don't say courage.
No, because Apple. no.
Say psych right now.
The reason why people follow Apple because people want that Apple revenue. That's what they want.
I mean, who doesn't? But I feel like, yeah, give me like 1 second of the revenue. I'd be cool with that. That's legit too. Like, look up how much they make every hour. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, man, too many people are following other companies, and Amazon has been pretty smart about, like, they have philosophies about how you're just aware of your competition, but never obsess over. You're always obsessed over the customer. And I feel like for all the bad crap and the stupid stuff Apple does, they do obsess about their customer and the experience. And I respect that. I give them a hard time all the time, but I absolutely respect that. And that's why so many people are so loyal to them, and why you can go into an Apple, why there is an Apple store. And while their service is 99.9% of the time you go to an Apple store, you're getting great service. I mean, you might wait an hour, but you're going to get really good service unless you do, they have your own checkout thing. I didn't even know about this until the last time I went in there for something. And I'm like, you could check yourself out. Like, what is this? So I feel like it's such a weird clout game where everyone in Android is kind of looking over their shoulder at the winning teams, and Apple's just like, so I don't know. I think this is the way to be. Look at your customer, obsess over the customer, and don't worry about what everyone else is doing. And I hope what Apple will do in the future, because they won't be able to, like Renee and I were saying, we won't be able to do it this year because they're already, everything's established. That they look at the fact that the 10R did so well, and I assume the 11R will do well comparatively to the 11. I mean, we'll see, and realize that the compromise phone, as Josh Proshner would say, is the phone that everyone really wants. And if that's the one that that Apple needs to make to really kind of take over, then great. And same thing with Samsung. Hopefully they'll realize that it's the compromise phone that everyone really wants, and not the $1,300 phone as everything was creeping up price-wise every single year.
I just think, like, make that the default, and then have an edition that comes in a fancy box with for people who want to give you all the money. Just give them a nicer package with some AirPods inside, a couple dongles, and then they'll throw you a few thousand and make it like a ceramic finish, and there you go, just like the watch.
The gold one.
Be happy. Yeah, you sell enough of those to make up for the cheaper phones.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I'm kind of old school and old fashioned. I kind of like the day where there was only one option. When there was one iPhone, we had lines around the block. iPhone was it. Those were the days, man. Now we got 2, 3 iPhones, 4, 5. That's a good question.
So Angela got rid of the lines. Like, marketing never wanted to get rid of the lines because they're great publicity. But Angela didn't want people to have a bad experience by being standing in a line. So she did everything she could to get rid of those lines. But now there's no more Angela. And Deirdre's like old school Apple. So I wonder if she's going to be, can she bring the lines back? Will people tolerate them anymore? I don't know.
But the problem,
because there's the thing, because Viper, to your point, those lines were the thing. Now, they became a joke at one point, like, I'm not going to go get that. But they were always a spectacle. Yeah. And the first year that the lines had kind of dissipated and went away, that was as much of a scandal as like waiting 12 hours to get in. But so, like, I went to a store and I walked right in and got a 10R. No big deal.
Right. But there you go, Travis. That's what I'm about to say. The reason why there are no lines no more, as much as Angela taking them away, is because the demand is not there, because there's so many options. If you take away the options and make it one device, then you bring back the demand, you bring back the lines.
Yeah. Hello, Nintendo.
Any color you want, as long as it's black.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Maybe not that extreme, but you know what I mean, Renee. Just like let's go back to the day where we had one iPhone for everybody, and that's the one that you get, and then you'll have more demand. But with these 3, 4 iPhone options or whatever, then everybody can get an iPhone. You would kill the demand that way.
Yeah, I think, usually when a market gets mature, the key to success is to start segmenting it. That's what happens with cars. Like, suddenly you have SUVs, and then you have like the super efficient cars, and you have all these different cars for these different markets, and they haven't really figured out how to do that for phones yet, because there's not really that many different kinds of phones that people want. So they create like artificial segmentation with different sizes, different color options, different specs. And people look at them and it's not like this is a minivan and this is a roadster. Like, it's just not apparent which one you should get.
And even worse, whenever I say this in any video, I feel like I'm talking over people, or people that don't care. For the company, they have an inventory now. Yeah. Like, you got all these yellow iPhones you need to sell. I hope a bunch of people like yellow, because if not, you just spent the money for no reason. Like, I'm sure the shells pop on and off, but still, even the shell alone, like all that stuff, having inventory is a bad thing for a company. So making all these different SKUs is a lot of work. And then undoubtedly there's one kind of dead horse that never goes. I don't know what color that would be, but there's always one. Who said in the thing that they think they shouldn't have a 10R? That ship has sailed. That 10R has to stick around at this point.
Oh, yeah.
That thing is.
Yeah,
it's sold too many.
It's not going anywhere. The 10R is hit.
Well, like so the 5C, which was kind of legit-ish, but was not like the same processor, I don't believe, at the time, right?
No, it was the older one. It was a 5 processor.
Right. So that's why I was so shocked by the 10R that they actually were like, hey, it's everything. It's just a little bit different screen. Like I have a 10R and I really like it. And I will go for the 11R just for my channel and everything. But like, would they be so bold as to cut off their nose, despite their face, and say, okay, well, we did this. It was cool. We want to get back to bigger and better phones because there's not as much money in it. Like, did they accidentally win on accident? Like, you know what I mean? Like, did they go, oh crap, we didn't actually want to sell that many? You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know.
Yeah, I feel like that was the iPhone SE was like that. Like they thought it was just for people who wanted less expensive. They didn't realize, like they really did not do the demand forecasting well for that phone, and it was undersupplied for a long time. And I'm still hopeful we'll get that back. I think there's a huge market for.
Yeah.
So as much as they should minimize Viper, I think maybe there's still room for an SE2 in that lineup.
Well, I think LeBaron makes a good point. Just have a small and a large. I mean, I think that should be enough SKU for a product. I mean, anything more than that, you're kind of overdoing it at that point.
Yep. 100%. You don't need 3 different choices.
iPhone 11 Sport, it's completely swim proof. And it's bright yellow, just like the old Sony Walkman.
The only color. Someone they need to come out with a bright pink phone and nothing else, and say, "All right, you just got to buy it. That's it."
There's the iPhone Rock, and that Katy Perry does the ad for that. The iPhone Sport, and LeBron does the ad for that. You know, they really lay into the segmentation stuff.
They could literally sell anything. It's shenanigans what they're up to, man. It's shenanigans. You got to respect the game, though.
Yeah, what's up, man? So I'm going to take a detour from technology real quick. But before I do that, thank you guys for tuning in tonight. The channel is still not monetized. But if you want to donate, please consider buying me a coffee. The link is in the description this time. I remember last time I told y'all that it wasn't in there. But the link is in the description. So if you guys want to donate, please consider buying me a coffee. But I'm going to detour from tech real quick because the reason why I wanted to bring Travis in here tonight is because we were having a lively discussion on Twitter earlier. And Renee, feel free to chime in once you figure out what we're talking about here. But The Verge came out with an article earlier today talking about how they spoke to some former YouTube moderators and they came to the conclusion, or they made the determination that the top tier creators of YouTube are treated differently than the bottom creators, than the regular creators, like the Logan Paul, Jake Paul, the PewDiePies. They have their own set of rules. They don't, YouTube doesn't grade them as harshly with the rules as they do a normal creator like a me or a Travis or even a Renee. So, and I'm thinking to myself, this is not YouTube specific. This is a societal culture thing that we've been doing for the last 100 years. Celebrities and A-listers have always gotten away with their own rule set. They've always played by a different set of rules. This is not native to YouTube. This is a society problem. I just hate it when they make it YouTube specific, like The Verge loves to do. But this is not a YouTube problem. This is a society problem. The A-listers, the people that bring in the money, play by they don't adhere to the same rules that a me or a Travis adhere to. So I think Travis can try to make a point about YouTube needs to detour from these people, and I'm just like, I don't know if that's feasible, because even though these people are like breaking rules and things like that, they're still bringing in YouTube tons of money. So YouTube's not gonna just give away that money. And Travis can elaborate, but that's where me and him were going back and forth with.
Right. So to be clear, the creators are not bringing in money. The advertisers are, and that's what the important thing is.
But the creators are bringing in the eyes that get the advertisers the money, though, right?
And the eyes are controlled by YouTube, legitimately. Like there's no 3 ways about it. Now you can be subscribed to someone and hopefully see their videos every so often, or you could get a van chick pushed in front of your recommendations all day long until you click it. It's the reality is. So I want to speak in a hypothetical, right? I'm not saying that this is what's happening. I'm not saying this is not what's happening. I'm not saying this is what should happen, but I'm giving you a hypothetical solution to the problem. Okay. Because it's really just that simple. So you have a problem child who brings in money. I mean, the money's coming in, but advertisers attach to them because they have eyes. Those eyes can be pointed anywhere. There's another Jake Paul. There's another Jake Logan Paul. They're there. They're on the platform. They're just in different places. And if those people become toxic to the point where an adpocalypse comes, where millions of dollars are being pulled from YouTube, it doesn't matter that this guy brought in $10 million if he just lost you 20. You can get rid of this dude and bring up another 10 versions of him that won't do that. And it literally can be done through YouTube. Now, am I saying that they literally can press a button? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that the possibility of that is there. And the fact that YouTube is, instead of trying to figure out a way to bring up, you know, in the case of that, where you have these top level guys that are doing stupid things and then just replacing them, they're just coddling them, which doesn't fix the problem. The problem remains. Logan will mess up again, 100%, 1,000%. All of them will, because it's within who they are, right? You can't change the person. So it might be that you bring someone up and the actual journey makes them this way, and that's terrible. And I hate to say this, you flush the toilet on them and you bring up another one, because guess what? You have an unlimited resource of people that are willing to be in the top spot and represent you well. They're there. You just need to surface them. So to pretend like they're being held hostage by these big names is the biggest crock of crap. You just had Will Smith come on this year to YouTube. Get rid of Logan Paul and put all the stuff to Will Smith. You're fine. Like, there's always someone else. There's literally, it is not that everyone watches Logan Paul and no one else. That's not how YouTube works. So that's all I was saying.
Renee, you got anything to say about this, Renee? Anything?
You know, I heard rumors for a while that, you know, for example, like a Logan Paul would get preferential rent. You know, we're all waiting. We're waiting for HD. We're waiting for HD before we can press the button. And they have their own, like, own much faster system that they get access to that other creators don't. But I sort of fall somewhere in the middle. Like, I think YouTube, there is a transition cost when you lose a Logan Paul to move to somebody else. So all things considered, they'd rather have the devil they know. But I think, like, they are ultimately flushable, to use the coupling term, and they will go to something else, because once you have the interface, swapping out the pipes is non-trivial. I mean, it's trivial to do.
And I'll give you something that Viper can relate to. So for many years, and it's boxing and wrestling. Boxing always promoted the boxers.
Right.
And when they went away, who's the heavyweight champion of the world? I have no freaking clue. WWF, WWE, and UFC went by a completely different thing. The company is bigger than any one particular star, and they have always survived the removal of those stars. So if you make the company the thing, then you don't have to worry about that. You kick them to the curb. When Hulk Hogan said the N-word 27 times, how much money did the WWE lose?
People signed on.
Whoa,
People signed on for the WWE, regardless of Hulk Hogan. Like, first of all, hey everybody, and everything like that. Travis, you know I love you.
My name's Roberto Blake, and I think I could do your intro.
yeah. This is Roberto Blake, and I'm going to disagree with everything that you just said.
Okay, all right, that's cool.
But I would say it with love and everything like that. In the sense of this, I think that let me ask you this, and you can clarify this position for me. Travis, would you say that you have, like, what you would call a creator first stance of the platform?
In what way?
That you
I watch that first, or I don't know.
That you believe that YouTube should put creators first.
No, it's a pie. It's three things. It's creators, it's advertisers, and the audience. It's three things.
It's the platform is like, the platform sits in the middle of a triforce of what you would say is, like, sure. Again, okay. Well, with that being said, the platform doesn't quote unquote control the views and the view traffic in the way that it's being stated. And I want to clear that for people, because I think that that's misunderstood. And I love when people call me, like, and no one here on the panel does this, but I love when people call me, like, a YouTube shill or a YouTube apologist. But I want to remind people that most YouTube content creators, and for that fact of the matter, most viewers, have never worked a corporate desk job. In fact, most YouTubers, even the top tier YouTubers, like people like Philip DeFranco and even Keemstar, like, worked minimum wage retail jobs before YouTube stardom allowed them to be their own boss. And most YouTubers today that are working class YouTubers have not worked through a corporate system and that bureaucracy before. So a lot of times when their thought of how businesses work is very naive. The sheer level of decision creep that happens within an organization to make decisions is prolific. And having visited YouTube's headquarters and campus, YouTube has over 2,000 main employees in terms of central office. And the campus, and when I say campus, I mean, it's literally like, if you remember what it was like back in the day to go to school and go from one part of the school to the other and realize, why the hell don't I have enough time between classes, right? Like it's a huge commute just to get from one building to the other. And I'm not surprised that there could be people that work there for 5 years and never interact and work at the same company. It's like I think that the internal like communications at YouTube are so bad, but I also think that from a corporate standpoint, it's not that bad, all things considered, for how big of an organization it is. I know people, I have friends who work at VaynerMedia, and VaynerMedia has a really super tight culture. And even there, sometimes there's breakdowns and things like that. And people get very upset and frustrated working there in terms of like moving things along the path or whatever. And sometimes getting things in front of Gary. I say all that to say this. Most YouTubers have an egalitarian fantasy about what YouTube should be and have no idea how companies and corporations work. Most YouTubers getting AdSense have no effing clue about how they even get paid and don't know anything about the ads platform and don't even realize it's a completely separate product team and division within Google that doesn't even talk to the YouTube team hardly at all, because they're completely different projects. And a lot of people have never been, I talk a lot when I can about these things with YouTubers who have a background in computer science or in engineering. And I was talking with a few of them, and I'm not going to just name drop anybody, but I was talking to a YouTuber with an engineering background that has over 1 million subscribers and does something completely different. He does entertainment, but a lot of people forget he has a background. He has a degree in engineering. We're talking about stuff with the algorithm. YouTube doesn't just, I'm going to make somebody, they don't make a corporate decision to make someone famous. It's algorithmically driven and signals based because of the simple fact that there are tens of millions of content creators and there are literally billions of hours uploaded to YouTube every day. YouTube doesn't make decisions very lightly about anything from a platform standpoint. The moderation team, and some of this, the moderation team is actually outsourced. These are contractors more than they are what you might call rank and file employees, which means that in terms of core rank and file employees, if you've ever worked in an organization or at a company, you've got people who work for the company, and then you've got kind of people that get filtered in every now and again and everything like that to do a little bit of back end work or do something or do pickup work, as we might say, right? So I'm saying all of this to give people a lay of the land, because I don't think people understand what it's actually like at a company when you are either a middle level, a mid-tier employee. I was a marketing manager at a company working with the ad budgets. I used to be Google AdWords certified. I used to buy advertising. I can tell you for a fact that when YouTubers get mad at advertisers for pulling money or boycotting, they have no idea what it's like to be in that room and explain to your 60-year-old graybeard boss why they're reading something in the newspaper about what's going on this platform that they don't even really use or don't understand. They just know news media thing that me and my boys read at the country club said this is bad. Pull our advertising, put the budget somewhere else. They have no idea what it's like to be that 30-year-old guy or gal that just had your boomer boss tell you that you have to completely upend your marketing budget and you have to balance the sheet somehow. And then you still have to, and then you're still accountable, by the way, for making sales on your ad numbers after you pulled it from YouTube or Google or wherever you're pulling it from, right? People have no clue. YouTube doesn't just elevate and make a Logan or a Jake Paul. And yeah, there's plenty of people ready to replace it, but it's not like the WWE where you contracted and you hired these people and you plugged them into a role. These are people from their bedroom that decided to put something on the internet and went viral. These are not people that are managed in the same system as a mainstream celebrity and don't go through the process and are not part of the machine and the appliance. You know, these are people that a multi-billion, multinational corporation has to literally respond to and make decisions through a bureaucratic process around what some douchebag jackhole 20-something-year-old wants to do to be cute and do it for the culture.
Right. So point of clarification before you go too far. Just for people who don't know, I did work at a multi-billion-dollar corporation for 7 years.
I know you know.
No. I'm letting other people know. Including working for the CEO, and everyone in the chat knows this company. I just don't ever say it publicly. Having said that, I wasn't saying that that's what happens. What I'm saying is that that's what could happen to, in reference to the article that was stated today. It was eventually it made it look like YouTube was over a barrel by these creators. All I'm saying is they don't have to be. That's literally all I'm saying. I'm not saying that anyone at YouTube presses a button and makes someone famous. Matter of fact,
you and I both know the community feels that way,
and I 100% know that. I don't believe that that's even necessarily possible. I'm just saying that if they really wanted to, and I would love to hear Renee's thing on it, because this is one we haven't heard Renee's point on it. I really love.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that. By the way, Renee, hi.
Hey,
Big fan.
Hey, Renee. I guess what I'm saying is if they found that the apocalypse are costing them however much money it's costing them, then it's probably worth figuring out some type of way to cut that off. But having said all that, I don't disagree. Now Renee knows what the hell we're talking about. He can probably tell us something.
No, I don't know YouTube anywhere nearly as well as all you people do, because I still feel like a baby just scratching my way out of the dark. But there was this real.
You're too modest, dude.
No, but there's this guy who worked at Apple for a long time. He left briefly. It was like Rumspringa. They do that. Like they leave for a while, see what the real world is like, and then go right back again. But he was out for a while, and he did this great explanation of. He talked to a room full of developers and said, "You don't understand. The best way I can explain your relationship with Apple is animal husbandry." Like each individual is important in its own way, but there's just so many and so much money that. When taken together, it's what's really important. And when there's a critical mass, it's really important. But they're going to do some combination of what's best for the users and for themselves, and then they'll factor the developers in. Yeah. And I think YouTube is slightly different because the people that they are almost every company now seems like they're packaging something to distribute to people. It's like everything is aggregation now. You're aggregating music, you're aggregating apps, you're aggregating videos, and then you're curating them, you're displaying them, you're algorithming them. And anyone who gets packaged up is always part of a package. So I don't know if I'm making any sense here or not, but my thing is, I think, so my thing is that individually there's probably not a lot, but there's a lot you can do in small influential groups to sort of mess with herd dynamics.
So here's my thing, excellent.
I'd say that's fair, by the way.
Yeah, good analysis from there. But what I was trying to relate to Travis is that, like Roberto was, I think we were trying to say earlier, YouTube, like they can't just point the algorithm somewhere and make somebody famous. Like when you talk about Logan Paul, when you're talking about a Jake Paul or PewDiePie, you're talking about people that put years of blood, sweat, and tears into YouTube to get to where they are on the platform. You just can't replace that by reworking the algorithm.
It already happened. Happened this past month.
What do you mean?
That's not
some chick in a van has 1 million subscribers now.
No, that's not true. That's like that's an algorithmic aberration.
I know, but that's my point. It can be done. I'm not saying that it is done. I'm not saying that someone can press a button. I think Viper's on this thing that I'm saying something that I'm not actually saying. I'm just saying if they ever looked at the situation and said, okay, enough is enough. We're not going to be held over a barrel, because they don't have to be. My point is they don't have to be. They can make the changes necessary to do this. They absolutely can.
They also made YouTube Rewind. So
the savage mic drop. Can you do this?
So I'm saying, Travis, is that I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that Jake Paul, Logan Paul, PewDiePie make YouTube money, hundreds of thousands of maybe possibly millions of dollars for whatever they're doing on the platform. Just by promoting that Janelle chick in the van, that's not going to make YouTube the money that Jake and Logan Paul makes YouTube. That is my point.
I don't see how that's not the only. I think you're thinking of things like merch and stuff, which that YouTube doesn't get. The only money that they get is through AdSense. They can get that anywhere. They literally have already sold that stuff. It's just a matter of putting it in front of stuff.
Freaking Comcast, man. I'm gonna freaking Comcast. Swear to God. I missed the last thing you were saying, Travis. Oh, and there's something interesting on monetization that people don't know about. But what were you saying, Travis? Because I missed the last part you said.
I have no idea. What did I say, Viper?
You were saying that what were you saying? You were saying that
the ads are sold.
Yeah, well, the ads are in well, you know this, Travis. I don't think the audience knows this. So the AdSense is an auction marketplace. Now there's also some what you would call reserved advertising. Like people don't realize. So there's multiple tiers of advertising for one thing, and then there's different types of advertising on YouTube. There's video advertising, and there's also the display advertising. So first of all, a lot of people don't realize that, and that you can make money off of both. Like you make money off of, and a lot of people don't realize that the display ads, the things that show up is the little square in the corner in the right, and the little part that sometimes comes out the bottom lower third. You get paid. Now, the threshold on that is interesting and it's different because it's not always what you think, but you get paid on that display advertising and on pre-roll, and if there are mid-rolls, and if there are post-rolls. And you get paid on a CPM rate, yes, but you also get a higher rate if any of those lead to clicks, and your channel can be rated and ranked based on the performance of clicks, not just distribution of views, but also on conversions. And so there's tiered advertising for that reason. And if you are performing better, you get elevated in that tier, which is why utility channels and tech channels and makeup channels in many cases have much better ad rates than pure entertainment channels, even if they get less views. A lot of people don't realize that. And that's something actually I think I covered in that video that I did where I talked about my YouTube AdSense and earnings is like, even the biggest YouTubers, like I guarantee you David Dobrik does not get the CPM rates I get.
Yeah,
if I got a fraction of David Dobrik's views, I would be like rich. I'd be like swinning in a money bin, Scrooge McDuck style, like
you'd be
with a fraction
Apple
of it.
Cards like this.
Yeah, I'd be like,
Did you get one, Renee? Did you get one?
No, they're not available in Canada yet.
Oh,
I've been making it rain. But interestingly, Travis, I think you brought up like Janelle, like monetizing. So people actually bring up that like her channel got monetized really fast, but that's in YouTube's best interest to monetize. And I've always believed, and the thing is, I think that this is fair, believe it or not, is that most people want YouTube to be egalitarian. I believe YouTube is very much and should be a meritocracy. And I would, if I had somebody that was bringing in much more views and substantial potential CPM rates. First of all, if anybody here had a viral video and they met the qualifications, they would want to be bumped ahead of other people in the queue, and they would feel they deserve that. And I agree that you would deserve that if you're just performing better. I don't think you should be at the back of the line. You stand to own the company, more money. You are a better partner. Move ahead to the front of the line. Skip ahead. So I think if you've got 1,000 subscribers, you've met the watch time requirement, and you get a viral video and you get 1 million views, one, I think it'd be unfair for YouTube to make you wait at the back of the line because you're a better partner and you have more to gain and lose, and so does YouTube. But I think if you are a smaller YouTube channel or a quote unquote small creator, I think that if you see that happen to somebody, people have this misguided sense that if something good happened to somebody else, that something bad happened to them. And that they think, no, you should be, if I don't get this, you should also not get this. There are people who actually would feel that if YouTube doesn't support what they do, then YouTube shouldn't exist. There are anti-YouTube people like that guy, Matt Watson, who did the YouTube wake up thing when you had the child predators, and he specifically targeted YouTube advertisers, and nobody was really in support of him really with his approach and his way. Like nobody who was a creator that wants YouTube to truly do better, nobody who's a creator who makes children's content supported him. It was actually more anti-YouTube people and people from outside the YouTube community that did what he asked and gave that whole thing momentum. And many innocent content creators suffered the consequences of those type of actions, of people who basically I think are salty, doing salty runbacks. Oh, wait a minute. That's my delivery. Give me I'll be right back. But carry on, gentlemen.
Yeah, we should carry on.
Salty Runbacks was the name of his high school band.
I was about to say the Salty Runbacks. It
could be a new channel
or something. Jesus.
But yeah, I think ultimately what I was saying to Travis is that the Jake and Logan Pauls and the PewDiePie, they bring eyes to the platform. They make YouTube truckloads of money. Even though the Janelle chicken blowing up, she's not bringing in the money to YouTube that Jake and Logan Paul are bringing in.
Well, but I'll tell you, some people who are. I mean, you look at someone like Markiplier. You look at people that I don't even know are bringing in the same amount of money and sometimes more than the people that are causing problems. So the point is everyone is disposable. They are. Literally everyone on YouTube is disposable, but they're treating certain people like they aren't. And Twitch is really bad about this. I don't understand. Now, I'm barely on Twitch. I am barely on Twitch.
I'm gonna probably blindly agree with you on Twitch.
But Twitch is what is up with this whole females don't get in trouble for nothing thing. I am blown away.
It's a double standard, but there's a double standard, and this is somewhat controversial to say, but it's isn't there a little bit of that same double standard in life? To Viper's point, and the point I made in the article is we're getting mad and we're getting upset about how things are on the internet, but I'm like, how much of this is in the real world would this not play out the same?
Yeah, the cute chicks with the big,
But not just that, but not just cute chicks, but I mean, dudes like Jake and Logan in the real world get away with shit all the time.
Every time.
Sure, yeah.
Come on. Yeah. It's but you try that, Travis, see what happens, right?
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Walking While Black is bad. What are you talking about?
Right.
I'm saying, man.
I'm just saying, let's not pretend that in real life that double standards and different rules apply for people, and we don't like it and we don't love it. But I'm saying it's why did we think the internet was going to be this special, magical, egalitarian place where the hierarchy of the real world doesn't apply?
And that's my biggest problem with the article, Roberto. They always, especially with The Verge, they always want to focus on the faults of YouTube. This is not bigger than YouTube. This particular issue is way bigger than YouTube. Celebrities and A-listers have been getting away with everything for eons. Before I was gone, before you've been here, before we all been here. It's not going to change with YouTube. It's not going to change by changing some policies on YouTube.
Before celebrities, it was just being wealthy.
Right.
Before celebrities, being wealthy, being attractive, being of a certain job role or a job class, or being from a certain class of society. There have always been these hierarchies. And the thing is, I think people are frustrated with the concept of hierarchies, but to some extent, at least with YouTube, you can argue that they are hierarchies of competence in a way, a form of competence, because to be a successful YouTuber beyond algorithmic anomalies or aberrations, and even then I could still look at something and say, it's well, you're still better than most of the first attempts of most people. Most people's first attempts at something suck. And I've seen a lot of small YouTubers that maybe not got 1 million practically overnight, but I've seen people certainly get 100,000 subscribers off of 1 or 2 videos. I've definitely seen that. And the thing is, I've looked at those creators and I can't say they didn't deserve it. It's very rare for me to look at a YouTuber, even a YouTuber I don't like, that has reached a certain level and not respect the game because the market decides. And I love the world we live in a way, in the sense that now, unlike YouTube actually is not playing gatekeeper, meaning that there's an audience for so many things, and some things are very unfortunate there's an audience for, but the market is creating its own version of meritocracy regardless of tradition or what would have played out. Because look at someone like Boogie, who's not classically considered attractive, has succeeded in life beyond what normal conventional society would normally allow for. And I mean, just look at that. He's somebody who went from welfare, and he was morbidly obese and all these things, and he's changed his life. He still has a lot of ways to go, but I think that YouTube is allowing for a version of meritocracy that we haven't seen, and I still think it gets more right than wrong. To your point, Viper, I don't like when the media, whether it's The Verge or anyone else, goes on these anti-platform, whether it's YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, these anti-platform campaigns, because No one questions the fact that they're competing with these people that they're writing about for ad dollars. No one brings up that in its way is not going to be covered truly fairly, if you will, because there's not really an incentive to cover them fairly. Or, I mean, is there?
Not really. No.
So I think weirdly, whether you like a creator or dislike a creator, if you look at almost any creator with 1 million subscribers, you can at least say that you have to respect that there's a market for what they're doing.
Right.
And the market decided.
Absolutely. That's the beautiful thing about YouTube. Like you were just saying, Roberto, the market, the viewer decide who elevates and who doesn't elevate on YouTube. That like I think like you always say, the algorithm follows the viewer. So if somebody's on a platform and they're getting it done and people are gravitating towards that particular creator, then the algorithm is going to show that, and that creator is going to elevate, and then they're going to become something like a Boogie or MKBHD or somebody like that.
YouTube could push any of us in recommended all it wants, though. And here's the thing, though. Our proportionate view count versus our impressions will not dramatically change. We'll get a lot more views, but our click-through rate will, if YouTube 10x'd our impressions, our click-through rates would dip below 1% because there's a market cap for our content because we're not mainstream content. And by mainstream, I mean the average consumer doesn't give a crap about any of the things the collection of nerds here cares about. As John Prosser would say, that's a real thing, homie. There's
Can I add a quick anecdote?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, please.
So when I got the Creator on the Rise spot on the YouTube homepage for a day, I got a tremendous amount of subscribers, and then they all just went there and said, "What the hell is this? It's a bunch of weird Apple stuff," and they unsubscribed almost immediately. So I lost almost all of them over the course of a week, and it just killed my channel for a month and a half because they pushed it really hard, and it was not what people wanted.
Didn't Matt Gillen do a video to say don't go on trending because of that exact reason?
Yeah, I think I think I've heard that. That's not a specific to you thing, Renee. That's happened to pretty much almost everybody that hit Creator on the Rise. They get that spike, and then once people figure out what's going on, and we're done. Bye.
The algorithm thinks, "Oh man, God, you suck. Let's just put you in the corner for a while."
Yeah, my friend James Dharma-Wangsa, had the same thing happen. Yeah.
That's great. I mean, it makes sense though. From if you think about it from the algorithm, it's well, people are leaving this channel. It must be a crap channel. So of course,
it's not we recommended it to the wrong people. It's oh, you suck.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Take
this Renee Richie guy. He's terrible. Let's not show
so
him.
Bad. The worst.
Take Brandon saying, you got to get people to click in and keep them watching. You got to do it both.
But sometimes keeping people watching can be shallow, meaning that
that's true.
Meaning
Renee,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Roberto. Because I want to change things. Go ahead.
There's a shallow, what people don't understand sometimes is that just like in real life, if you get put on human beings are so fickle that if you got put on and you are slightly more attractive than somebody who might be making better content around the same thing, the reality is you can make slightly less as good content. But being that 5 or 10% more attractive actually would matter.
Yep.
Because human beings at the end of the day are still just human beings.
Yep.
100%.
We eat with our eyes.
Yes.
Hey, Viper.
That's good.
So Viper, you and I were talking about this. I think we were talking about this a week or so ago. So I want to ask Renee, because I know he has a background in a bunch of other media stuff. So we were talking about how in our journeys, we found a lot of support within our niche and within YouTube and everything, but there's this weird thing with journalists outside of YouTube. They don't seem to like YouTubers, and we didn't understand why, because we never really had that experience. And I know, Renee, you probably have a better idea of why YouTubers are kind of looked down upon, and how journalists, do they actually help each other, where YouTubers help each other? Can you kind of talk about that a little bit? I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, so I used to write for print back in the day, and then I blogged for a long time, and now YouTube, and it's really interesting because I remember when the bloggers started coming in and the traditional media hated them. Why are they here? They don't have backgrounds. They're not real journalists. What is online anyway? They were mad. And the thing that's really weird to me is that now bloggers are reacting to YouTubers the way the traditional media reacted to bloggers. They did not learn a thing about being on the outside and working their way in. They just now we're in. We don't want anyone else to come after us.
They became the establishment.
Yeah, and I think the blogger culture was, I don't want to say bad, because there's some John Gruber is amazing. He's super supportive of everybody in the community. But for a lot of the mainstream bloggers or a lot of the business bloggers, it was all about time on page. And so they would bury the source. They would not want to link out. You were competition to them. And at any minute that someone was on your page, they were not on their page. And I think YouTube is structurally different because everyone helped each other because they want to be in the same sidebar. Like they know that if you make a great video, maybe my video will be recommended next or next to it or something. So your success becomes my success. And in general, I know there's always exceptions, but in general, I found that the community of YouTube, even though there's definitely strengths in having a bunch of independent companies always competing, in the market, but just YouTube being one platform, I think promotes everyone helping each other a lot more, at least from my experience.
I think it's shared identity in calling yourself a YouTuber. There's a shared identity that gives you a centralized, because I think the difference between YouTube and blogging is decentralized, whereas YouTube is centralized, and therefore it does encourage more community and more of protecting your own and protecting your house, from the outside, in the sense of YouTubers rally together whenever there's like an issue. Like the community, even people who hate each other kind of band together and say, no. Like this isn't going down this way. So yeah.
I think Renee hit it on the head though. I think the blogger felt like YouTubers weren't authentic because the barrier to entry for YouTubers is pretty much non-existent. Basically, it just depends on how much work you put in. But even the YouTubers that put in the grind and the work, like a MKBHD or people like that, the bloggers still don't respect them because at the end of the day, they don't feel like those YouTubers had that proper barrier, they didn't practice.
Oh, do you remember when Marquez had the Sapphire iPhone screen and there was like these bloggers going, I don't understand. Why is people talking about this Marquez Brownlee person with his Sapphire? Who is this? And like he had 3 million subscribers and nobody had ever heard of this blog, but he was like it's like James Charles goes to England and nobody knows nobody knows in traditional media why there's traffic. And they're like, why doesn't he just shine a laser through that screen? It'll tell him immediately if it's Sapphire or not. I don't understand why he doesn't know how to shine but nobody's watching you with your laser, dude.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But
it's these academics it's because here's the thing. These academics and quote unquote credentialed people don't actually respect the average consumer. They leverage them, but they don't have a connection with the average consumer and they consider themselves separated and above, whereas YouTubers feel accessible and relatable. It's the same thing with celebrity culture and why celebrities are rushing to YouTube. Celebrities are realizing that they lose something by not being connected to their actual fan base and not being an actual like human being and being a commodity. And so they realize that separation actually has a price. And the thing is, academics and some journalists and some people don't realize that they've kind of separated themselves from the average consumer.
Didn't even think about it that way, but that is a very good point. But the other point I was trying to make, I think, which is the part of it too, is that the bloggers and the journalists don't respect YouTubers because YouTubers don't have those entry points. They don't have to have degrees and they don't have the paperwork to back them up. They just have to work in the grind that YouTubers have to do to get even noticed on this platform. So, and the journalists aren't on the platform unless they're like Renee or people like that. So they don't understand the work that YouTubers have to even put in to become noticed on the platform. So it's a disconnect, but hopefully we're trying to get together, trying to work it out, but it's a process.
Well, it's like people don't call people. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say in the best of all worlds, people who are good at media would get good at different kinds of media, and people who are in one kind of media would learn enough about the other one to take the strengths and advantages of it. And we'd sort of have hyper informed commentary on every platform, but it takes a long time, I think, to get stable.
Yeah.
Well, Renee, you learned, and you came up and you respected like what YouTube is as a platform, and like, how do you talk to people who kind of like don't understand it or don't understand why you've embraced the platform? And also, what do you say to people who like don't think that it's quote unquote a real job or real work, considering now what goes into it? Because I know that you have people, even people in the mainstream traditional media. There was someone at Fox, I believe, who was, I was watching an interview that two of my friends, they wrote a book about young people, 2 billion under 20, and they were interviewed at Fox. And it was Jared Kleinert and Stacey Ferrer. And they were talking about this young woman who's a YouTuber that like literally retired her mom and bought her mom a house. And this female news anchor at Fox was criticizing. I don't remember which anchor it was. She was criticizing and saying that that's not a real job and talking about someone working in their pajamas. And I'm like, and yet this YouTuber could outwork that woman, because if that woman had to do what a YouTuber does to put on the news, after 30 days, she'd lose her mind, curl up in a corner and cry somewhere if she had to be a YouTuber.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting. I had to explain to to Revenue Canada what a YouTuber was the other day, and it was one of the most bizarre experiences. Because they're like, you're claiming this, and what is this? How did you make any money? And it's just the whole thing, and blogging too. I had to explain the whole thing to them, and they had no concept of it. Was like talking a foreign language. So it hasn't permeated the culture yet. There's
Everybody's an independent media company. The end.
Yeah, but it's totally perplexing to people, I think, who grew up like in the 50s and went to work every day, sat behind a desk and did data entry or something. It doesn't. It's like, I guess, like trying to explain a Hollywood career to somebody 50, 60 years ago. The interesting thing for me is that there seems like there are people who seem like to work really, really hard in any career, and other people who seem to just fall into it. Like there was this big problem in podcasts for a while where people were pushing back against, it shouldn't just be two people talking into a microphone saying whatever comes to mind. You should have like NPR style production and staging and music and all of this, like put a lot of work into it. And nobody really talked about the quality of the content, because it doesn't really matter the process. Like you can have two people speaking, like the Dalai Lama and his buddy, and it'll be the best podcast in the universe. Yeah. You can have a guy Uber producing it, and it'll just be a bunch of empty garbage. It makes sort of no difference. It's the product that matters. And I think that's how I've talked to bloggers, because when they see the reach of YouTube and they look at it and they see like this video had 10 million views, sure, there are some like reviews that have gotten 10 million impressions in blogs, but when you just look at the scale of like a Marquez Brownlee, or you look at a scale, the comments, that used to be forums. Like that used to be back in the day, that used to be blog comments, that used to be forums. Yeah. But all that has moved to social media, or moved to Twitter, which is a quasi social platform as well. And
to community platforms like Discord.
Yeah, and all of that is a profound change, and I think some people just don't like it. And unfortunately,
do you think, Renee,
will change it?
Do you think, Renee, that people are defensive of their own previous experience, and therefore they're protective of that? Like the reason that they are insistent on either credentials or production is, one, they want that barrier to entry there because they're scared, and then two, do you think like maybe that also that's their way sometimes of dealing with their insecurity of the fact of if the barrier to entry or the barrier to success is now no longer production or credentials, and it's value and charisma or connection, and they look at themselves and they feel that they're lacking, do you think that it's from insecurity, and that do you think that that's part of it?
Yeah, I think in general change is hard. Like, and you see this in any industry that goes through a fundamental shift, is that you have a set of skills that you spent years building up and you think they have a certain value, and then the world changes on you, and it creates incredible resentment, especially if you feel ill-equipped to move on. Like you were making the wooden toys, and all of a sudden Hasbro spins up, starts pumping out G.I. Joes at like a ludicrous rate. You're like, but my toys are better. And yeah, maybe they are. But it's just the world has moved on, and that's hard in a lot of industries, especially if you feel like you can't change, or you feel like your skill set is not appropriate for whatever like maybe you were never good as a print writer, but your blog is super popular, but you don't feel like you could do anything on YouTube. YouTube becoming popular is then like an existential threat to you.
But do you think that that's a lack of humility of not realizing that we all serve at the pleasure of the market?
Yeah, and also I think there's a lot of
values, our responsibility.
Like you believe
our intrinsic values, our responsibility.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of entitlement. Like people think that they're owed, that they deserve, that that things should be handed to them, and it never works that way. And yet we're surprised every single time.
Mm-hmm. Like Travis, Viper, do you guys feel like you're seeing that kind of entitlement creep into the YouTube community? Because it's been over a decade now, and there are a lot of people wondering why they haven't been put on. And they come up with all these reasons, but do you think that there's some entitlement there?
You go, Vype. I'm not sure about that one.
I don't know. Kind of, but I think that it goes more to why the person is on YouTube in the first place, as opposed to just having that sense of entitlement. I think if people are on the platform to get rich, get famous, and for whatever reason they don't get as rich and famous as fast as they think they should or whatnot, then yeah, they have that sense of entitlement that creeps in. But as far as having a general sense of entitlement, I don't really sense that too much. But I think it's more tied to why a creator is on the platform in the first place.
Well, no, I've seen some entitlement. I've seen entitlement by some of the. I've seen it surprisingly by some of the newer people, which is what's really funny.
Ooh. But I think that's a culture shift. Yeah.
It must be, because I see like, oh, these people all they have to do is do a video with Minecraft and they get thousands of views. All I got to do is do a video with Minecraft because I'm just as cool as they are, and that's the way it works. And it's not. I mean, I know, and I talk to people all the time. And it's so funny, and like, yeah, no, that's not it at all, man. That's there's so much more to it.
And I think there's a such thing now as just wanting to be a YouTuber for the sake of being a YouTuber, which I'm like, that's not it, Chief. That's that's not no one cares that you want to be famous. No one cares that you want to be a YouTuber. What are you delivering to the market? Like, who are you serving? Who are you entertaining? Who are you like? What's the point?
Yeah, like, what story do you have to tell?
What is your value? Yeah.
Yeah. What is your value? Like, and here's the thing, like, I have a video. I'm going to tease you guys with a video because I'm going to like literally call people out, and that quality content has nothing to do with views. Because here's the thing. And people are going to be like, Roberto, how blasphemy. Quality content doesn't have anything to do with views. Value does. Quality content has to do with people subscribing to you. Quality content has to do with watch time. Quality content has to do with engagement. But views are predicated on perceived value to the consumer, meaning that the views for an obscure piece of tech are not going to be there. But the views, as you guys know, when you cover something like a flagship phone, the views are there because that's a mainstream awareness that proliferates in the mainstream market. And that's what consumers are looking at and what they're curious about. When you guys cover headsets with like, people are into music. So headphones have been with us culturally for a very long time. And like, I think all of us have a collection at this point. Like, I know I'm certainly building one up, but yeah, I think that people feel like because they showed up, they feel entitled to an audience, and they feel entitled to a round of applause for showing up. I'm like, you're in rehearsal mode, homie. Like, I would remind people, Marquez did 100 videos to get 74 freaking subscribers. PewDiePie did 100 videos to get 2,500 subscribers. I was talking to Mr. Beast, and he confirmed that he did 100 videos to get his first 1,000 subscribers. Even I got more out of my first 100 videos than all of those dudes. They all disproportionately have more subscribers than me in proportion to their work and their effort, because not all content is equal and not all value is equal to a consumer. Like, more people are into Minecraft than I believe are into, say, I think it's an easy argument to make. There's a bigger audience for Minecraft than there is for Overwatch, Yeah. But if you just happen to be really
into, like everybody is like, when you just talk to people in general these days, they all feel like they're the star of their own live stream, even if they're not on the internet. It's just we've all grown up watching so much TV and so much reality TV now, and there's so many social media applications that just it's not like people are shy or they don't want any publicity, or that you put that camera on me. It's like everybody's ready to give an autograph and be on air instantly all the time. It's a very different culture.
But they're not ready to. But they're not ready to grind and learn. They're not ready to grind and spend their first 1,000 hours in an editing bay learning LumaFusion or learning Final Cut or learning Adobe. They don't want to spend even 100 hours doing that before they get an audience. They don't want to have to. They want to do everything in one take and realize that you haven't earned the right to just do it in one take and live with it in post. You have to get good. No one wants to learn audio production, and no one wants to learn how to do adaptive noise reduction.
Nobody
or noise
wants to work
gating,
in any field.
Lighting. No one wants to. Everyone wants to use the auto settings on their damn camera. No one wants to actually learn the damn exposure triangle and learn how to actually white balance their damn camera or any of that. No. I just click, go upload to the internet. No one wants to learn SEO. No one wants to learn optimization. It's like, oh, why do I need vidIQ? Why do I need TubeBuddy? It's like so-and-so didn't, like, so-and-so is a big YouTuber. They don't do any of that. They just do whatever in the title and thumbnail and everything like that. It's like, Frigger, you didn't do anything to earn the right to just do whatever you want. Like, Casey earned that shit. Come on.
Is it fair to say it's harder now? Because when you there's so much more on YouTube, and there's so many established people on YouTube that it is harder now.
Renee, It's not even that, Renee. It's like I posted in a tweet earlier today. YouTube in general is hard. Shooting is hard. Editing is hard. Promoting is hard. SEO is hard. It's all hard, Renee. None of them is easy.
I'd argue that everything in life gets harder. The barrier to entry can either rise or shift. And I think that saturation of a market or competition, because you say, yes, there's more people in YouTube, but if you were an early YouTuber, and there are plenty of people who were, the reality is a lot of the early YouTubers didn't last anyway.
That's true.
So,
yeah.
And then they didn't get to experience they got to experience all the pains of a developing platform versus an established, more stable, I would argue, platform with better features and with a larger pool of awareness and overall audience. There were years where there was no pathway at all, no matter what you made, to 1 million subscribers for years, and you were capped at silver for a very long time. And so now there are 2 billion people on YouTube to siphon from. And if you weren't in certain countries, if you weren't a Westerner, then there wasn't a pathway to YouTube success for you. There wasn't even AdSense revenue for you. And in many countries, that's actually still very low on the totem pole of you can't make a living on YouTube. If you don't really live in the Western market, AdSense is irrelevant pretty much. Like, it's a nice to have, and it's very hard. And the reason MCNs exist is actually, in many cases, a lot of people don't know this. If you live in America, you've got it good because you don't necessarily need an MCN. But if you live in certain countries, because of the banking laws over there, because they don't acknowledge like internet like income in the same way, if you live in another country, you need an MCN just to be able to get paid, because all you have is PayPal or Venmo to be able to get this internet money. And so because they don't work with your banking institution. Like, if you don't work with one of the major banking institutions because you don't live in the States and everything, it's hard for AdSense to be meaningful for you. So like, a lot of people say YouTube is harder, and I would say it depends on what your pain point is, because I would argue that good camera gear is cheaper than it's ever been. Good audio gear, cheaper than it's ever been. We have better video editing software and better free video editing tools. Like, for free video editing tools, you cannot beat DaVinci Resolve right now. iMovie is better than it's ever been. And then in terms of cheap tools under $100, LumaFusion is baller on a budget. Like LumaFusion. In fact, actually, Janelle, so fun fact, she actually reached out to me in Instagram DMs. She actually edits with LumaFusion. Just like our boy Jonathan Morrison showed us that anything is possible with mobile editing now, and the ARM architecture and all this cool stuff that's happening, is that you can do 4K 60 and edit and render that in LumaFusion, and it's butter. And it's butter. She said that like Premiere Pro is just too much of a learning curve for her right now, which I sympathize with, because, you know, I'm a big Adobe fan, but I know that it's hard on people. And I tell everybody, hey, if you don't want to get on Adobe Premiere or even Final Cut Pro for either learning curve or expense, you've got great apps like Filmora now, which our friend Daniel Battelle is a big advocate for Filmora. Filmora 9 Pro is awesome. And it's cheap. DaVinci Resolve is free. And it's like, it's criminal how good that is for free. You know what I'm saying? Live stream platforms, we got StreamYard now, and that's relatively free to affordable for people who want to do like live stream. Like Viper, to be very real with you, I don't think the stream has ever been better than like since you did StreamYard, man. It's like, so I think that the barrier to entry to produce quality content is lower than it's ever been. Even if all you have is a smartphone and a tripod and outdoor lighting or window lighting, I think you can make better quality content today starting as a YouTuber in terms of the barrier to entry on your technology, your gear, your resources. Like if you're broke, or like, we know people who've had to do their YouTube channel from a smartphone financially, and it's not been a barrier to, you know, Mr. Beast got to 100,000 subscribers on a smartphone on a like iPhone 5.
Yep.
Like Mr. Beast got to 100,000 on an iPhone 5. I would argue that it's never been a better time to start YouTube, because one, there's more people in terms of average consumers on the platform for you than ever. There's more internet culture and awareness than ever. And there are untapped markets in terms of interest. And in terms of things being saturated, I would say the platform is saturated with a bunch of shit. And so it's perfect to grow. It's perfect to grow.
In podcasts, if this was similar to YouTube, so in podcasts, initially it was almost all tech because they were the early adopters. They had the skills to use the programs, access to them. And so like it was like Twit, Leo Laporte, all those shows came out very early, but then over time it just grew and grew, and now you have like Serial, and it's true crime and story, and it looks to me like YouTube is the same, because for a while all I saw was tech videos. Now there's makeup videos, entertainment videos, and it seems like all the like tech initially is huge on the platform, and then over time everything else comes up, and those things become sometimes even bigger than the tech channels are.
I'm cataloging the top 5,000 global channels, and then I'm trying to get data on the top 5,000 US channels, because for me that's slightly more relevant to me, or English speaking channels. It's funny because I've been trying to categorize them. This is like one of my little side projects, because people don't realize how much time I spend researching, that's like actually all my time is in researching and going down these rabbit holes and running my business, versus like, it doesn't take that much time for me to make content anymore. But the funny thing I noticed was YouTube itself isn't saturated. It's different verticals in YouTube that feel saturated. But even among that saturation, there's sameness, which means that if you come with something different, opportunity exists. And the thing is, though, here's the thing. You could still be a baller and mad successful financially if you're capped at silver. You don't have to get a gold play button. You don't need 1 million subscribers. Like our friend John Prosser, primary example. Front Page Tech struggled for years until he got a few key things and got super focused, and boom, 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 boom. And then focus, immediately rewarded with focus and with taking advantage of the moment and going against the grain, because everybody was pro iPhone 10 and Prosser's like, nah, man, this ain't it. Goes a different way, gets attention, blows up, leans in, keeps going, then changes his format, gives them Front Page Tech, but like plays roulette with like, okay, serious John, funny John, angry John. Like you don't know which Front Page Tech you're going to get, but it's all Front Page Tech. And then like, look at him now, right? Very successful. He's doing better than some YouTubers that have 1 million subscribers in tech. I can tell you that personally. Like without throwing out numbers and names, I can tell you that there are a couple of channels with 1 million subscribers that are not as successful as Front Page Tech in their same niche. But it is because John offers something different. The same thing with Drew from Tylosive. He offers something different. Different is better than better, and different gives the market variety, and viva la différence. What you're doing, Travis, you're doing something different. It's a different flavor than what people are used to, and that's gaining some ground, And our boy Jeff, El Jefe, his personality, I think, really is what people come for. Is they like the person as a person more than as a product presenter. The product is not center stage. The product lures people in. They stay for Jeff, though. They straight up stay for Jeff. They're not there for the cinematics. They're not there for the editing. They're there for Jeff. Like really and truly. And
okay,
I
when
think
you say
that,
focus, just because it can mean different things to different people, what do you mean by focus?
Yes. Well, I think that that's the key, is to find what focus can mean for you. For some people, focus could be not diversifying their formats, for example. For some other people, it could be focusing on a product category or a brand. Focus for Drew became focus on the narrative, focus on the community of Apple enthusiasts and Apple loyalists, and lean into that and not play middle of the road or play the unbiased person. So he focused on his narrative and his core audience, right? And that helped him focus his formats. And that could mean something specific. Some creators realize that they don't even have to change their content, but if they focus on title structure and thumbnails that perform, their channel instantly will blow up and change. Some creators realize that if they focus on the first 15 seconds of their videos is where they're dropping off like 20-30% of the audience, and they realize that if they focused on tightening up the intro and getting a better hook, that all of a sudden that 20 or 30 drop off dips to 15 or dips to 10, and then their channel performs better because they're not losing sessions. They're not getting people exiting or bouncing. Their bounce rate dropped. So if you then cut your bounce rate in half, cut your bounce rate in a third by focusing on that, when people find a quote unquote problem to focus on, or they find what they're doing well and they triple down, there's magic in focus, and it's why it's like the first pillar of my like video success system thing, like that I've been like trying to promote more, get more people training around. Like my entire content as far as stuff for content creators is going to focus on the 9 to 10 pillars, because like the 10th pillar is the secret pillar, because the 10th pillar is profit. But like my 9 pillars in the video success system are what I've seen. I looked at my own, like what happened for creators that I know that were successful, what happened for my clients that were successful, what did they do? And I looked hard at people like Jason, and I looked hard at John and Drew and people in our community. And I found whenever people do these 9 things, or if one of these 9 things there is a problem for them and they fix it, they immediately do better. Like it's like that.
Word. All right, I'm gonna go get a hamburger, I think.
By the way, Travis, by the way, I wanted to ask you something real quick just before you go, because like, you know, I've been talking about fitness and weight loss goals and stuff like that. It's like when I saw you at VidCon, I felt like you'd been working out a little bit.
Nah, I've been working out them burgers. I don't know on my Instagram, but I was posting the biggest milkshake chocolate thing. What I've never seen such a thing. It defeated me.
Well, people don't realize that if you work out enough, like you can kind of eat what you want to some extent.
Yeah, I'm not working out at the moment. I'm going to though. It's on my schedule. It's literally scheduled on Outlook.
I think that like, because like, you know, like, because I'm serious. When I saw you at VidCon, I was like, okay, like, you know, it's like it felt different, but maybe it's just because like, yeah,
I'm big bone.
But like, yeah, but like I think when you start like working out, I think that like you're gonna also see when you see, like, here's what I'm gonna see for you, because I've seen this with a lot of content creators. If you start working out, your on-camera presence increases.
No, I'm totally aware of that. I've been thinking about it, which is why I actually scheduled the time, because I know the only way to get anything done with me is to schedule it. And I know it's important because, you know, now I'll be at Vid Summit, which I'm super excited about. I want to make sure that presentation, the first time, for anyone who might know who the hell I am. I don't know who that is.
No, I'm so happy for you, man.
Cool. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm super excited. So are you going, Renee? Probably not though, right?
No, I'm still trying to learn all about. I went to VidCon for the first time, but I scheduled for the wrong week, so I got there and only had time to meet with sponsors and then leave.
You should go.
Not the worst thing.
It was great, but I just felt real stupid and decided to have to, you know, do more learning.
Yeah, no, Vid Summit's where it's at. That's the one.
I told my friend I'd see him Thursday, and he's like, "It's this week, moron. Just get on a plane."
All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna have these burgers. It was nice meeting you, Renee. Of course, Roberto. You know how we do it. Invite you, man.
Nice meeting you, sir.
Great.
Thanks, Travis.
There you are, buddy. Oh no, wait.
Yeah, you got it right. You got it.
Yeah. All right, guys. Peace and love.
Later, man.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I love Travis. He's such a good dude.
Yeah, Travis is cool, man. Travis is legit. Renee, what else is going on in your world, man? You've been doing a lot of traveling lately, it seems like.
Usually it's the fall. The fall is when it gets super nutty. But I remember, like, back in the day, there'd be CES in January, and then maybe something in the spring, and then you could take time off, and then it wouldn't be busy until September. But it just feels like it's busy all the time now.
Dude, tech is a year-round thing, definitely. Whew.
You want to tell people to stop, but then you realize you want all the new tech, so you can't.
So I guess the real question is, do you have any travel plan before September, or are you done until September?
I never know. I do have some, but I never know what they're about until I actually get there. And like Apple Card comes out in August. Like, who knows when this stuff is coming out anymore?
Yeah, they never really told us when Apple Card was coming. They just dropped it on us all the time.
And Note 10 comes out this week. I mean, it's August still. I mean, it's just the whole thing is there's so much stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay, tech season is officially in full swing right now. We're in there. We're it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it's exciting. Like I'm looking forward to the fact that like I have so much travel coming up, but at the same time I almost dread it a little bit. Yeah. But I am glad that I'm finally going to, because interestingly, so I've hung out with Jenna before, but I have not ever met Justine. And so since I'm going to Sony Camera Camp, I'm going to camp. Yay, I get to go to YouTuber Sleepaway Camp. I get to go to Camera Camp. So I'm going to finally get to meet Justine. I don't know if we'll get a chance to collab or anything, but it's just going to be exciting to meet one of my favorite all-time creators, somebody I've watched for years. Because actually, I think I was watching. I remember watching Justine back in the days of Justin TV, like Justin TV live stream, because I'm old internet. Like me and Justine are actually the same age. Like she is just a couple of months older than me because she is in March and I'm in June.
She was at my first, I think it was her first Macworld too. The first Macworld I ever covered, we both showed up and didn't know anybody, and it was a lot of fun. And then
nice.
And now they're Apple playing like virtual ping pong.
Yeah, it was her and Lisa Bettany. I think she was with Lisa Bettany back then, who's now taking a lot of time off.
Is that Lisa from
Mostly
Mobile
Lisa.
Tech Review?
No, mostly Lisa, the photographer, who's
okay.
Legit awesome too. But yeah, it's amazing how far along she's been doing this and how well she's been doing it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like I think she's one of the like smartest and most underrated people. Like I think she's mad underrated. The same for my friend Sarah Dici. Like I think that that Justine, Sarah Dici, and Jacqueline from Nothing But Tech, like I think that they're like Crystal Laura, I think they're all drastically underestimated and underrated. And people would say like, how is Justine underrated with like how many like subscribers she has? But it's like, but honestly, people really don't understand how smart she is.
No, they don't. They see the bubbly personality and the way that she gets excited about technology. And they like you said, she is vastly underrated.
It's that same gripe I have where like, and I mentioned this before, where cynicism is conflated with intelligence and negativity with honesty. And she's optimistic. And so people think that she can't be serious or honest, but it's not true. She's legit excited about all this stuff. And it's amazing. Like, I wish I could rub off. Like, it would just be
happier. Like, I feel bad for people that don't like, cause that's a whole subsection of YouTube, by the way, is skepticism and cynicism. And what people don't realize is that optimistic and positive people are not only happier, and they're stronger and they're more confident, because the thing is, people who are optimistic and positive are also confident off of camera. And all of these internet tough guys that are bitter, cynical, like, you know, like pills, like in the real world, all they are is angry, insecure bullies. And the thing is, like, if they have to, if people are going to choose in the real world, they'll always choose that optimistic, bubbly person in the real world over this person, because that other person is a downer. Once you get past the edginess, they're just a downer and they're a burden to be around. And you'll just be grateful for that more lighthearted person real damn quick.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like at Android events, but like at Apple events, you see Justine and Marquez and they're like mobbed. People just even like press mobs them. And like the people who are what I would categorize as just like, they just hate everything. They're off in the corner by themselves alone, like shrunk up at the table. And they're not mingling. They're not talking to people. They're not having fun. And Marquez and I just are having the time of their lives. It's amazing.
Exactly. And that's just like, and that's the difference. And therein lies the difference, because like there's a difference between not being popular because people aren't into the things that you're into. And there's a difference between not being popular because people don't like your personality. Like, and the thing is, you know, Justine was the tomboy and was like misunderstood, like growing up, because she was into nerd and geek culture stuff when that was not expected of a girl, where people thought, oh, you should be like a little princess. She's a person that's excited, that's saying they're building a computer. She's the person that literally thinks it's fun and funny and is like, oh, screw all you guys. I'm going to go take a senior portrait with my Mac, like, you know, with my one true love, like, you know, like, and that's who she was before there was an internet to get likes and views, or rather a social media. Remember when me and Justine were seniors in high school is 2002. There's no YouTube. There's no Instagram. There's not even MySpace just yet. Like, there is nobody to put on this. This is not real media. This is not an act. There's nobody to perform for. This is like nerd shit. We are going to get ostracized.
Monetize the crap out of it. Like, I think people see how well you can monetize negativity on the internet and fall into that trap. And there's like whole subreddits and whole channels where people are just hating on things all the time.
None of it has lasted for a decade. But nobody who's been nobody negative like that has lasted for a decade without somewhat faking their negativity and doing the like. I believe that there are personalities in YouTube that are kind of like I've always had a theory, because there was this Will Ferrell movie that you guys may or may not remember called The Last Supper, where they kind of did a satire and parodied Will Ferrell off of radio personality Rush Limbaugh, and Courtney B. Vance was in it. I don't know if you guys remember him from Law and Order. Courtney B. Vance was the district attorney, and so he was in it, and it turned out that this guy was faking this Rush Limbaugh-like personality, this extremist radio personality, and that he was actually very moderate or very amenable to the arguments of all these young people. And these young people were kind of like, were contriving to whether they had a moral obligation to like poison his wine, so to speak. Like, you know, that's why it's called The Last Supper.
But that's common. Like, I've met a lot of people who have outrageous online personalities, and they're just very rational, normal, middle of the road people off the air.
Ding, ding, ding.
It was startling to me.
And that's what the film was a commentary on, is that it's like we're actually all more middle of the road than we might project when there's an audience or a crowd, or you play to the crowd, so to speak, or you go where the audience is. Just like we were talking about the algorithms earlier, is that, well, like in some ways people are pandering, and that's not their authentic self.
And they'll say that's just a persona, or that's just a character.
I believe that positive people, like people think that a lot of positive people are fake happy, and then they'll use the one time you have a bad day to say that, see, you've been fake happy. It's like, no, you're a human being, and that's a spectrum, and happiness is moment to moment. But being angry all the time is so exhausting that one would argue that it has no sustainability, not only for your audience, because at some point you become desensitized. And I've always had this belief that people who are negative, especially young people who are negative, go through this long period of possible negativity. Then they become neutral or agnostic. And then after that reset, they remember how exhausting and tiring and painful it was to be negative all the time. And they're ripe for the picking when it's time to go to a positive direction. So once you've gone through your valley of negativity, once you've peaked negativity, you flatline to neutral, and then it's only up from there, because no one goes back to pain. No one goes back to suffering. No one goes back to that exhausting grind of how hard you had to work to be angry, because it's unsustainable. You go to clean energy after that. You go to like, I just want the good things, and give me the puppies, and give me dogs on the internet. Give me dogs of Twitter. Give me all that, because the other stuff was too exhausting.
Yeah, I love
Anger's unsustainable.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not sustainable at all. You're absolutely right about that.
Not even from a business standpoint is anger a sustainable business model, because like I said, eventually everyone wants a happy ending. Eventually everyone wants a good life. Like, so you can't, your only good news if you're dealing in negativity is that there's always a crop of new angry people, especially new angry young men, it seems. And so there's always going to be a market for it. But the culture of that market will always move and shift with a new generation of what they're angry about will just change. And who is angry about it will just change. And who's angry about it will change. I mean, you guys remember the 90s? Do you remember who used to be angry at video games? But then it changed, and now it's back. But now we're right back to the 90s of the same people being angry about video games that were angry about video games in the 90s. The same people who were like, video games are the devil, Pokemon's the devil, Mortal Kombat's the devil, are right back at it. We had a period of time where that shifted and it was another group, and now we're right back to where we were at Circular.
I thought Dungeons and Dragons was the devil. I can't keep up.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. And now it's so funny. It's like, I remember literally Pokemon is the devil, and now with Pokemon Go, it's like, oh, come for Pikachu, stay for Jesus. Like, because churches are Pokemon centers. Tech Rant says, if you're too positive, then you're labeled a shill or a fake. And if you're too negative, then you're a hater or a whiner. It's hard to be yourself on either side. I understand. I agree with you, man. And my answer is if you're judging me and you don't know me, then fuck you.
Woo! Here it is.
My thing is,
you can criticize people's content. You can criticize people's content all you want. You can criticize their delivery, their execution, their format. But if you dare to make assumptions or assertions about their character and you haven't talked to them and everything like that, you're asking to be embarrassed. And because because you can't judge people you don't know.
Amen.
Like, you really can't. You can judge their actions. You can judge and criticize their content. You can criticize their ideas. But if you then try to assert their character, if they have not done something to another person specifically, but if you try to make assertions about someone's character based on their content, fuck you.
What were you about to say, Renee?
No, I was going to say, like, you can be enthusiastic about technology without loving every single implementation of it. They're two very different things.
Yeah.
Like I super love technology. I want all of it. I realize that some versions of it, like individual phones or gadgets or whatnot, cannot be good. But that doesn't mean I hate technology all of a sudden. And the other thing that I find hard is that it's like on either side, if you just call someone a hater or a troll or a fanboy or a sheep or a poly, all of those things is dismissive. Like it's an argument without you having to put any work into it. It says like no matter what you say, no matter what points you have, instead of trying to have a factual discussion with you, I'm just going to label you as a way to make you not exist.
Yeah, I think people are always quick to bring out, like you guys were saying earlier about Justine, if she has a bad date and people are like, oh, she's being fake and things like that. People are always quick to try to bring out the negative, and it's just like, whatever, dude.
People are looking for attacks and weaknesses, and the people like that are sad because you see that's the only way that they can feel good about themselves is to say that you're no better than me, because that's their chip on their shoulder. Is they think that everybody is looking down on them instead of giving people a reason to look up to them. Instead of giving people a reason to look up to you, you're worried about dragging people down because you think that they're putting themselves above you or they're putting on airs, and therefore you're hiding under the guise usually of wanting to keep them accountable or humble them or make them realize that they're no better. And the reality is it's like, no, they're better than you because of the simple fact that you can only feel better by tearing down somebody else instead of building yourself up. Gary Vee would say that there are two ways to have the biggest building in town: build the biggest effing building or tear down the biggest building until yours is bigger. And the thing is, which one you decide to do says a lot about you and nothing about the other guy or gal. And that's what people don't understand.
Famous Buddhist saying is that you can either grow your line or cut another person's line, and cutting another person's line never grows anything.
Exactly. And so that's why I'm very aggressive about what my views are of the community and certain things in that regard, because I think that there's more than enough success for everybody, but I also think that people have to take responsibility for their success. It's why I'm willing to acknowledge the problems of the social media platforms, but I'm also not willing to say to most people that, well, that's why you're successful. And if only they change the rules, you would, because I think that's a load of shit, because I think that you could give creators their entire wish list. Number one, YouTube would go out of business very quickly. And then two, even if you did, all the people complaining would still not have the outcome that they want because they never took responsibility for their standards.
So I remember this, you hear this in the App Store too. If Apple just did this, then everything would be great. And it wouldn't. But even going back to I used to work in marketing, and we would hire marketing associates. They'd be like, oh, you're using Maximizer. If you just use Salesforce, we would make so much more money. And then you switch to Salesforce and they would just quit. And the next one would come, oh, you're using Salesforce. You just switch to Microsoft CRM. No, it was always, if you just, then it would be successful instead of making it successful with what you had.
Yeah, someone in the comments was also saying that there's no middle ground anymore either. Like if you have any differing opinion, you're one extreme or the other. And I agree that unfortunately, that's the place that we've come to, because it becomes an easy way to demonize or devalue or diminish people is by branding them with an association that allows you to radically otherize them. See, that's something that no one's talking about. And that's a phrase that's not being used, is radically otherizing someone.
Yeah.
And that's real. That's real by creating a dichotomy or creating opposition, and then making sure that you frame anybody who's not on board with you as direct opposition, and an opposition of an extreme and unpalatable sort. You now discredit them entirely, and you dehumanize them entirely, and that makes it easier to justify anything horrible that you do to them.
Yeah, Roberto.
And nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah, I think we had a real life instance of this, 2 days ago, with that Twitch girl who said that who people thought said the word, but she really didn't say the word. And
I saw you bringing up that, and it's like, I'm very quick to say we don't need to break out pitchforks over that or draw a line in the sand, which I take heat from Black Twitter for that, on a regular basis, for defending PewDiePie. I get called all kinds of things for defending PewDiePie and for being a fan of PewDiePie when it comes to Black Twitter, because I'm just not on board with the mob, so to speak. Yeah. Because I believe in nuance, because the reality is that it's I know that I grew up in an era pre-social media where IRL, me and my friends, when there was no internet and no smartphone video recording devices, we used to make very dark, edgy, crass jokes in our 20s with each other in a closed room circle of where we felt very comfortable with each other to literally just say offhanded, really crazy stuff to each other. Like the guys, the girls, and like we were like a mixed blended group. You know, we had representation of like pretty much everybody in our group. And so as a tight friend group of like the 9 of us that like, you know, kind of grew up together, we said things to each other in jokes. And we actually used to do funny, like, but in real life, we used to do in real life diss tracks on each other because again, no social media yet. This is like early 2000s, late 90s, right? So we had this different culture, and, you know, arguably people were, I guess, less sensitive at the time. And again, there wasn't the exacerbation of internet culture yet. And so I like when I grew up and even in my early 20s, we used to make very edgy jokes with each other, and that was like safe. Today, nobody can do that, even with their friend group, in case it gets recorded or leaked or whatever. And that's a little sad in a way, because I understand that these things are, when these things are done as an attack, they're hateful and hurtful and they're outrightly wrong. But I think that people don't look at intent and don't look at who people are, and they take one hot take moment wildly out of context to say that that's the real you, like in the Kevin Hart situation, or when some people were trying to go after David Dobrik from tweets from like 6 years ago or something like that. 6 years ago, David Dobrik was like, what, like 17, 16, and the internet was different. Twitter was toxic as hell. Like, come on. Like, no, and no one took Twitter seriously. Twitter was a national platform 6 years ago. Twitter was a corner of the internet that nobody cared about. 6 years ago.
It's about context, Roberto. Nobody, like for that girl tweet, nobody actually listened to the whole snippet of the line. If you would have listened to the whole snippet of the line very closely, you would have realized that the context of the sentence had nothing to do with saying that word, but people just heard the word and they ran with it. They didn't,
or thought they heard the word.
Right.
It wasn't even truth. There was like, it's literally fake news. It's like a narrative. It's like, oh, we can be upset about this. We can build a hate mob to attack this person. You know, it's funny because there were a lot of people, there were some folks that went after a woman because they thought she was, so there was this journalist, there was this young woman, she was an Asian journalist who said something about President Trump, right? And then supposedly her information and her identity was leaked, and then all these people went after her and were horrible and were sending threats and all this stuff. And then it turns out that it's a completely different Asian woman, and then they actually made all these public apologies as if the fact that you got the wrong person makes anything you did okay.
Right.
And like they're, oh, I'm so sorry, and oh, I'm so sorry that you got this happen to you and everything like that. We got the wrong person. It's like identifying the right person doesn't make it any better.
No, like
it doesn't make. Like I personally have had that happen, by the way, in terms of a real life thing. A real life thing, I like, this is years ago. I was at a bar that I like used to go to in North Carolina, like all the time with my friends. We were celebrating my friend's a big break he got as an actor. And then some dude, like I think 3 or 4 shades lighter than me, that didn't have dreads, and I had dreads at the time, shot up the bar. One of my other friends who's a DJ actually was crippled in the shooting. And I end up separating from my friends out the back. And I'm trying to call the police. And these 5 guys decide to do vigilante justice, think I'm the shooter, because all they know is that some black guy shot up the bar. And I'm not even close to what this guy looks like. And these 5 dudes attack and jump me until one of the employees catches what's going on and like breaks it up and runs them off. And then the police actually treated me like I was a perp until my friends at the bar and the management at the bar and everything like that. Basically, until my white friends vouched for me, I was a suspect. Yep. And I was a victim of vigilante justice. If any of these guys had been good guys with a gun, because North Carolina is an open carry state, I would be dead right now. I would be dead right now if some guys thought they were good guys with a gun. They identified only one guy who wouldn't rat on his friends. I couldn't do anything because, by the way, all these dudes were like former military or active military, and it's a military town. There's just things nothing you can do about it. They identified one guy, and so I just like didn't press any charges because I knew what the deal was, and because they also had my wallet, and so they knew where I lived. So like you just don't if you can't get them all, if you can't ID and get everybody, or even if you can, you just kind of don't do that because of how things are, right?
Yeah.
So what ended up happening was, if you look at it, if it's an open carry state, if I had been a quote unquote good guy with a gun, I'd be dead right now. If any of these vigilantes had been good guys with guns, I'd be dead right now. And the thing is, you know what the guy said when his name was identified, and when people at the bar identified him, and when he turned himself into the cops, you know what he said? He wouldn't give up his friends, but he said, look, we thought we had the guy, and we thought that we were doing our duty as citizens and as military. And he wanted to rationalize that. You got the wrong person. When we're sitting there going through this, I kept telling them, guys, just call the police. I was calling the police. Why don't you just call the cops? While I'm sitting here defending myself against 5 dudes much bigger than me that are all GIs, all built and everything like that. You know, I did a pretty decent job defending myself, all things considered, because I had no permanent injuries and I didn't lose any teeth. So like I held off 5 guys for a good minute that weren't hearing it and weren't listening to reason. But if I had because again, North Carolina is an open carry state. If I had a legal right to the Second Amendment in terms of a concealed carry permit or an open carry permit, there's not any situation in that scenario where I would have been okay, because either A, they would have assumed I was the shooter, the cops would have assumed the same thing, and that would be that until they get the right guy, which they eventually did, and I'd be screwed in the meantime, and or they would have executed me right there because of vigilante justice, because they thought they were doing their duty, they thought they were doing the right thing, and they didn't have the facts. And so I'm very sensitive to fake news. I'm very sensitive to misidentifying people. I'm very sensitive to things not having the proper context, because I've been on the extreme end of what happens when people make mistakes, when people misidentify people, or when people take things wildly out of context, or when people make judgment calls that they have no right to make. I've been in a very real way had my life threatened or almost ruined by that in a very, very real way that most people will never appreciate. And so I'm very sensitive to that. I'm very sensitive to racial profiling issues, but I also don't think you could just go around calling everyone a racist or a Nazi either. I think that you have to, I think you diminish the argument and you diminish the real victims when you do that.
Yeah, the mob mentality is not a good look. Renee, man, I know you got to be on your way. I appreciate you hopping in. I just got one last question before you leave, Renee. What are you looking forward to most with the iPhone 11?
I want to see what they do with those cameras, because it's unusual to put them into an equilateral triangle. And the rumor is they're doing smart framing, so that if you frame your photo badly, they'll pull onto the ultra wide to let you reframe it. Like if I cut off part of Roberto when we're doing a selfie, I'll be able to move the whole selfie over to get him back in frame at the same time. And that to me is the kind of stuff I love, because we spent the last 5 years trying to do computational photography to equal a DSLR. And I think we got to start going beyond what a normal camera can do. And it's features like that I think are going to get us there. So I want to know what kind of sneaky math that sort of lens array is going to let us accomplish.
Do you think that in order to accomplish that, it's virtually always on because I would imagine that in order to do that, it'd have to virtually be always on, because it's not like you can say, hey, I'm good, or does it just turn on when you open the camera app? Does it just start?
I think it's going to fire when you shoot. It's going to fire all 3 cameras, no matter what lens you're prioritizing. And then I think it'll do 2 things. I think it'll let us zoom out the way it lets us zoom in. So it'll have that sort of optical zoom out and zoom in, and it'll always shoot the wide and the close, and then sort of make a digital model of what it's shooting, and then let you move that around. I think time of flight the year after will make that even better. But I think even for now, it'll just be using that because it said that the rumor is it's not going to stay. Like you're going to have to do that edit fairly soon, because it doesn't want to keep all that data around. But for a while, it'll just fire all those cameras and then let you move the frame around within the ultra wide aspect of them.
That's interesting. I would really be interested in them also then using computational photography and rendering on the back end to also just it'd be interesting if they started to be able to give you an option to let the camera decide and choose what was the best take of a shot.
Yeah.
Like that'd be interesting to me, because I also think that if they were smart, they'd really start thinking about a variation of that, and not faux HDR, but like bracketing exposure in the sense of I don't see why they can't, in a way, take a photo if you do a group shot of using the facial recognition technology to just, let's take a shot and expose for every single face in the shot and then do a HDR merge on the back end.
Yeah, that'd be really good. And I'm hoping that they're really good at the art. Like Google's really good at algorithms, but Apple's team is really good at the artsy stuff, like making the bokeh look really like real bokeh, not just a normal disc blur, but a computational virtual lens model. And I want to see what they can do with removing distortion, because the more extreme you get with the lenses, the more extreme the distortion becomes.
Yeah,
and the
distortion
become.
and lens aberration. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so if they can
mode.
eliminate that, sorry.
And night mode. Give me night mode.
The night mode is this weird thing that Apple gets in their head that they want to be real time. Like they didn't do portrait mode until they could do it real time. They didn't enable depth effects so they could do it real time. And nobody has done night mode real time. It's all a post process. And I hope they're not religious about it, because I think it'll hurt them if they're too religious about having to do things in real time. Let some things be After Effects.
You know that Apple is religious about most things.
I know.
Like that's their biggest.
There should be a
I think
line
that's
where
their
they
biggest
know.
issue.
Yeah.
I would love to see what an agnostic Apple looks like. That'd be funny. Like if the cult of Apple now became agnostic, that would be hilarious to see, because like that becomes interesting to me. I become excited thinking about that. Like, oh, if we if we can do anything and we're not beholden to the rules or the doctrine or the holy 10 commandments of Apple, like what happens now? That's
like,
really
have
interesting.
Strong opinions, but hold them just a little bit looser.
Like I would say standards. If Apple can have standards, but I would wonder what would happen if they say, you know what, screw the rules. We've got money. Let's see what happens. Let's throw a lot of money at let's throw unlimited money at doing cool shit. And like that's what gets me excited, is the idea of people throwing unlimited resources at let's make something effing cool. Like, right?
That's what their chipset team was like that. Before that, every chipset team had to be profit and loss, and it was merchant silicon. And Apple's like, no, you make those things as fast as you can make them. And if they started doing that with more departments, that would be super interesting to see.
They've got enough money and they've got enough brand equity to, in my mind, move fast and break shit. Yeah. And that's the Apple that I remember, is that used to like move fast and break shit. Like, and I'm
You're
like,
make an antenna joke, aren't you?
No, I was gonna talk about the fact that it's like the iPod is the result of what happens when you move fast and break shit. The iMac is the result of what happens when you dare to be different and you move fast and break shit. Like the idea of a true, like I still believe that the iMac was Steve Jobs' penultimate vision of what a computer should be. And I still believe that that's true. And it saddens me that they refuse to go the distance, because if they would like stop worrying about cannibalizing the iPad and realize that the value of the iPad isn't touchscreen, the value of the iPad is portability, and they would give the iMac touchscreen and make the Apple Pencil a true appliance that works throughout the entire ecosystem of all your Apple devices. Give the MacBook Pro touchscreen, because the person who uses the MacBook Pro uses the iPad for a completely different reason.
So that's slightly different. So they are ruthless about cannibalization. Like they expect every device to have to fight for its life every year. Their main issue with the touchscreen is what Windows went through. Like Microsoft, it was not designed to be touchscreen. It's not touch friendly. They would have to go and retrofit it for touch. And that took Microsoft like 3-4 years, and they had to do it. They had no successful mobile platform. So Apple would have to, in their minds, take people off of iPad, make Mac OS do what iOS already does. And their thinking currently is that it's better just to keep evolving iPad to make that better and better than to take. So back up really quick. Microsoft has no successful modern platforms. They've been forced to bring Windows forward. Google has no legacy computer business. So all their stuff is modern, like Android and Chrome. It's all modern OS. Apple is sort of stuck in the middle. They got the traditional computing system and the super successful modern computing touch system. And their reticence is just the investment in time and resources it would take to make Mac OS another touch operating system when they feel like they already have one.
You know, it's funny you say that. I think that the same issue exists in the infrastructure of the United States and in the first world, because I think we don't have a 21st, we don't, like, not to get political, we don't have 21st century government. Like we've been beholden way too long. But I think that not having 21st century government is also economic issue for technology, because technology is moving faster than our legislation can keep up with. And we have a lot of these people, again, these people in Congress bringing someone like Google's Sundar Pichai, someone that they want to try to hold accountable that they can't begin to comprehend. And if you had people that were more modern or were technologists in your legislative body and were savvy and were better educated beyond how to manipulate rules to their own advantage to make as much money as possible, because that's actually what they did for a living. If they actually solved problems for a living, as technologists tend to do and engineers tend to do, they would be in a position to hold someone like Sundar Pichai or Mark Zuckerberg accountable. You can't hold someone accountable when you're not even close to their level of intelligence and you have no comprehension of what their actual business and technology and their model is, when you're still thinking about work in the concept of trading sweat for dollars. You cannot begin to understand an economic system that produces 6 billion in profit a day. You cannot begin to comprehend a system that connects 2.4 billion people worldwide. You cannot begin to, you are not in these people's orbit. You are not there. Like, was it, you guys ever watch Masters of the Universe back in the 80s, the movie?
Yeah.
Remember, I, Skeletor, am a master of the universe. It's like, fool, you are no longer my equal. Kneel. Like Skeletor was like going in, and I feel like any of these tech oligarchs kind of could do that to these chumps that think that they're going to quote unquote hold them accountable. I'm like, you don't comprehend the magnitude of power that these individuals have. It's like you feign to have some modicum of power. These people control the distribution and proliferation of not only information, but of entire economic systems that the government.
Senator, we have all your internet searches here. It'd be real sad if something happened to them.
Yeah, it'd be really sad. Yeah, it'd be really like they could flex like that. They really could. They could just say, you know what? If we were as evil as they're painting us to be in the media, we got all of the dirt on all of your politicians. Wouldn't the American people, don't you think, you want to talk about holding us accountable? You want to talk about transparency? What if we held you accountable? How do you like them apples? Right? Like that really would be very
porn? You've been searching for hyena porn, really?
And here's the thing. I'm like, there's a part of me that could go lawful evil. And if I were a tech oligarch, I might go Legion of Doom and might go that route and go the Lex Luthor route of,
That's the story on Elementary this season. They have Odin Reichenbach, who runs like their version of Google, and he's using it to determine who he should kill before they do mass violent incidents. But as the season goes on, he's just killing more and more people.
So he's like Yagami from Death Note.
Yeah, but he's basically Zuckerberg, but he's like, I'm using the Facebook algorithm to figure out who's going to commit mass shootings and killing them first. And then he's just like, oh, this person's getting in my way, I'll just kill them too. It's
so guess what? That is literally a plot line of an anime called Death Note, where a high school teenager who's the son of the police chief in Japan, in the Kanto region, he is like Yagami. And he is a prodigy and he's a genius. And he actually gets a notebook from the Shimigami realm, the world of gods of death. And so he gets the power of a death god. And if he writes a human being's name while envisioning their face, that human being will die. And he can also control cause of death and time of death. And so he decides to go on a crusade to eliminate the world's worst criminals. So he starts with all like death row people and all this. And then he starts going after criminals that have like slipped through the cracks of the system, that were clearly guilty but got off on a technicality, had like a Johnny Cochran lawyer. And then when the police try to go after them because they consider what he's doing to be murder, at least half of them do, the police are divided on this. Some are like, hey, Kira is doing a great job. He's doing a bang up job. He's cleaning up these streets and everything. He's getting these sons of bitches that we couldn't get. Like, and then there are other like, no, justice is for us to determine. And there's a due process. And there's a like, so it's like, it's so interesting. Like, I'm going to definitely watch that. Cause like
the NSA is on his side because he's doing things they can't do. But then the detective Sherlock is like, no, you can't. Like, it's just fascinating. It's worth the.
I love
seeing the last 2 episodes.
I love intrigues like that. That's my jam. But going back to this, like the technology.
Sorry, I apologize. I have to get going because I have the early shift tomorrow.
Oh, great talking with you, Renee.
Awesome being on with you guys. Love it.
Thanks, Renee. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Have a good evening.
Yeah, but Viper, I'm like, if we don't step up our game, like we get left behind, because like a country with no infrastructure, to Renee's point, is like when you've got nothing, like how like Google doesn't beholden to legacy systems and old tech, so they can move fast as hell. What happens when like some of these countries that don't have our old crumbling infrastructure, build things for the 21st century, and we can't keep up because we're trying to deal with all this old stuff and be beholden to what came before?
Well, I've had Twitter conversations with PC Max Sensation, and he feels like we're so far behind on 5G because of similar situations. We made bad decisions about how to build out 5G while the rest of the world is making advancements in 5G, and we're like rocking with this millimeter wave stuff, and we're not nowhere near we're not anywhere near where we need to be in terms of the rollout of 5G. So to your point, when we got these people that are like tech retarded leading us into the next century of tech and they have no clue, it's like this is wrong. This doesn't work.
We're gonna lose so bad, dude.
Yeah.
Like people like it makes me a little sad, but at the same time, the another part of me is like, well, like round 2, round 3, maybe you come back. Like, because again, I grew up on Rocky and like, you know, Karate Kid and all that. So I'm like, while I'm like, I want to root for my team. If my team loses, my team deserves it because my team was soft. Like they need to come back hard. Well, they need a second round. They need a better draft next season. You know what I'm saying?
The interesting thing about this whole situation in our leadership is that eventually it's going to get to a point where they're going to be phased out anyway because of age. And then we're going to have people that actually understand how tech works going in there. But the only question is how long is that going to take though? That's the only problem.
And then how much ground do we lose in the interim transition?
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's why, like, you know, like I'm a big fan of like, I don't know that unless he gets some mainstream, unless he throws a Hail Mary, like I really like Andrew Yang was on the H3 podcast, right? And that actually speaks to me in the sense of he's somebody who kind of gets it and gets the culture, but he gets the technology too, because like as a presidential candidate, I like the fact that he's a 21st century president, and the fact that he's like, he understands Twitter, he understands YouTube culture, he's going on Joe Rogan and H3, and he understands where we're at, but he also understands his friends in Silicon Valley are going to automate away so many jobs, and that they have to, because they are not going to lose money to just keep people employed. They're not going to throw away billions of dollars, because what sense does that make to keep people employed when they need these machines and systems that do a better job in some cases, right? Or like, and the market's deciding. The market's deciding this. I was actually just talking with my brother about this, right? My brother works for FedEx, and we were talking about this. We're talking about the unfortunate incidents with like people literally going out for groceries to Walmart and not feeling safe. It's like Amazon Fresh probably just got a whole new crop of customers that they never got before, to be very real with you. Boycott Walmart is trending in Twitter as we speak. Like, I can imagine a lot of people looking for options and saying, well, does it get delivery? Can I go just pick it up? Maybe I'm just not going to go shopping anymore. Maybe I'm going to eliminate one more reason to leave the house if the world is going to be in chaos this way, right? Like, I think that's real, because people want convenience and they want safety and they want lower cost. And robots and automation do all of that in exchange for eliminating labor, and human error.
I mean, I just went to an Amazon Go today, Roberto. I walked in and walked out. I mean, that's the future. You've been saying it for a while now. In about the next 5 or 10 years, a lot of people are going to be asked out because they don't have the education or training, or they don't have the ability to adapt to the change in the world. Like, it's happening.
It's becoming one of my core messages, and it's why I'm pushing both creativity and entrepreneurship heavily in my messaging for the next 5 years, is because I'm going to try and save as many people as I can from this new digital revolution that could eliminate their value to the market. Because again, our value in the market's our responsibility, but I do feel bad that some people like are still stuck in their head that, well, that if I can't go to college, I'm screwed. I'm like, I want to give more free education for YouTube. It's why I told you that one of my goals is, one, to make as much money as possible, become a multimillionaire, get a seat at the table with other multimillionaires, and then to start to raise money for the arts and sciences through nonprofits. And why? Because I want to give out more grant money, and I want to invest in the creative community in the way that startups and VCs in Silicon Valley get investment, so that people can do podcasting, build a podcast network, even the technology side of like building a podcast network or building the YouTube of podcasting or something like that. Because see, you can't build YouTube, but you can build the YouTube of a different vertical. No one can compete with YouTube, but you could take a sub vertical of YouTube and specialize and win. Because Twitch went, all right, instead of recorded video, we're going to do live streaming. and they became for gaming culture mostly and nerd culture, and they're dominant there. Now, I believe there's room to compete in that market, and that's where Mixer is interesting because they're tied to, remember I told you, the only way to compete with one of these major platforms is if you're a multi-billion-dollar tech company. Mixer acquired Ninja, and Mixer is owned by and was acquired by Microsoft. And so Twitch was acquired by Amazon. You see what I'm saying? YouTube was acquired by Google. They're the only ones, the only way for a user-generated content platform to work is to either become a multi-billion-dollar valuation company or to be owned by a multi-billion-dollar valuation company. And thus Instagram was acquired by Facebook. And so it's the aggregate of these larger companies is the only way in town. Now, it doesn't always have to be a tech company in the way that we're talking about software, because again, I think that Viacom could acquire some things, and Viacom was looking at acquiring Twitter, and I said that if they did, it's the smartest play for them in the world. And remember, I kept saying that Disney should have acquired Musical.ly. Like, that should have been like game over. And they probably, like, if Vine didn't go bankrupt, like, I would have thought, like, Twitter acquired Vine. Remember, Twitter acquired Vine?
Right.
But could you imagine if Disney had acquired Vine? Like,
I mean, but now we're going back to the whole old media versus new media thing. Would Disney really take a chance on acquiring a Musical.ly like that when you got like
Disney's
a lot of
smarter
unknown?
than people know? Disney's smarter than people know, because the thing is, for Disney acquiring something like that, it becomes a talent farm for them in acquisition, because you have organic stars, and now they can poach those organic stars directly into the ecosystem of their appliance. Because just remember, they signed Jake Paul at the beginning of his fame.
Right, but what you say, like, you're right. It is a talent farm, but with that farm comes the
also data aggregate. But also a data aggregate.
Right, talent farm, data aggregate, but with that same talent farm comes headache, like, you know, Logan Paul going to the suicide force and whatnot. That stuff will be directly tied to Disney if they were to acquire Musical.ly and stuff like that.
The thing is, by acquiring those people early enough in their career, because you can project their growth and a trend, or you can see them blow up, you get them early and then you put them through the Disney appliance. And as you know, like, Disney stars only go off the rails after their contract is up.
But what I'm saying is, yeah, Disney could have their pick of the litter if they were to do that. But for everybody else,
again, if you sign a Disney contract, you're beholden to a standard of, because again, that's why Jake lost his contract, is because.
Right. But what I'm really trying to get at, though, is that just having that type of an open platform associated with Disney, if you got knuckleheads on that platform, then that negativity is associated with Disney.
They would moderate it more ruthlessly, because again, they wouldn't play this like, oh, free speech or egalitarian. It's like, they would go, no, we're corporate, and that's that. And the thing is, I'm ruthlessly for, it's not that I'm anti-free speech, it's that I don't think that anyone has a 21st century mindset of free speech, in the sense that no one realizes that free speech was not intended for the average consumer to have broadcast capabilities, because the minute that you become a media company, the minute that you become a social media person with a platform and an audience, you now have the responsibility of a media company. And that is directly in conflict with what your liberties as an individual are, when it comes to what your responsibilities are to the public at large as a media company. You have a responsibility to the public at large, you have a responsibility to the consumer, and you have legal liability and accountability as well. And you have a social responsibility that's implicit, because companies understand that. And when you decide to profit from your internet persona, you are a company in addition to being a citizen, and people can't seem to separate their power as a company and their responsibility and rights as a company. Because the thing is, the good news is, when you become a company as a person, when you become a person as a corporation, you actually get a lot more power, and you actually get some additional rights as a company, and you get tax deductions and tax incentives as a company. But if you think that you're supposed to be able to have it both ways, and have that, and have all the unlimited freedom of a citizen at the same time, I hate to break it to you, but you are sadly mistaken. And that is an entitlement that I can't countenance, because the thing is, your standard has now just changed, not just your lifestyle, your standard and your level of responsibility. has just changed.
Even the people that aren't trying to.
But that's an unpopular opinion to hold, by the way. This is a super unpopular opinion for me.
No. But it's true though. But even the people that are trying to become like media personalities or media companies, like even the average Joe that has a 9 to 5, even their social media activities are now under scrutiny because anything that you do like incorrectly that could fall back on your company that you work for. Yep, and they could burn you.
And the thing is, you could hurt the company with your online presence because if your company is publicly traded, and this is what people refuse to take responsibility for, and this is why you have to have a 21st conversation about free speech and about what your responsibilities are, because you're not just a person when you're on social media, you're now affecting the livelihood of other people when you say or do something. If you're in the bubble of, let's say you're in your town and you're at a bar, your free speech doesn't hurt anybody, even if you have bad ideas, like for the most part.
Right.
Unless you yell fire in a movie theater or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. There is limited impact and harm if you're in a public venue or in a town square. On the internet, you can jeopardize people's livelihoods, reputations, and you can jeopardize the stock price of publicly traded companies through your actions that have the ripple effect of hundreds of thousands of people's livelihoods and billions of dollars in people who invested and put good faith into things and everything like that. We cannot play fast and loose with the responsibility of global broadcasting power. And the thing is, we've had less than a decade of the average consumer having global broadcast capability. And so the average consumer hasn't been trained in responsibility. In the same way that now we're having to do influencer regulations with like people with disclosures and things of that nature and influencer marketing and the responsibility of that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. We can't have the wild, wild west. As much as people like that, it has so many problems and there are innocent people that are hurt by it. It's why the creator and founder of 8chan wants the site shut down, because he had a very egalitarian idea of intellectualism and free speech. What he didn't account for is that with no regulation and no moderation, he was going to attract bad actors. And now his dream, his vision has become a nightmare because it's proliferated a platform for people who organize hate speech and mass shootings and hateful ideology. And that's not what his intentions were. He had nothing but good intentions, not unlike the person who creates like the nuclear weapons or creates the rifle and is just thinking about protection and hunting, doesn't think that with them having good intentions. You know what the problem is with intellectuals? Intellectuals only see the positive and optimism and the good in what they create, and they don't conceive of the evil of petty people who aren't as smart as them. They lack, for all of their imagination and for all their ingenuity, all these brilliant people fail to realize how their great, brilliant creation for the benefit of mankind can be weaponized and doom us all. They have no imagination when it comes to evil. They cannot conceptualize evil. Part of the reason that I think like a supervillain is because I refuse to be ignorant and naive to the evil that men do, having been a victim of it, like in many cases. Yeah, but that's real. That's real. It's like I prefer people who have the ability to navigate between lawful good and lawful evil because they're not lacking in imagination, and they also are utilitarian. Now, utilitarianism, for people who don't understand, is a mentality where you can come to the conclusion that the ends justify the means. And in terms of a morality spectrum, while I'm massively empathetic and I tend to not only be lawful good, but also try to be what you might call chaotic neutral in most situations, the capacity for lawful evil exists in terms of if we got to an extreme where I have to make a very tough decision for the benefit of the majority of people, I'm someone who's capable of being decisive. I'm capable of that. And the thing is, that's a quality that most CEOs and most entrepreneurs have. And thus most entrepreneurs are utilitarian. And that's why they can make sacrifices for their success. And that's why they also are protective of their team. And they will go to war with people to protect their employees, because for them, that is an ends justifies the means. And that's why I'm also even protective of YouTube as a platform, because I'm protective of the creator economy, because I think that the unfairness that a handful of people or even a few 100,000 creators, the unfairness that they might feel or experience is inconsequential considering the potential for millions of people over the years to have an opportunity that never existed. I'm weighing those numbers. I'm crunching the numbers. I'm doing the math. And I would rather that a few creators that are bad apples. A few people get a pass like the Pauls if it means the platform stays profitable enough to give someone like Viper an opportunity. That's a trade that I will make every single time for the Vipers, the Jeffs, the Travises, the Renee Richies. If we have to put up with the Paul brothers, it's a fair trade for me.
And to further your earlier point about people not knowing how to handle responsibility, you got this girl who uploaded the wrong clip of herself abusing her dog, and now people are calling for YouTube to do something about her channel and just act her channel. So because she was ignorant of what she was doing and uploaded the wrong clip, now she's going to crosshair the internet, the public, and now YouTube might have to look into that. Well, they will have to look into it.
And it's going to raise a conversation about like the nature of appropriate consequences, which is interesting because again, I love animals and I love dogs. And I think what she did was like totally scummy. And like, I'm not a fan, but on the same time, in the real world, would you lose your job over that? Would you lose your income over that? And what's the appropriate amount of consequences? And I think that the hate mob and outrage is disproportionate because while it's sad and I don't like any form of animal abuse and things of that nature, I also, I think she was careless and sloppy, and that's like the real, in a way, arguably, I think it sounds messed up, but I think the greater sin is her carelessness more than her callousness in this case, because you see the callousness was not going to have any consequences. It's the carelessness that has had the consequences. You see what I'm saying? Because the callousness was done in private and in a bubble, right? Yep. And therefore, it's the fact that she was reckless and the fact that she wasn't triple checking everything and that she was not responsible to herself with her platform that she now has consequences. Because the thing is, if she had uploaded the right clip, no one would be the wiser, and everyone would still love her, right? Everyone would still love her, and no one. And if you said a bad word about her, then you would probably be called all kinds of names, and you'd be typecast as this type of person or whatever, right? The same thing with in context, like if you say something about certain creators, right? There's a oh no, how dare you? And then you must be this or must be that. And in some cases that's valid. But in a lot of cases it's not. And so I think that we have to analyze ourselves as a society in terms of what we raise pitchforks and torches over, because there are people doing much more horrible things and there is a lot less hate for it. Interestingly enough, there are people, all the people that are mad and trying to cancel this girl were not nearly as outraged when Logan Paul was tasing rats. Were not nearly as outraged when Tana Mojo showed somebody ODing in a bathroom stall, which everyone forgets about. We're not nearly as outraged by the all of the YouTubers and influencers that sold like toxic diet tea kind of stuff, like that, like the cleansing tea stuff that like really wasn't healthy for you and like actually trashed your immune system, or the toxic makeup stuff, which again, some bad things happen when you source bad products, but it's like these things harmed actual people at, not that animals don't matter, but they harmed actual people, and in some cases multiple actual people. Tana Mojo, like in a vendetta with VidCon, sent people to the hospital, and there was less outrage and less of a hate mob for that, for actually sending people to the hospital than someone mistreating their dog. And that is baffling to me. It's not, and it is at the same time, right? So I don't know what proportionate consequences even look like anymore in the culture of the internet. And I think we need to analyze ourselves and get some accountability there. Because instead of holding these YouTubers accountable, why don't we hold ourselves accountable for the fact that we're using someone's bad behavior on the internet that never did anything to us to justify us being our most abusive, most toxic, most evil version of ourselves, because we can justify it by saying this person deserves it, and this person is so spoiled, and this person is so entitled, to justify our own bad behavior, to finally rage and vent on somebody, because we don't have the guts to stand up to our boss. We don't have the guts to leave our abusive relationship. We don't have the guts to tell off our parents, but we have the guts to sit behind a keyboard and criticize people on the internet that we've never met for shit they never did to us.
Keyboard warriors, baby, all the time.
And that's, and so that's real.
That's real. It's been real since the dawn of the internet. It's been real. people are more free and loose about what they say on the internet because they know they have no consequences. It's that thing.
And in the real world, you have freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequences. But the nature of the internet and online platforms, which is why, again, it's not about being anti-free speech. It's the fact that we have to stop contextualizing things in a 20th century paradigm, and we have to shift to a 21st century paradigm when people have more power than they've ever had, and we haven't calibrated for responsibility.
It's that thing that you always talk about, where you are in favor of the lack of the loss of anonymity on the internet. You're like, people should not be able to hide behind the keyboard. They should have their name out there.
Because I don't any longer differentiate the internet from the real world. I no longer differentiate the internet from the real world. And in the real world, in most cases, you don't have the freedom of anonymity in the real world and the ability to hide behind a mask or a pseudonym or a fake name. If you use a fake identity in the real world, you're arrested because there's no accountability. You have to have an ID with your face for a reason. And it's because we have to hold you responsible and accountable to your actions. You have the ability to act with an unprecedented. Do you realize that most people are more powerful in the internet than they are in real life?
Oh, hell yeah, absolutely.
But so why is there not more responsibility held to them and a standard applied to them and consequences applied to them with all of that power and no responsibility? All this power and no responsibility.
You know why? I'll tell you exactly why. Because of the people that we have in government.
Yes, I agree. And that's why we need a 21st century paradigm. Then we need to finally get closer to our laws and our systems and our infrastructure catching up to our technology, because we're being left behind in the marketplace. So number one, jobs are forfeit. Our economy is forfeit. The value of the American worker is forfeit if we don't fix something. If we don't change something, most people are going to be left behind with their government providing no vehicle for them. Even if they want to work hard and want to educate themselves, there's been no pathway to a future opened for them. And the thing that no one's done the calculations on is that even for the average person, if your taxes increased by 2%, which I don't want, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm not going to be for more taxes. I'm not one of these tax and spend guys. But I did some calculus and I thought about, well, what if I hire more employees? What happens? And I thought about the negotiations of how I pay people and how I can pay people better if I don't have to worry about their healthcare, right? I've done this math and I even did the healthcare calculation cost for myself. And then there are people in my family that I take care of. And I thought about it and I'm like, there's no reasonable increase to the amount of taxes that they can do that cost me more money than the healthcare coverage if they just gave us universal healthcare coverage. And I thought about it for the employees. If I hire X amount of employees, I'm like, I come out ahead in the savings and in the cost negotiations for salary. And that's true whenever I talk to small business owners. And by small business owners, I'm defining small business owners as anybody with a six-figure business or lower to a business that does under $2 million a year, which doesn't sound like a small business until you consider, again, you're not taking home $2 million. This is salaries for your employees. And it's overstructure and overhead and taxes. The government's going to take their fair share. They're going to take, well, more than their fair share, usually their pound of flesh, right? So right. $2 million is not $2 million on a business. If you have a 2 million or 3 million business, a lot of your money to make that money, you cannot make 2 million on a business without influxing a lot of cash back into your business. My friends who make 2 million a year spend about roughly 300,000 to 400,000 a year in advertising alone. And then they all pay their employees a generous salary, and they all have staffs of 3 to 5 people. So more than half of their money out of their 2 million a year goes out the door in advertising and in paying employees salary. Then there's another quarter that goes into the business, and then they split the remainder with the federal government and the state government. And then if they're very lucky, they take home a cool 200,000, $250,000 on that 2 million that the business made, because they got to be a job creator. And because you have to spend money to make money. So again, and for people to say, well, that's still 200,000, but depending on where you live, and to run an online business where you live, the taxes and all the cost of living will be high. And if you have a family and you want to save money so that you can keep the business alive, because it's still not pocketing 200,000, because you have to put money into the savings account of the business in case there's a lean month and you didn't make money, so you can keep your employees taken care of. And then you have to always save money to grow the business in the future if you need to hire more and staff more. So I want to give people context that small business owners, even if they get to say they make $2 million a year, $3 million a year, they really don't. They are creating jobs for other people that allow other people to have a good salary. And they pay a lot of taxes and they pay a lot of money out. And why do I say all of this? I say all of this because even if on us small business owners, which we actually should get a better tax break because small business owners actually employ the majority of people, not multinationals and so on and so forth. Most Americans are employed by small businesses and medium-sized businesses, not the major corporations. So if you actually reduce some of the burden on the small business owner, you could do that in a couple of ways. You could do it by lowering the tax rate for the small business owner, or by covering universal basic health care, whether it's for all people, or if you do it through small business subsidies of like saying, we're not going to let small businesses who are already trying to grow and who are struggling have to deal with healthcare costs. And we're not going to let their employees who are trying to move up in the economy also deal with that. So if you did universal basic income for everybody who's not a multimillionaire, that could be good. Or you could just do it for everybody. And that would reduce the negotiation cost salary. And it would mean that every American worker, because the thing that bothers me is no small business owner should have to worry about losing their business and going bankrupt and letting go of all their employees because they got sick and because they got cancer. Like nobody should think about that. My good friend, Owen, he's a small business owner in California. He's fought cancer into remission 3 times. And the entire time he's been there for his family, grown his local community, helped his church and grown his business. Every time he's fought cancer into remission, he's come back stronger every single time. But I've always worried until some things happened with like healthcare for him. I've always worried that like the bottleneck of everything that he's built and sacrificed for and for him and his family could be lost if we don't have better healthcare coverage for people with pre-existing conditions. And I'm genuinely worried that any working American, I think America is too great of a country that every working American should never have to worry about losing everything they worked for because they got sick. I think we pay too much in taxes to justify that. I think Americans work too hard to justify that. And I don't think that's a handout. I think that it's something the American people deserve because I think that it's good for business in the long run. It's good for business in the long run. I think it's good for the economy that people shouldn't be bankrupt. People shouldn't be bankrupt so that doctors can have yachts. That's just real. People shouldn't be bankrupt because they got sick because doctors want to play on the golf course more than they want to do surgery. I'm being very real with you.
That's
so
real.
Like to me, that's like, I don't like that. So I would prefer that for the money we pay in taxes, I want it allocated to things that actually benefit all of the people because I came from nothing and I understand the real problems. And then as an entrepreneur trying to grow my business, I keep always having to do these micro calculations of here are all the things I have to worry about as an employer if I want to take care of somebody. If I hire somebody, like recently I took on another hire and I'm like, if I want to take care of somebody, here is all the responsibility that I have toward them and their livelihood. How do I put myself in a position to where I can take on that responsibility for them and to where I know I can take care of them, you know, for as long as possible. And that's a lot. And I think that there are a lot of very good employers who think like that and want to do right by their employees. But there are a lot of barriers to that because of rising healthcare costs that go largely unregulated. They want to regulate Silicon Valley that's creating so many opportunities and doing so much good in the world, but they don't want to regulate the pharmaceutical companies that are poisoning us, that are cheating us, that are sitting here literally faking packaging defects to keep a patent so they can charge more and not let a drug go to generic. That's a real thing. Philip DeFranco exposed there was an issue with that, right? They literally will come up with faking that the packaging is unsafe to get 5 more years of charging as much as they can than letting the patent expire and it go into generic to save lives. Like hyping up the cost on insulin, that is ridiculous that you want to regulate Google and Facebook and YouTube, but you don't want to solve that problem of somebody hiking up the cost on insulin, someone hiking up the cost on HIV medication, like when we have an epidemic. Like, how is that in service of the American people? That sounds like that's in service of the corporate lobby.
I told you the whole big tech thing. I think it's a bunch of nothing about it's a bunch of hypocritical stuff anyway, because they want to regulate big tech, but yet they just approved the T-Mobile Sprint merger. Like, how does that work?
Exactly. And you know who also was proving that? Your boy Agent Pie.
Yep.
Freaking fuck! I hate that guy so much. Freaking Comrade Pie, like sitting there working for his homies, like in the industry, not for the American people, but taking a government salary, our taxpayer money. Like the net neutrality thing, I still will not let go. I won't let go of that. I'm salty as hell on that, because it's another example. It's another example of this nepotism and of this hypocrisy and this like double standard of, oh, let's do this thing and let's do this backdoor deal and let's approve this merger. Yeah, because you know why that merger was approved. All of the people who can afford to buy stock in those companies and the adjacent companies that will benefit from this whole thing and from the 5G infrastructure are like, yeah, let the deal go through because we're invested in this. We're going to make all this money. So we don't care if it's monopoly. We don't care if it's double dipping when it favors us. Now, for years, they didn't care about social media and social networks because like, it's so funny that these are the same people who will say that influencers and YouTubers that's not a real job. And yet the platforms that we use are now a threat to their power and need to be regulated and need to be stopped.
Funny how that works out, huh?
Yeah, it's funny how that works out. It's funny how the narrative shifts conveniently, right?
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing is the net neutrality situation was the one thing that practically the entire country agreed on.
Yes.
And the FCC still went against what the country wanted. Like, really?
Exactly. So much for representational government, so much for the will of the people, right? So much for the will of the people. I don't care that there are a few welfare queens that would benefit or get off if you gave universal health care, a freedom dividend like Andrew Yang wants, and state funded education. Yes, there's a couple of people who would get over. So what? I would rather help the working stiffs than worry about how many people are going to take advantage of and be lazy. Like the number of people, and by the way, the laziness thing can't win out long term because you know what? There's a fundamental lack of a crisis of purpose in the lives of people. The crisis and the lack of purpose is where the opioid epidemic, the depression, it's a combination of things. It's a lack of purpose. It's a lack of doing meaningful work. And it's that people are trying to escape their shitty lives. Tyler Durden was a little bit right in Fight Club. His nihilism was wrong. He should have been optimistic, and came with a better solution than chaos, and rolling back the clock. But his thesis about the children of middle history was correct. People don't have their great war is a spiritual war. Their great depression is their lives. They have no purpose. They don't have meaning in their lives. I genuinely believe that more people that got $1,000 a month as working adults, and especially families, especially people, they can make decisions. They can make optimal choices. There are people who want to return to somewhat of a traditional life and want to either have mom or dad be at home with the kids, because with all the chaos and all the crap that kids are going through and all these school shootings, who wouldn't want to be there at home when their kids come home, right? But they don't have the financial bandwidth to make that decision. But if you give every working American citizen $1,000 a month, and now a couple has $2,000 coming in that they wouldn't have otherwise, all of a sudden a parent can decide that's close enough to what my salary is. Maybe I stay home with the kids in their developing years and I go back to the workforce later. And maybe we can make that work. And now maybe our kids have more support and are more well-rounded. And then maybe we don't have all these angry people out in the world causing chaos because maybe they got more influence from their parents than from the internet or the media or their friends at school. And maybe people don't get, maybe these kids, maybe now that there's more people being able to be involved and invested in the lives of their families because they're not trading all of their time for money just to survive. Maybe that we can stop some of these tragedies, and maybe kids don't get abused and raped at school and stuff like that. Maybe more people get to drive their kids to school and be at the bus stop. Maybe we all have more community. Maybe we actually get to know our neighbors because we're not spending every single ounce of the day fighting for survival. And maybe we make better choices, and maybe we can hold out for a better job. Maybe we can make optimal decisions and then get jobs that make us feel fulfilled and are meaning. And then people don't go off the rails. And then maybe people don't drink, and maybe they don't abuse substances because they're not suffering as much anymore. Maybe if we can relieve the suffering of the average American, the average person, and maybe if we can give them back some of their dignity, and we can give them the ability to not have to fight so damn hard for so very little, maybe that's worth it. And I don't think we have to raise taxes for that. I think we just have to spend money less wastefully. I think that we have to hold our government accountable. We have to ask and demand transparency from them, because they squander money, they do backdoor deals, and they rob us. And they pay jackasses like Ajit Pai to sit there and to betray us in favor of corporate lobbyists and their friends and their shareholders and their fellow, because there's no law that actually stops any sitting member of Congress or anybody that's part of a government oversight committee or any federal employee from actually influencing writing laws that affect a company that they have a vested interest in or that they have part ownership in. There is no law to prevent that conflict of interest. And whether you like or hate her, AOC exposed that. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez actually exposed that in a hearing in the House of Representatives. That there was because she asked them basically, all right, let's pretend I'm a supervillain. Let's pretend I'm the bad guy. Yeah, she's like, let's pretend I'm the bad guy. What stops me from doing this? If I want to get rich, if I'm corrupt and I want to get rich, what stops me from making laws that benefit a corporation that I have ownership in? Nothing. Okay. What stops me from taking money from a company or a lobby and making a law that benefits that company? Nothing. What stops me from taking money and using that to bury news that could expose me and bury the skeletons in my closet? What stops me from paying hush money? Nothing. And that's all right, who's more powerful, a congressperson, or who has more oversight, a congressperson or the president of the United States? A congressperson has more oversight. So if I can be a supervillain and be a bad guy and have almost nothing to stop me from being corrupt, proliferating and profiting from the system, exploiting the system for enriching myself in my own game, destroying my political opponents, and burying my skeletons, you mean I can do all of that and I still have less power than the president of the United States? Yes. That is terrifying. And when you have that in play, and then they try to leverage the media, who has a hate boner against private platform, private companies in tech, individual platforms, and to Renee Richie's point earlier, independent journalism and the American people having their own broadcast capabilities, their own voice, their ability to create, their ability to express themselves, the ability to build small businesses, the most entrepreneurial thing there is. They want to stop these companies that are giving us that power to combat them and to fight them and to even expose them. They don't want us to have that power, and they want to regulate these companies.
Roberto, did you hear that Donald Trump is trying to pass a bill to regulate social media bias?
I think it's the stupidest thing you've ever heard, because you can't eliminate the bias from actual human beings. Both Drew and Marquez have made that point, that every single human being is biased.
Yeah.
And therefore, you can't eliminate that. And the thing is, I think that the market decides whether it's okay with that or not, because again, Chick-fil-A has an ideology and a philosophy, and it's a Christian-based company with its values from its founder. And you know what? Nobody is regulating Chick-fil-A, and they just serve delicious chicken. And yet, but we're gonna regulate the bias of these, tech oligarchs, right? You only want to regulate people you don't like. And so if you want to talk about regulating bias, well, let's start with the president of the United States. Maybe let's start with our Congress people and their clear bias and favor toward things that benefit them and profit them. Because anything that puts money in any of these people's pockets, whether they're on the left or the right, because I don't care. I believe that some people are more corrupt than others, but the left or the right, I keep telling people that it's all of you are left or right. And it's funny, you know who wins? The corporations. It's the people who fund. It's the United States of corporations, and it's not the corporations you think, because Google and all the tech oligarchs have not bought off the politicians. The oil companies bought off the politicians. The 20th century people bought off the politicians, not the 21st century people. The 21st century people are weirdly noble in a way that I don't like. I'm like, you guys should be more ruthless. You guys, why are you guys not more ruthless? Why are you guys not buying off people and fighting for that? You realize that they could have flexed their muscles and they could have bought off Ajit Pai and net neutrality could have been made to stand, but they didn't decide to be lawful evil. They decided to not be lawful evil. They played fair and they lost. They in a way, they betrayed us by being good. in a way, they decided to take the moral high ground, and we lost.
So the
Like,
interesting part about
I
this
hate that.
whole, the interesting part about the whole Trump wanting to regulate social media bias or whatever is that Twitter passed the ruling that he could not block like his tweets that like disagree with him or like showed hate towards him. So
he's holding these tech oligarchs to a standard that he himself is not willing to hold.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, but are we surprised? Are we really surprised?
So like the media is biased if they criticize him and don't criticize the left enough. But like the left is irrelevant. The left has no power. What they have, like the left has the least amount of governors. They have nobody in the judiciary. They don't have the Supreme Court. They don't have, like the left is irrelevant. They have no power. They can't simultaneously suck and at the same time own everything and control everything. It's like it's one or the other. It's like you can't be weak and spineless and simultaneously control everything. Like it's so like I don't think that I don't understand that. I've never understood that argument as like somebody that's probably more like arguably libertarian. Like I don't know if I like that. I don't like political labels. I don't love politics, but the economics, I can't ignore the economics as an entrepreneur, and I can't ignore the policies that affect the 21st century economy. Because I said I'm protective of the 21st century economy and the opportunities for people on the come up, because I think it's the last real bastion of meritocracy, and I want people like you and our friends to be successful. And so that's my bias. My bias is I'm always going to side with entrepreneurial opportunity. I'm always going to side with the entrepreneur. That's my bias. I'm going to side with the 21st century economy over the 20th century economy. I'm going to say screw old, I'm going to be green energy, and I'm going to be pro Elon Musk, and screw diesel. I'm down. I'm down. I'm going to be pro Elon and pro Tony Stark. I'm going to be that, And
I am pro capitalism.
And pro-capitalism, 1,000% pro-capitalism.
Yeah.
But I also am for the person coming from nothing. And I'm like, yes, it's a motivation thing and it's scrappy. But I think that the psychological suffering, it's like, do you realize we have the highest dropout rate among young men that we've ever had? Like that young men are dropping out of high school and college at an alarming rate that's never been precedented in history. And meanwhile, everyone wants to debate about the left and the right. Everyone wants to debate about the left and the right and blame each other for everything. And yet nobody on the left or the right cares about all the young men that are suffering from an identity crisis, all the young men who feel they have no way to earn respect or make a living anymore. And that the world has, to Renee's point, and even not even just young men, but there are a lot of people who feel left behind and are defending things that they know aren't necessarily right, but it's all they have left. It's the only scrap of any identity that they have left. It's the only livelihood that they have, even though they know it's not even viable anymore, because they haven't been given any other option to move forward. They have been left with nothing. And who's doing anything about it? None of these politicians are doing anything about it. I don't care whether they're the left or the right. They're all full of empty honeyed promises for the most part and everything like that. One of the only people that, again, I believe actually cares is Andrew Yang. He's one of the only people I actually believe cares. And I think everyone else is just an ideologue, because the thing is, I trust engineers and I trust real business people that are humanistic, like Andrew Yang and Elon and Sundar Pichai and so on, because these are people who are in the business of solving problems. Their value and their wealth is predicated on their contributions to humanity. I think that when your wealth is built on your contributions to humanity, rather than taking advantage of people or just making good deals or, just taking advantage of loopholes and things of that nature, or you were third generation wealthy. I respect people who either came from nothing or their success is built on changing the world. Steve Jobs changed the world fundamentally. We cannot ignore that. Mark Zuckerberg changed the world fundamentally. These are people who built something. And I respect people who build things and who develop the new world and are pioneers in something. And so I have a tremendous and a deep abiding respect for that. And I have a respect for the fact that they create things that also help people who are not them. They create things that help people who are not them. At the end of the day, these politicians and these, a lot of these billionaires that are outside of the tech sphere, most of what they do and most of their efforts are to help people like themselves and to help themselves and to enrich themselves. And when they create jobs, they don't create jobs for the middle class. They don't create jobs for the working class. They create jobs for their son-in-law. They create jobs for their nephew. They create jobs for that elite class of people that went to Harvard and Columbia and Yale and give those people a cushy $300,000 a year salary. They don't make more jobs for the desk worker or the janitor or the plumber or the electrician. When those people say that they create jobs, they created jobs that their peers and that their friends can benefit from. Not that you and I and the rest of the people that are on the come up can benefit from. And nobody calls them out on it and nobody sees it because they're cheated and leveraged by single issue things that don't actually affect their everyday lives. They're hijacked by the news and they're by their biases. They're being played by people who are better at marketing than even I. They're played, and I'm a marketer and I can see through it. They are being played. They're being played by having their strings and their most base emotions and biases manipulated by people who make all of their money manipulating people for a living and manipulating rules to their best advantage. That is the entire basis of most of these people's wealth and position and power. And the reason that they fear Silicon Valley and the tech companies is threefold. One, the technology and the people holding that technology could expose them anytime that they want.
Yep.
Anytime that they want, because they have all of the data, they have all their dirty laundry, they have all of their secrets. They could expose them at any time that they want. That's number one. And we should never forget that. We should never forget that. Number two, they are afraid of the democratization of information because it means that anybody on the come up that's talented enough, smart enough, and works hard enough can displace them or take from their children and their legacy of spoiled brats that are going to inherit shit. Anybody can come and compete with them and come for them now, or worse, in their opinion, marry into the family, like having come from nothing, right? So like they're protective. People who have that level of power are protective of their power and don't want other people to rise in station. They want peasants to stay peasants because the only way they have any self-esteem is if the gap exists between them and other people, because that's the entire foundation of their identity. The entire foundation of their identity is the gap. And so they have no incentive to close the gap, even if it means allowing problems to continue, because they can always buy their way out of those problems. So they're not excited about the proliferation of democratized speech, democratized information, and more importantly, democratized entrepreneurship. They do not like it because it means that you can build a rival company to them. They hate Google because the small business owner got a chance to compete and take away from them, and that new multi-million-dollar and multi-billion-dollar chains were built off of what Google allowed to happen. And it's because people had more access to information and they had access to compete for advertising. Do you really think that the cable broadcast industry is a fan of digital advertising with how much money it's taken from them?
Hell no.
Right. So they have no interest. They have no reason. And they've had more money. Remember, they invested in a lobby that allows movies and television to have more freedom in not disclosing relationships than homegrown bedroom YouTubers have to do more disclosure than multi-billion-dollar media companies do. The independent media company of Viper, the independent media company of Roberto has more oversight and regulation with regard to transparency in our relationships than multi-billion-dollar media companies do on television and broadcast and film as an industry. Let's think about the hypocrisy and double standard in that. So are you really, really going to believe and trust in these kind of people, whether they're on the left or the right, when that's the deal and that's who they take their money from? That's what the lobbies are for. And then finally, the third reason they want to regulate the tech and the Silicon Valley people are because they are afraid of what the displacement of this technology is going to do in terms of the things that they are invested in. The things that they are invested in are going to be massively disrupted by what these companies allow for.
Tesla and elimination of gas for one. Yeah.
Exactly so. And they have long-term investment in it, and it's multi-billions of dollars, trillions of dollars long-term at risk. So if you follow the money and you look at who gets to keep their money if they regulate Silicon Valley and the tech companies, who gets to keep their power if they limit or throttle the escalation of entrepreneurship and the democratization of information and the empowerment of broadcast capability for the average consumer, who benefits from that? Not the people, not the American people. The American people benefit very little by regulating these social media companies. Literally telling you how much time you can spend on Instagram because we decided that that's healthy or not healthy. Like, you're not in control of that as an individual. What's next? You're going to tell us how much we can eat? You're going to regulate how much food we can buy? If you think about it, think about what's next. What's next? If they're going to tell you how much time you can spend on what app on your smartphone, what else are they going to tell you can't do? That's like a very slippery slope. That's a very slippery slope. If like telling you how much you're allowed to access the internet and information is much more dangerous than telling you that you can't say this. Telling you what you can consume is much more dangerous than telling you what you can and can't say. And I don't think people understand that. There's a very big difference between telling somebody you can't write that versus you can't read that. There is a huge difference in what you're not allowed to learn and read versus what you're not allowed to say or express. Now, both of those things are important. And again, we have to have a serious framework for the 21st century version of that, because we have to have responsibility and accountability and transparency when it comes to individuals operating as media companies. We just do. It's been proven that's too dangerous. Remember that 8chan was intended to be unfettered free speech, but what it became was a way to empower a lot of people who have now disproportionately galvanized hate and violence and taken it into the real world, and that the mass shootings have increased directly. And then what's scapegoated? Video games.
Really? Really?
I'm still shocked. I'm like, wait, we're gonna regulate the video game industry and not regulate weapons manufacturers.
And did you hear what Walmart is doing?
Yeah, and Philip DeFranco did that, and that's why boycott Walmart is like kind of a thing. It's like, wait a minute, you're going to
stop the advertisement of the violent video games, but still sell guns in your store, really?
Or some people are trying to say, some Walmart people are saying, no, it's that we had sound effects and we stopped that. Which, okay, if fair, if you're worried about causing a panic or scaring people, okay, fair game. But you think that that's a bigger problem than selling guns in Walmart?
Really? Right? Exactly. Right.
Because by the way, it's fine to have places people can buy guns. I'm just not sure that a grocery store is appropriate.
Especially Walmart, right? Yeah.
All things considered, right now, from a brand standpoint, I'd be much more concerned about, if there was a mass shooting in your thing, maybe that's one less SKU you need to worry about. And I think I'd be more concerned about the fact, is everybody just going to get like, because guess what? If I'm Amazon, if I'm Bezos right now, I'm like, we need whatever it costs. I don't care. Roll out Amazon Fresh everywhere. Every neighborhood that we're not covering, every county that we're not covering. If there's a Walmart, make Amazon Fresh available. I don't care what it costs. That would be my order from the top. If I'm JB, if I'm Jeff Bezos right now, I would be like, I'd shiv Walmart right now. Just like, it's like, oh, you let your guard down, son. Right. Yeah, like, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that. Like, I'd shiv Walmart right now.
It's real though. People are afraid. People are scared to go outside.
Oh yeah, like I'm like, yeah. Why do you think I don't leave the house? It's like,
I thought that Twitter conversation.
Like,
okay,
yeah, like
I shouldn't be laughing, but yeah, it's just
But it's real. Like we have to laugh because we'll cry. We'll have to laugh because we cry.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
Otherwise, because like it's scary. Because it's like, again, my anxiety. It's like again, because I have like a lot of, like, I told you about what happened to me, like things like that make you feel a certain kind of way. People like, wow, Roberta, that sounds unhealthy and this and that. But a lot of people don't have context on things that have happened to me that make me feel that way. Yeah. Like people don't have context on like all the times my brother has been harassed by the police. Like as an older brother, like my brother's 10 years older than me. He's supposed to be living carefree and in the prime of his life. And every single time he leaves, I have to worry about if he's coming back. And I genuinely feel that way. Like every time I'm just like, or I sometimes I'm like, why don't you just stay home? Or why don't you just like stay home and play Smash Brothers with me? Like I literally, like, if he doesn't have to go to work, he should be having the time of his life and going on and stuff like that. And yet all I want to do is just like keep him here in this freaking fortress, like away from everybody, because I don't want to lose my brother because of like stupid people. Like if I ruthlessly could literally just like freaking flying throat, like elbow punch or like in the throat, like all the stupid people in the world, I probably would. Like I probably would.
But the cool thing about you is that even though that you have that paranoia and anxiety about leaving the house, you go outside, you travel a lot, so you still live your life.
Like because again, I don't like bowing to my fear. Like that's what people need to understand about me, is that I always go on offense, not defense, in the sense that I'm afraid of something funny. The bar that I like was assaulted outside of, like a block over after the shooting. I went back for the New Year's party of that same bar and was the photographer for the New Year's party of that bar and everything, because I was friends with the owner and they paid me well, but because I refused, because I did nothing wrong. I don't deserve to not be somewhere, and like anyone who did something wrong is the people who should be scared to show their fucking face. And so like good people shouldn't have to live in fear. Good people shouldn't have to live in fear. And that's why I want more consequences for bad people.
Yeah. It's like I said on Twitter the other day, I know that we have all these mass shootings going on, but I'm not going to be afraid to leave my house. I'm gonna leave my house regardless. I mean, we got to live life.
I'm like, I have my anxiety and my fear. It's just that I'm not bowing to it.
No.
But I am being pragmatic in the sense of I now weigh and value my safety in a way in such that I become utilitarian about doing it when I need to or when I want to, but like really limiting that and thinking about how I can spend my time. Because I also in many over the years, and this is also why I Uber to the airport and I Uber whenever I'm in town instead of walking to things, even if it's like not that far, is like I've come to value my time so much, then become so ruthless with a lot of it. And so that I can like spend time with people like you, like I value that more. I try to eliminate things where I'm like, if I can use a machine or an appliance or a convenience or a service or an app to do the same thing, even though people say, well, you're taking away from your human experience. I'm like, no, I'm prioritizing a different experience. Like I would rather, like there are many tasks running in the background that I could be doing right now, but instead I get to be on Friday Night Vyp, you know? So I have a different sense of priority. Right. I'd rather do this than that. So I think that choosing, and I think that more human beings are going to say, you know what? It's like, I would rather have things, even if I pay more, I'd rather have things delivered to my house than drive in traffic, deal with my road rage, get there, stuff's not even in stock. I settle for a different brand because, I don't want to leave with nothing, empty-handed, wait in a checkout line, going through all of that, when you could literally outsource that task to somebody else or to an appliance and have the convenience of the same outcome, and then spend your time on what you really want. And I think that
pay for convenience. Yep.
People will pay for convenience. So I would rather use things like Amazon Fresh or Whole Foods delivery, or even if Walmart's going to allow me to do pickup service, I'd rather do all of that than spend my time and also limit my the amount of hours of the day that I actually feel safe. Like I'd rather minimize and compartmentalize inconvenience or anxiety.
I mean, we even had to talk. We had the conversation last year about how you are leery about doing meetup because of the situation about what could happen outside.
Well, you've seen, like, I've never forgotten what happened to Christina Grimmie.
Yep.
Philip DeFranco, whenever he goes to anything, has security because he deals in politics, and there are a lot of people who don't like him. And there are, honestly, there's a lot of unstable people, even people with YouTube channels, that all they do is a constant hate train of every single thing that he says or does. They sit there and they make like these videos trying to say he's a fraud. And like, there's a massive hate train for him because, one, people feel like he left YouTube drama and he's too good for them, and like they like decided to take personal offense to it, or he didn't want to work with some of them, or he took a political stance that they don't like. And like instead of just saying, I disagree, like, and they take everything personally. And so they have a vendetta against him. And the thing is, when you go that route, there are people in your audience that you don't have control of that might be unstable people. And then when you start building up a narrative that somebody's evil, somebody's a fraud, someone's a huckster, somebody has an agenda, there are unstable people who then choose to act on that and feel like, well, it's my responsibility as a citizen, or I'm a good guy, or I'm doing the right thing. Because remember, I have personally been a victim of real life physical vigilante justice. So I'm more sensitive to these kind of things of we've come to a point where you have people that will take disagreeing with you or believing what your internet persona versus real world is too far, and then act on it. And then there are people who also do things in your name, like some of these shooters who then said, hey, subscribe to PewDiePie. Like Felix feels horrible about that. And it's not his fault. And it's not his fault. And he's blamed by it by people and the media and even people in YouTube. And that's not not YouTube, the platform. Like I've recently actually found out talking to employees that people in YouTube actually love him. It's the PR people that they utilize that don't like him. Like YouTube corporate, like actually loves PewDiePie. And in many ways, they're hamstringed by public perception about him because they're being held hostage by the media. And I told you that all the tech companies are really being held hostage by the media. For as powerful as they actually are, they're softies. They're softies because think about it like this. Every media headline, every one of these media companies, I can tell you what the narrative is. YouTube promotes extremism and hate speech and doesn't support LGBT people. Facebook hates you. Facebook hates conservatives. Facebook is anti-privacy. Facebook is exploiting your data for their own gain. That's the media headline. Instagram, I know you love Instagram, but it's making you depressed. Instagram is bad for your mental health. Instagram influencers are lazy and entitled and want everything for effing free. Instagram influencers are scamming companies. That's like every one of these. Like Twitch is anti-feminist. Twitch hates women. Like Twitch is biased toward women. Twitch streamers hate women. They catch it on both ends from the media. The media holds all of these platforms that they are competitors to hostage because the revenue model for these companies is advertising, and advertising is paid for by publicly traded companies that media perception can manipulate the stock price of. A headline can tank your stock no matter how hard you work, no matter how good your people are, no matter how good your product is, no matter how much people love your product. If the news writes a bad headline about you, people get nervous and the stock price changes, and maybe people stop buying from you or people boycott. And it doesn't matter how hard your employees work, how many jobs you want to protect, how good your people are. Some chief executive officer in your company, some chief officer in your company had an affair. No matter how hard everyone's working, because somebody couldn't keep it in their pants, everybody's salary is now in trouble. Everybody's money is now in trouble because the media needed the headline and needed the clicks, and because people are stupid. And because
even like the Twitch girl, even if you didn't make a mistake, but people perceive that you make a mistake.
Yes,
you're in trouble,
and the damage is already done, and the narrative, and no one retracts the story. No one and not just the media, but also the social media community does the same thing and has the same lack of accountability in a way as the media, in the sense that you'll have a whole group of people in the YouTube community that will make videos saying that this girl is a racist or she said the N-word, and they'll use everything and prove. Some of them will even go as far as to edit the audio or they'll feign it and they'll go, I don't know. Did she say it? Did she? Didn't she? But their title says that she said it. And all people do is read a headline sometimes, and then they make up their mind. And if you don't think that YouTube news channels and YouTube commentary channels, if you think that they're more honest and they're not manipulating you, you don't know anything. Because when they write a headline, that headline is now the truth in your mind, and your mind has been made up. You are not allowed to form your own conclusion. You are not, even if they phrase it as a question, that's good headline writing. You have already been made up your mind based on that headline, and you've probably never even watched a video from that person, and you've already decided that they're a bad person, or that they're evil, or that they're a racist, or that they're a Nazi just because somebody on YouTube said so. If somebody on YouTube says you're a Nazi, or that you're a fascist, or that you're a socialist, or that you're anti-man or anti-woman or anti-black or anti-white, as long as somebody writes a headline about you in the minds of hundreds or even thousands of people, that's the truth about you forever, no matter what you do. And that's unreasonable.
Isn't it called like confirmation bias or something like that?
Yes, it's called confirmation bias, and it's also another version of it is cognitive dissonance. Right?
But let's take a moment.
The media has been manipulating that for years, and now it's proliferated into social media as well. But there's less accountability in many ways for social media people who can be anonymous, versus newspaper editors and publications and reporters are not anonymous. But you can be an internet personality and you can hide behind a fake name, an avatar, any number of things, a mask. You can literally wear a Guy Fawkes mask or a Jabberwocky mask and never show you can modulate your voice, and you will never be held accountable for destroying somebody's life or for getting it wrong. And no one can make you retract your story.
But shout out to Keemstar for not running that story, because he could have, but he didn't.
Yes.
Shout out to him.
Like, regardless of what anybody thinks, and I have disagreements with him, but I've also in other ways been supportive of whenever he does the right thing. And we've had interesting online Twitter back and forth, some positive, some negative, but that's good, because the thing is, what I will always give Keemstar, regardless of what you think about him, and there are things I cannot get on board with that he's done sometimes, but I genuinely believe he runs his channel with a level of integrity that I would argue there are many journalists that could do better. Like, there are journalists that are not up to the standards of Keemstar. And I might take some heat for saying that, but I just believe that that's the truth. Objectively, that's my own experience. Like, I have a personal story where a good friend of mine was getting harassed. Actually, not just one friend of mine, a group of friends of mine in the anime community, something completely different, were getting harassed and doxxed. And somebody reached out to Keemstar, a friend of mine reached out to Keemstar, and Keemstar didn't run a story that would create a bigger problem or get attention to this, but he privately stepped in and made some moves, and he handled it. And he didn't ask for anything in return. Like, true story, hand to God. Like, I believe something that people would not expect, right? Because people, like I said, there's people's online persona, and then there's who they are in real life.
Right. Yep.
And like, there are a lot of people that are heels in WWE speak,
right,
in the YouTube community, that in real life are actually either more neutral or more good than you would imagine them to be.
I mean, we know one, John Prosser.
If you treat them with respect. Yeah, if you treat them with respect. John Prosser plays the heel in YouTube.
Right? But he's a good dude, right?
And in real life, he's like one of the goodest dudes you'll ever know, and is always like supporting creators and doing stuff behind the scenes, and like is just like a really genuinely good dude who deserves every success and every happiness, every happiness in life, every happiness in life.
Love that dude. He
so much.
He actually backed me up when I was trying to tell people that I didn't grow to not say the N-word. He actually backed me up. He did not have to do that. He didn't have a dog in the fight, but he backed me up anyway. He didn't have to do that.
Exactly. It's like, it's the truth, man. And like, again, people are just they're so angry, and all they want is a target, because all they want is a way to vent and someone to attack and something to unleash on so they feel better. And unlike me, they just don't go out and buy a punching bag. Like, you know, like, and go to the gym and just like go, you know what? Like, yeah, we're going to turn this frustration into gains. Cause I mean, there are things I'm upset about. There's things that I'm angry about, but I can't control that. I can control my reaction, and I funnel it into my creativity. I funnel it into personal art and drawing and stuff like that. I was an edgy, dark, tortured artist when I was a kid. I used to draw like a lot of monsters and dragons and angels and demons and all kinds of stuff to work stuff out in my head when I was a kid. And I did a lot of stuff over in DeviantArt. And like, as an adult now, I work out a lot of that frustration creatively in a lot of other ways, but I also have a lot less anger because I'm a lot happier. And happiness comes from taking responsibility. Happiness comes from living with a purpose. Happiness comes from confidence in many ways. Because I asked the question today in Twitter. I was like, because I want to make this video, and I think the title is going to be "Confidence is the Key to Happiness." I'm going to lead with like, what if you were more confident? I want you to ask yourself, it's like, complete the sentence. If I were more confident, I would finally blank. And if you think about what you would finally do, it's like, if you were more confident, you would finally ask out that guy or girl. If you were more confident, you would finally ask for a raise. If you were more confident, you'd finally start that business. You'd finally start that YouTube channel. You'd finally start that podcast. You'd you'd finally start investing your money. If you were more confident, you'd finally go and live a little. If you were confident, you'd finally take that vacation that you've always wanted. If you were more confident, you'd finally speak up for yourself and defend yourself. If you were more confident, you'd finally make that video that you always wanted to make. If you were more confident, you'd finally compete in that film festival. If you were more confident, you'd finally go up on karaoke night and you'd finally put yourself out there.
Let me stop you right there, because let's talk about the definition of confidence, because I was watching Charisma on Command like a year or two ago, and they had a airtight definition of confidence, which I wholeheartedly agree with. But I want to hear what your definition of confidence is.
My definition of confidence is to act from a sense of my definition of confidence would be to act intentionally, not with a lack of fear, but in spite of your fears, and going after things that you actually want. Okay. Like that's what I define happiness is acting intentionally in your own interest, not because you have a lack of fear, but in spite of those fears.
So the definition that Charisma on Command came up with about confidence, or for confidence is that knowing no matter the outcome that you will be okay.
Yes, that's actually more accurate. And that's good. And I like that. I'm going to borrow that, because that's also what I've been thinking about, is because if you are like, you know what, it's not that you believe that you're invincible. It's that you understand that this isn't over. It's not soul crushing. It's not devastating. It's not world ending. And therefore, might as well just go ahead and try. Might as well. Because again, if you win, wow, look at what happened. If you lose, you're really no better off or no worse off if it goes sideways. To some extent, there are situations where that's regardless. Right, and there are situations where that's not as true. Right. But again, in the worst case scenario, in most cases, you're still gonna survive this. Yeah. And so, hey, tomorrow's another day, right? So that's what I think people need to respect, is that the people who are confident and charismatic have a better life than you, because they treat themselves better, because they're not beholden to their fears, because they go after things that they want, because they realize that they already don't have them. So the possibility of getting the outcome that they want is better than not trying 1,000 times over every single time.
And they know that even if they don't achieve their desired outcome, they will be okay.
Because again, it takes you right back to where you already are. So what's the deal? What's the harm, right?
What's the holdup, right?
So,
what's the holdup?
Exactly. So you might as well. As well. And so my mother
used to tell me that nothing beats a try but a failure.
Oh yes, absolutely. So I think that that's why I want to make that video. And that's why I've been focusing on, yes, I want to get back and I want to make some tutorials. I have some great stuff. I have 10 ways to grow a YouTube channel that nobody ever tells you about. That's going to be coming up. I've got some stuff about starting a podcast. I'm going to lean heavily into YouTube ranking, because I have an advanced ranking tutorial that I want to do with TubeBuddy. And that's going to be amazing. But I do want to do every week. I want to try to get to a point to where every week I'm giving you meaningful content in the form of something meaningful and really from the heart from me, to motivate and to educate and to inspire you to have a better life, a better business, and to believe in yourself. And then, so you have the mindset for success. And then I want to give you something tactical that you can execute on and that you can do in your brand, your life, your business, your platform, that can either grow you or make you more money. So I kind of want every week, I want to get back to doing 3 videos a week at least, because every week I want to do a video that helps you market yourself, a video that helps you make more money, and then a video that helps make you more successful by giving you a proper mindset and by telling some of my own truths and letting you relate to me based on those stories and experiences. So I want to tell you more about how I built my business, how I grew my platforms, and then how I built a mindset for success. And I want to personalize that content. And that's why you've seen all my content start to look like TED Talks. It's all purposeful, because I want to make meaningful content more than anything. And I'm willing to take some hits in the algorithm. I'm over people talking shit about me because, oh, you have all these subscribers, where are the views? Because I'm going to tell people the truth. I'm going to tell people that subscribers and quality content has nothing to do with views. Views are based on the value that people are looking for right now. The value that people are looking for right now. And here's a really sad fucking reality. More people are going to find value in the escapism of watching Logan and Jake Paul than in the gold that me and Gary Vee and Dan Locke and Carlos Gill and Grant Cardone and Graham Stephan has for them to help make them successful and stop their struggle in life. Because if you stop struggling in life, you don't need as much escapism because you won't have a life that you're trying to get away from.
Right.
I don't have to watch TV as much, play video games as much. I'm getting back to some of those things as I'm getting back to my roots, and I like connecting with people around those things now and not living every breathing moment for my business. But that's a choice that I have the luxury of making because I'm not struggling anymore. And so I want to do those things to be more of a human being because I became a machine. And I needed to, but I became a machine. And so now I want some of that humanity back. But but the thing is, I don't feel sad if I work a 40-hour, 60-hour, or 80-hour week because I'm doing what I love on my own terms.
You enjoy what you're doing, right?
I don't need a 2-week vacation. Do you realize I would go nuts spending 2 weeks on a beach?
I can imagine you doing nothing. I cannot imagine Roberto Blake doing nothing for 2 weeks. I can imagine it.
I would have to, if I didn't bring my camera, I would literally go on Amazon, ship a camera to the hotel because I'm the happiest, as you know, when I click that shutter button.
Oh, I bet. And speaking of starting a podcast real quick, shout out to our boy Marquez. Finally launched the podcast today.
Yes.
Woo!
Yes.
That's going to be lit. That's going to be lit. Can't wait to see what he does with that. No doubt.
Yeah. I am so thrilled for that. I cannot wait. I had Marquez as a guest on my podcast.
As did I. I know, right?
As did you, yeah. So we're we have that gold star, right? We've had the honor and privilege of having Marquez on our programs. I'd love to have him back, and I'd love to do something else with him. I also want him to teach me about ultimate Frisbee because I'm getting in shape, and it's I'm really it looks like so much fun, dude. It looks like so much fun, and it's I want to get and he told me that, here's something from Gameski, another Atlanta creator. 90% of my views are from non-subscribers, so people shouldn't put much weight on subscribers, although I know some people see it as a popularity contest. The clout culture of YouTube is so toxic, and it creates all these assumptions. And one of the reasons that creators struggle is because they believe in myths that don't exist in YouTube, because what people won't accept, just like we were talking about earlier, Viper, that things change and then people need to move on, but they can't, is that YouTube of today is not YouTube of 2010 and 2008 and so on and so forth. And even 2012, the YouTube algorithm stopped caring about subscribers in 2015. The YouTube algorithm stopped caring about. Now, there's a small bump that you get initially from your subscribers, but there's other ways to get that bump, and that can help views. But really, views are about topic, and they're about classifying your content. The new video from Matt Gillen and vidIQ talked about is that your content being classified by your metadata and by your channel and the related topic. I'll tell you why people don't understand what happened. Zach Talks Tech says brands look at sub numbers. Zach is right. Brands look at sub numbers when they're making their short list.
I think that's starting to change a little bit though, actually.
It is. And I've been working behind the scenes on this with brands. It's starting to change. And by the way, I'm going to be doing more, and in my other channels as well, I'm going to be doing more industry commentary, and I'm doing more work on the behind the scenes. I've been putting out less content because what people don't realize is that I haven't been working less. For one thing, I've been actually working more, and I've been working out more, but I've also been working on my systems and whiteboarding, and I've been training and coaching more creators. I've gotten so many coaching calls that's actually put a bottleneck on some of my content. And at the same time, I'm training my new team to help take over tasks. So I've had to train people so that we can make some of my extra content and for me to have more room by not doing tasks I shouldn't be doing. Orlando Theme says that brands are starting to move beyond subscribers to engagement. And I agree with that. And I agree with what Jeff was saying. And it's true. And I'll tell you, I've been working with brands. In fact, I was with my homie Carlos Gill. He wrote the book, The End of Marketing. Please pre-order that on Amazon. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a game-changing book. And one of the things he talks about in The End of Marketing is he talks about the future of influencers not being one-off deals, but being ambassadors. And I couldn't agree more. That's I did that with TurboTax, and I did that with PayPal. I did these great deals.
I am just waiting for Starbucks to figure it out. They haven't figured it out yet.
They're on their way. They're on their way.
Figure it out, baby. Figure it out.
I have a brilliant activation idea for Starbucks. I have a brilliant activation idea for Starbucks around the concept of a coffee date. There's a lot of things they could do with that, but I think that the game would be they use influencers and they kind of do a lottery kind of thing of letting you have a coffee date with your favorite influencer as a fan. Like not a romantic date, but a coffee date, you know, like a little meet cute with your and they do a lottery of, they use influencer marketing and they create a connection between the influencer and the fan in a sense of letting, having these influencers and then doing video content around basically kind of a speed dating session of just having a moment over coffee with your favorite creator and, you know, getting to ask them a couple of things. And
that would be interesting.
And the thing is, as serialized content, it would be like carpool karaoke. It would be like carpool karaoke of like brought to you by Starbucks. It's like, you know, create like, and they could just brand it with some kind of interesting, like something like Starbucks presents Meet Cute, it's this whole thing, right? Like they could brand that and it would be dope. Like that's an activation that I think that they could pull off, right? And so, and the thing is, but to your point earlier, so brands are, I was talking with Carlos Gill and we were talking about his book, The End of Marketing, but I was also there. It's funny. People were debating with me on Twitter about subscribers not mattering and about the Instagram likes not mattering. Cause like back when Instagram first announced this like things, you know, I came out pro, get rid of the effing likes. I came out heavily pro that. And I'm like, and YouTube do this thing, do this thing, do this thing. And then small channels, small creators have a fighting chance if you do this, right? And some people were upset with me and then they started to come around, but you know what I was like? And I was like, I think I took even a photo and I was like, I'm literally here with 20 people who cut the checks for brands. Your opinion is not equal to my opinion in this case, because my opinion is actually not an opinion. It's a fact, because I'm sitting here with 20 homies that either run agencies or are the people that are decision makings within an organization around influencer marketing, because all of you sit in the bubble of your friends and your angry creator friends who want this and want that and everything like that. And I'm with the industry people all the time at these events. When I go out to dinner, I do drinks and stuff with other creators, but I equally connect creators with the industry decision makers because I want to bridge a gap. Because creators don't understand industry people and industry people don't understand creators, but they need each other. They need each other and they don't know how to work together properly a lot of times because they have no context. And therefore, I like to, because I've come from both worlds and I have friends in both worlds that are working really hard, I try to bridge this gap in the fact that they don't understand each other and they're not speaking the same language. And I'm sitting here literally with 20 marketing people that are telling me that they're happy about this Instagram likes and that they don't care about that and it doesn't really help them, and what does help them and what they need from influencers and what they like and how much comments are more meaningful and this and how they're getting, they're trying to get their bosses to move away from follower count and they want to vet people more and they need more resources and that they want this other company that I have, I'm trying to build a service around them for doing research, independent research and creating approved list. No blacklist, but definitely shortlist and whitelist of creators of different size brackets and also different market verticals, but vetted research done by multiple people by hand, old school research of, we can't just aggregate data in a bunch of numbers. We're going to do human homework and we're going to give you a list of the research and give you links to the brand deals that we've seen from other creators so you know what to expect, because aggregating that research is something that they don't want to do and that the employees that they have to do that are too highly paid for that grunt work. Some organizations have specialized to the point to where there's boots on the ground, dirty work to be done that they have nobody to do. But the good news is they do have a budget for outsourcing and consulting. And therefore, if there's a company that does that boots on the ground dirty work of doing actual research and homework and gathering information accurately and by hand instead of taking shortcuts, then they're happy to utilize those resources and those people and their time and pay well for it, because at an organizational level, they can't staff it 40 hours a week. It's not 40 hours a week worth of work that's worthwhile to them to cut a salary for, but they do have a budget to do it a couple times a year in the form of consulting for a check and this and that. They have a budget allocated for that, just not for salaries. See what I'm saying? So like, that's a different business that I have going on that's being built in the background and that I'm recruiting for, and that I'm having marketing people and creators help me develop the business model so that's fair. And so that we are getting context on creators accurately, and then going to brands and saying, hey, we're going to make some recommendations. If you're looking for 20 tech influencers, we have recommendations of really strong creatives, regardless of follower count in these verticals. Here are like 5 or 6 sponsored videos that each of them have done in the past. Here's the information we found on them. Here are interviews. And we like went through what your red flags are that you said, and we found nothing for what you said your red flags are. We found nothing that would make these people a problem for you. So these are the people that we think you should look harder at or prioritize.
When it comes to connecting creators and brands, I'm always going to defer to you because you have personally connected me with brands. So I am definitely deferring to you, man. You know what's up.
I'm doing what's called, so I don't want to do an influencer marketing company. I want to do an influencer advocacy company, because the thing is, the basis is education, training, and vetting. So I want creators to know what brands are very much pro creator, like very, very creator friendly, or what brands support creators. I want that short list. And yes, Carlos is doing the audiobook. He's doing it the way Gary Vee does. So he's recording in the studio and he's going off script and he's doing it that way. And I'm super proud of him. He's going to definitely put that out on Audible. But like, Carlos Gill, follow him everywhere in social media. He's like the real deal. He came from nothing. He's a Latino immigrant American that came from nothing and dropped out of high school, didn't get a college degree, went and was like the marketing manager for Winn-Dixie, and then moved on to other companies, worked and was a leader in LinkedIn. He would, again, high school dropout, was working at LinkedIn corporate, then went on to work for BMC, one of the leaders like in the marketing world. And he did all of this, 6-figure salary, executive, all this stuff, built a public speaking career as a high school dropout with self-education, grit, and hustle, and taught himself everything about marketing and social media from the ground up and about business from the ground up, like a real homegrown entrepreneur. And then he started his company. He left corporate to start his own company, Gill Media Co. And he deals with high-profile clients. And they have a multiple 7-figure company, even though they've only been in operation about maybe 2-3 years. So homegrown agency, great clients, great people. And Carlos is one of the top marketing public speakers in the world. And I came up with Carlos in social media. I came up with, like, he's one of my old school homies from like the early days of Twitter. Me, him, Amy Landino, Brian Fanzo, Chelsea Cross, like these are my people who like I came up with in this industry, like when like none of us had anything.
Yep. I actually follow her on Twitter, dude. Yep.
David Rachel has a hashtag, I think, in the name of a company connecting content creator with brand. Yeah. I think you're thinking of Rachel David. Like,
Rachel David. Yeah.
Yeah, Rachel David. Yeah, that's actually another good friend of mine. She's from Canada and everything like that. Yeah, she has a company that's very similar in that, but a little bit different. And we've done some things together. And interestingly, I got her. I helped give her the confidence. I identified that she loves networking and she's very good at networking. And I encouraged her to build her personal brand on networking and connecting individual people and doing local networking events, and then branding that and doing pop-up networking events. And now she's built an entire successful another business around it and everything like that. And why? Because a friend gave her the confidence and courage to move forward with that and to go after something she actually wanted. Having the right people in your corner, having good friends that tell you that you're going to be okay, and to go for the thing that you want and that they've got your back, even win or lose, succeed or fail. Like, it means something. It means something. And now there are so many people getting so much value from Rachel. If she hadn't had the courage to start this other venture, those people wouldn't have gotten that value. They might have been delayed 3-5 years from their goals because, Rachel wasn't doing this, and now she is. So I'm super proud of her. So proud of her. But yeah.
She's done. Did you see she had her face on the side of that truck though? That was
yes,
crazy.
I know. I loved her caption on that. Like, to every dude who's ever dumped her and everything, look at me now. Like the best revenge is living well, my friend. The best revenge is living well. I'm not gonna put anybody's name out or anything like that, but it's it's so funny that girls that I knew in high school have been trying to like holler like now. That's so interesting.
Back there, they didn't want me. They all love me. Back there, they didn't want me. About the Mike Jones about Mike Jones.
Yeah, it's the truth, man. It's the truth. It's so funny.
I bet.
And dudes who like bullied me like are trying to pretend that we were friends back then and that was all banter and everything. I'm like, oh really? Like, like it's hilarious.
It really is. I bet.
Yeah. Like, so like I and someone in the comments is saying this. In fact, it's like actually ethnic. So great people like Roberto are out there willing to help others and looking to get their foot in the door. Absolutely. I believe in there you put it on screen. Yeah. I believe that if you have if you understand what the struggle is to fight and earn your way, it's not that you want other people to go through that suffering. Cause there are a lot of people who say it's like, oh, I fought and I came from nothing and everything like that. And that's how you got to do it. And like, don't expect any help or any handouts or anything like that. No, I want to reach back my hand and not give a hand out, a hand up. But in reality, to be honest, I'm not that salty even about giving a handout. Like in the sense of like, if somebody really needs it and like, there's a couple of people that I've done that for, and I keep very quiet about it because then again, you get people who don't have good intentions asking, but I look and I offer things and I never ask for anything back. Like I offer people things all the time with nothing to gain, nothing to gain.
He's not lying.
Like, and I don't do it for people to sing my praises of what a good person I am or any of this or that and stuff like that. I don't publish my charitable contributions, but there's nothing wrong with that because I think I should, honestly, to inspire more people to give. So I believe in that. But I like a funny thing about PewDiePie is I genuinely believe that he gives away a disproportionate amount of his money in secret because he doesn't, one, the media will never give him credit for it anyway. And then two, that's not the reason that he donated to charity all those times anyway. Right. And he's a genuinely humble and good dude. And I genuinely believe that he secretly still gives millions to charity without anybody knowing. Like, right. And anonymously, and I know people who have somewhat verified that, and he doesn't want
Roberto.
To know. Yeah,
I need you to do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
I need to walk away for a second. I need you to hold it down.
I can hold it down. In fact, I'll just I'll take like questions, I guess, while you're gone, and I'll respond to people who are here in the chat. So yeah, to some of you who are saying like the brand thing, so it's interesting. Brands look at subscriber count in terms of you got their attention sometimes, but what really works is referrals. And I refer people who don't have the subscriber count to get attention like all the time, regardless of subscriber count. Anytime I get a brand deal, I recommend 3 to 5 other creators. And I always email the brands and tell my contact the brand after I have a better relationship with them, people that I think would be good representatives of the brand. So like I help try to put people on, and then I try to see if something happened for them. And then I don't necessarily tell people that, hey, like sometimes I'll give people a heads up to say, hey, I recommended you to such and such. So if you get a call or an email from this company, it's legit, right? Because a lot of times people are looking through their email and then stuff isn't legit or they don't know, or I'm like, hey, check your spam. Maybe somebody's going to be reaching out to you so that they have a heads up. But I often sometimes don't, or I didn't used to because I didn't want to take any credit for anything or for people to think they owe me a favor. But I've had to change that because people miss opportunities because then something goes to spam or they weren't looking for something or they thought something wasn't legit. And so I've had to give people a heads up, right? So your network and the people that you hang with makes a big difference in the opportunities that are available for you. If you hang with 5 successful people, you'll be the 6th. If you find with 5 losers, you will also be the 6th, right? So like the law of attraction and those things are real and they're practical. It's not woo-woo fluffy BS. It's real, right? So like really pay attention to who your homies are. And then to a point that Orlando made is, yeah, brands do care more about engagement. I think that likes going away means we have to prioritize comments. And then I think who your community is and whether your community is respectful and whether your community is engaging is going to make a real difference. And whether you moderate your comments. So in YouTube, if you want better brand relationships and brand deals, and if brands are researching you, I encourage you to moderate your comments. I know some of you feel that that's inauthentic or that that's wrong or that that's censorship, but I don't think that that applies in a situation where you're building a business and you're leveraging your reputation in order to make the money you need to grow your business or provide for your family. I think you don't owe those anonymous people on the internet a say to the detriment of your business and your livelihood. And so I don't think that you should feel beholden in that way. I think you should prioritize what's in the best interest of your platform and your business and your ability to provide for your family than giving some angry person on the internet a carte blanche or free reign on your platform. So I would suggest that you guys consider moderating your stuff a little bit more if you want to get brand deals or if you're entertaining brand deals. I think that brands appreciate that. And I've known that to be a fact in talking to people. I don't intend to a point that Ethnic brought up. I don't intend to enter politics. I believe that the reality, unfortunate as it may be, is that media companies, advertisers, technology companies, and the corporate lobbyists have the real power, and that they're picking their players in like an NFL draft when it comes to the political spectrum and system. So I wouldn't want to be leveraged. And the only way to not be leveraged is one of two ways. If you ran into politics, you would not be leveraged by A, not having a past, B, being very aggressive and bold, and also being filthy, stinking rich so that you can't be bought. And that's a lot. And even if you do all of that, you're putting yourself in a position where people make up things about you and where people go after you and go after your family. And so no matter how good of a person you are, that's always a liability and a risk. And I don't want to go that route. So I would rather be the emperor from the shadows. And my plan would not be to go into American politics, but would be to financially support people that are fighting for our actual interest and people that are 100% on board with a 21st century economic model that helps the American worker and is also respective of opportunity for people who come to this country and want to work. My father came to this country from Panama with nothing. All of my immigrant grandparents came here from Panama with nothing. 3 of my 4 grandparents came to this country from Panama with the intention of bettering their lives and raising their children. And so all of my elderly relatives, my remaining 2 living grandparents, they came to this country with nothing and built a life for themselves and their families, and then made me as a first generation American successful. And so I get to be a success story in my family as a first generation American because of the immigrant hustle and the immigrant mentality and the life that my family fought for me to have and the opportunity that they fought for me to have. My father served this country in the United States Marine Corps for 27 years and got to E9 as a master gunnery sergeant. And throughout the 80s and 90s, he put up with disrespect from subordinates. He put up with racism for having an accent and having a foreign name and people thinking that they were more American than him and that they loved the country more than him. And he fought and bled right alongside those people. He worked his way up from the motor pool and became an E9 master gunnery sergeant. Only 6% of all Marines in their entire career achieved that rank. He got commendations from 2 Bushes and a Clinton, 3 presidential commendations. So I'm very proud of my father's military service, but I don't feel that the VA takes care of our veterans. I don't think that people not only respect the real sacrifices of service members beyond like some lip service and some things and rhetoric, because if they did, the funny thing is we keep increasing the military spending budget, but my father, as working in logistics, told me this: they don't increase the spending per individual soldier. That has not really changed or gone up. They do not invest in the troops. They do invest in materials. They invest in vehicles, sometimes vehicles we don't need. They overspend on budget on all of these things, and the money goes to contractors who don't fulfill 80% of the contract. We're influencers, Viper. If we fail to fulfill 20% of our contract, we only fulfilled 80% what was in a contract. Do you think that we're going to get to work with that company ever again?
No, not at all.
But yet our government takes your and my tax dollar and continues to give military contractors who only fulfill 70 or 80% of a contract of what was promised. They only deliver 80% of what was promised. They still get the opportunity to bid again, and they still get rewarded with a contract again. And you and I would never have that privilege as private citizens or as private companies. You and I would never have that privilege. And yet the federal government squanders your and my money to continue to give people opportunities instead of giving a smaller contractor an opportunity that can over deliver. And they just keep spending and spending more. And there's corruption and there's kickbacks. And so when I say that I'm not going to ever go into politics, but I don't mind financially backing or being the marketing arm or a campaign advisor and working from the shadows, it's because I would not mind putting my brain to work on behalf of people that believe in a fair 21st century economy that works for everybody and that doesn't necessarily play favorites. And I do think that some very theoretically unpopular ideas or that sound or that are branded poorly I genuinely believe that you can give the American worker a fighting chance if they have universal basic income, Andrew Yang's $1,000 a month freedom dividend, because it's not government money. That's your and my tax dollar. And it's instead of us getting it back, I don't get anything back in a tax return. Full disclosure, I pay as an entrepreneur an exorbitant amount of taxes. I have the benefit of a little bit of tax relief through being a pass-through corporation. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to make the money that I do. And so I don't mind paying taxes, but I would rather that the taxes that I pay go back into the hands of Americans to spend into their economy than to go to contractors that don't fulfill their obligation to our troops and go into the pocket of corporate lobbyists and go into the pockets and the coffers of politicians that don't serve at the pleasure of the American people and serve in the interest of the corporations, like our good frenemy Ajit Pai, and his BS shenanigans. And these are the people who are taking our money. And so I'd rather, instead of that government money, which doesn't exist, it's your money and my money, I'm more happy for Americans to get $1,000 a month than to continue to give fat cats like Ajit Pai a freaking salary to betray us. I'm more happy to give that money to American working citizens than to give it to people who don't fulfill their obligations to the military. And I think that they should be vetted. And if you don't fulfill your obligations to the military and fulfill a contract, that you shouldn't be allowed to bid on a contract for 3 to 5 years. And that opportunity should go to a smaller contractor or company that's going to fight for that business and is going to deliver for the troops and is going to over deliver and keep their word. And so I would rather we have stricter regulations on those things than on the tech oligarchs. But I do think that we should tax the tech oligarchs more for the automation that's going to displace jobs with the VAT tax that Andrew Yang wants to do for the freedom dividend. And so, yeah, give Americans $1,000 a month, give everybody universal health care like Canada, but do it better than Canada. Because Zach can tell you about the healthcare system in Canada. It's got its flaws, but at the same time, I don't think Americans should go bankrupt if they get sick. And I do believe that people will step up and will take care of themselves and will better themselves if they don't have to go bankrupt because they got sick, if they can have health insurance and reasonable healthcare by us regulating that industry a little bit more. Because why is it that if you go to a different county that the same healthcare is $800 different one county over? $800 more or $800 less one county over? Does nobody think that stinks and that doesn't sound right and that that's fishy? Does nobody think that that's a problem? Why is that? Why is it? Because there's not a standard and there's not regulation on that. And why? Because, think about it. Think about who benefits and everything like that. And by the way, hate to break it to you and everything like that, but when we have this system of things for a privileged class of people, And it's in their interest to then create marketing to get the rest of us fighting each other. And that's why the rich stay rich. Like, it's very simple. It's not that hard to figure out. It's historically proven. It's historically true. It's no conspiracy theory. It's like, it's the way it is. And by the way, just keep in mind, I was the photographer at the country club. So I was the help. And I was listening to all these people in their political rallies and all these people running for Senate and Congress and governor and everything like that. When I was a photographer in North Carolina, I was at the local country club, and I was at the country club, and there are people that are current North Carolina legislators that are in office that I was like sitting there, photographing them, taking their picture and listening to what they had to say. And I know the truth of how those people really think about the average American worker whose votes they take. Because I've been behind those closed doors. So I know the reality. I worked at corporate America, and I know that heads and CEOs and people sit there and then take advantage of their employees and do straw donor campaign donations through their employees and say, yeah, here's $5,000, donate to my candidate in your name, to their employee, and say, and I'm going to like take care of you on your Christmas bonus, or do this or you're fired. Like, there's like, that's real. I've seen it with my own eyes. And knowing all of that, I would never formally go into politics, but can I do something when I build my wealth, when I do my philanthropy? Can I do something with my knowledge of marketing and social media and technology to actually help get us some people that will fight for the little guy, get us some people that care about technology the way that we care about it, and want a democratized system of information and opportunity for entrepreneurs? Like, I believe in entrepreneurship more than anything. And I think that when healthcare negotiations aren't part of hiring people, you hire more people. Because I know I would hire more people and hire them for a better rate and give them more hours and get them full time if I don't have to pay their healthcare cost. So it's entrepreneurial, and it gives more opportunity and it gives more jobs. I also believe that with the freedom dividend that Andrew Yang wants, if somebody does it, if it's not Yang, if somebody does something to where everybody doesn't have to be in absolute poverty and get something, that money goes back into the economy and people will make more optimal choices. And also people will have a little bit of leverage to not take shit jobs and shit salaries for longer than they need to, because they won't be left with nothing and they can negotiate more ruthlessly. And so I do believe people will better themselves. I think the amount of people that will sit on their couch and play video games and smoke weed is more minimal than people actually believe. Because again, I think especially for young men, there's only so long you can live without a sense of pride and a sense of purpose and a sense of dignity before you lose your mind. And so I think that at some point that young man gets off the couch, puts down the controller, and starts a business or a podcast, or goes back to school, or does something, because at the end of the day, he knows he's not going to like find a mate just sitting on his couch, smoking weed and playing video games for the rest of his life and gaining weight and getting a beer belly. At some point, he's going to go to the gym. He's going to hit the books. He's going to get and he's going to want to compete, because he's going to see somebody else swooping in and having a better life. And he's going to want that at some point. And I think that, same thing for, I think that there are so many women who, if they had the ability to have that extra $1,000 a month to offset the cost of childcare, would also start businesses or would go for different things in the job market. Because what no one talks about for the average American is, I have two good friends of mine that used to live in Chicago. They moved to North Carolina because, as you know, Viper, the rent's too damn high.
No kidding. No kidding.
Two of my good friends used to live in Chicago. They both went to school, good school. They went to the University of Greensboro, excellent school. North Carolina's college education system is actually really good. And the cost is not god awful. So they went to school in North Carolina, in Greensboro, met, got married, had one kid, got job opportunities in Chicago. They just paid off their student loans debts. Finally, student loan debt is still, and they had to obviously keep up the maintenance and keep up their cars. And that becomes problematic. You've experienced that. They were working Americans and they were paying rent in Chicago. Now they also had to do, because they worked in the healthcare insurance industry, which is another reason I'm passionate about this, is because I have insight into that. Because again, my friends worked in this industry. So they were working in the healthcare insurance industry, good jobs, good salaries. Between them, they ended up in a very somewhat uncomfortable tax bracket when you consider the fact that they're paying Chicago rent for an apartment, they have one kid, and their childcare cost in Chicago for their one kid is $1,200 a month for childcare for their kid to get good childcare and for them to not have the fear of their child being abused. You want those things. So literally just in childcare alone, $1,200 a month of your hard-earned money walking out the door. Privilege of working for us tax is what I call it, right? Like, so the privilege of working a good job in a metropolitan area is you have the privilege of paying high rent and paying for expensive childcare and paying for your commute. Privilege of working for us tax. You get this money and then it goes right back out into the system. Like, you barely get to enjoy it, right? Because as you know, rent's too damn high in Chicago for even just like a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment. Rent's too damn high. And then it's ridiculous. Same thing in New York, same thing in California. Anywhere in this country where they offer you a good salary, for the most part, anywhere in this country where they offer you a good salary, with the exception of a few areas like Texas and Atlanta. Texas and Atlanta, and I would argue Florida, are actually very good in a combination of job opportunity and low cost of living, at least in terms of housing and rent. But the rest of the country, if you want to live in a metropolitan area that has high paying wages, you make up those wages in higher taxes. You make up those wages in higher rent or mortgages and property values and property taxes. And you make up that in general cost of living in terms of groceries, expenses, and in the cost of childcare. So why are millennials not having having kids sooner, or not getting married and all these things? Because it's just too damn expensive compared to how it was in the 90s and in the 80s, to be very real with you. It's too damn expensive because you had 2 hardworking people that have good jobs. Between them make about roughly a 6-figure household income, yet they're taxed on it so ridiculously because, unlike me as a person who's a corporation, they don't get pass-through income. So they're taxed at a higher tax bracket than me, the entrepreneur. They're taxed at a higher tax bracket than me, the entrepreneur, as a working class family. And again, they also have a kid. I'm single. $1,200 a month just in childcare, pay back student loan debts that they needed to get the good salary jobs in the first place. So they're paying all this money in student loan debt, paying for their car note and and paying the maintenance on their car and their vehicle in the city with that kind of commute. And then there's things where you have to use public transportation sometimes because it's like stupid with the parking. And then because of the nature of that good salary job, they have to pay for fancy lunches, or they're looked down upon, especially as people of color. And and my friend Tiffany, as a woman, she had to do her hair a certain way, or again, you're looked down upon, you're passed up for promotion because that's the culture of the thing, right? So they have all these ancillary costs that you could call working for us tax that just eat up all of this hard-earned money that they had to go into debt to be able to make in the first place. And it's an insidious trap of our society of like people. It's not that people are being irresponsible with their money, Viper. It's that there's a trap within consumerism that's designed to strip you of wealth and the opportunity to build wealth. They are not creating a system to engineer more wealthy people, which is a shame. And the reason is that then there's a lot of people who, if you remove the gap, something good happens to you, they believe something bad happened to them because they're not as special anymore. If there's not a bigger gap between you and them, they're not as special anymore. That's how they believe. That's what they think. Because all of a sudden, you're now competing with them and they're not as special anymore. All of a sudden, if you can compete, their son and daughter isn't as special anymore because now you have an opportunity and it's not elite anymore. If everybody can join, it's not as interesting to them. Yep. And therefore, there's not a vested interest for those people to make it easy for there to be economic mobility, for people to be on the come up and people to rise up. Because if you rise up, maybe they're a little soft and they're worried that somebody who fought their way to the top instead of was born to privilege might punch them in the jaw and break their entire freaking face, cave their face in. Like, and respect, I understand being worried about that. My answer would be, so don't be soft, right? Don't be soft. Just because you were born to privilege, why don't you work harder? Like, I think, like, Viper, are you an anime fan?
Kind of.
Did you watch Dragon Ball Z growing up?
Hell yes.
Dragon Ball Z, so Frieza, right? Yeah. Frieza was privileged. Frieza was soft. He was born with a high power level. He never trained a day in his life. Mm-hmm. Goku fought people more powerful than him from the time he was 5 freaking years old. So when he came for that neck, he came, right? You know,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
and then in Dragon Ball Super, in Battle of Gods and then Resurrection of Frieza, Frieza comes back from the dead and is like, oh crap, Goku like beat Majin Buu. Really? He's like, my dad told me never fight Lord Beerus and never fight Majin Buu. Like, Lord Beerus is a god of destruction. I don't know if you know about that whole thing. But like, so Frieza decides, okay, I'm going to actually train for 6 months because I'm not going to go challenge Goku now because he beat me and he's now more powerful than Majin Buu. And I was afraid to flex with Majin Buu, and he tanked Majin Buu. So I'm going to go train for 6 months. So Frieza, who was born to privilege, trains for 6 months, comes back god level, comes back golden Frieza, and can now flex with Super Saiyan, Goku's Super Saiyan God form, Super Saiyan Blue. And so, like, because Frieza finally put in work for a change, he actually had something substantial. Is like, oh, wow, if I actually worked, I could have been a god. Like, you know, if I'd actually worked. I was soft. I was lazy. I was sitting there, and no wonder this peasant beat me. This peasant worked for everything and then just caved in my face, punched me in the mouth, left me for dead, right? It's like, if I had just put in the work, man, if I just had taken my talent and put in the work, I could have been a god. I could have been undefeatable. Like, right? He had, like, Frieza had, like, 60 freaking years, and he didn't train a day in his life. He trains for 6 months and becomes a god. Like, that's lazy, man. That's entitlement. And so I think of that, like, when I look at our world today, to use that anime analogy, I look at our world today and I see a lot of people who had it better than you and I that will not outwork us. And if we ever ascend to a level to challenge them, they will be crushed. And they know it. And they know it because you can be born with all the privilege, all the opportunity, all the resources, and still lose because of your arrogance, your hubris, your entitlement, or because you're lazy, or because you have the audacity to underestimate a worthy opponent because you happen to think they're beneath you because of where they came from. And it happens all the time, my friend. That's why Blockbuster lost, is because they didn't think they could get got. They thought that being a household name for like 50 years and having stores in like every state meant something, and they got. And it's sad. They got in like 5 years. They became irrelevant.
It is sad.
Yeah. And that's just like, again, Frieza getting curb stomped by Goku is what I see when I see the stuff like that. That disruption is there, and people are scared, man. And so while I would never go directly into politics, I don't mind putting some juice behind anybody that I think will fight for the future of hardworking people and give people a fighting chance by leveling out a little bit of the playing field and giving back to hardworking people. Because again, I think that we have this great country. Nobody in this country, we fought so hard and we worked so hard, we pay so much taxes. There's no way that being sick should undermine everything you've worked for your entire life and take away your opportunities and make you bankrupt. So I think that's why I think that, like, people disagree with me politically because of their ideology, but I believe from a meritocracy and hard work purpose, and like from what I believe Americans deserve, is that in my mind, you will never be able to sway me or convince me that Americans don't deserve better, and that Americans deserve the ability to have universal health care, and that it is a right to Americans, because I think we pay too much in taxes, we work too hard, and I think that every working family, every military family deserves that. I think we need to do better for our veterans with the VA, the healthcare system of the VA. People like my dad deserve better, and all of our veterans, all my friends at Fort Bragg deserve better than that. And so healthcare reform, very important to me. I'll back any candidate that's strongly for that, for the most part, as long as they're not a dick. And I believe that we need to give Americans a fighting chance, and that we need to take automation seriously and the job apocalypse that's coming for retail and for labor. And I think that needs to be a big priority. And I also think we do need some kind of taxpayer funded state education, because we need to invest in vocational skills and trade skills, and also transitional skills for displaced workers who have nowhere to go when the economy changes should have a pathway to re-educating themselves and reintegrating into the job market so they can continue to have value and have purpose and have their dignity and earn a living for their families when those job markets disappear. When retail and transport and a lot of these things are automated away, there needs to be something left for those people to do, to have meaning and value and purpose, and to have an income, and to be able to still serve the market. We shouldn't throw people away just because we want to innovate and have convenience and for companies to make billions of dollars. And so there should be a VAT tax for the companies that are gaining the most from automation, to give that back to the people that they're also displacing by creating that, because the jobs that will be created by automation, the average American worker is not in a position to compete for those jobs, and will end up giving visas to people who come from other countries where they do have universal education and where they do have taxpayer funded education, people that come from a lot of these Norwegian countries and that come from places like India and China that are producing more STEM students will get those jobs that are created as a result of this new technological revolution. Those jobs will go to, it's not an accident that Microsoft, Google, and Adobe all have Indian American CEOs. It's not an accident, because India and China are graduating more STEM students than us. Like, the number of STEM students that they are graduating almost rival a good segment of our whole population. So the highest paying jobs available in the global market, Americans have not been given any tools to compete for those jobs. And that's very unfortunate. And so if you want to return like dignity to the American worker, I think that you have to give them the resources to compete. And I think that healthcare, education, and a baseline of income to give them optimal choice is the foundation of giving Americans a fighting chance in a world that has moved away from what they recognize. A world that's an economy that's moved away from what they recognize. And that's not as much a political conversation as I believe it is a tech conversation and a business and economic and entrepreneurial conversation. But we're held hostage by our politicians, and we're held hostage by our traditions, and largely by, in many cases, the culture of some of our media. And I think that no one wants to truly acknowledge those problems. And I'm happy to support candidates that do, because I'm not going to make myself in politics vulnerable to being leveraged. I'm not rich enough to not be bought yet, and I would have to wait that out. And then there's too much things going on in the interim of that. So maybe let's fast track me to being rich. So, I think about these things. I think about these things because I want the dude to make a difference in the world. I want the world to be better. I want all of us to have better.
No doubt. Man, the wealth of knowledge that you have up here is just ridiculous. But I want to change topic real quick.
Yeah, let's have some fun.
So we think about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It seems like YouTube may or may not have changed the algorithm. I know some creators were. It
wasn't 2 or 3 weeks ago. There was a hiccup though. That wasn't, I don't think, an algorithmic change. That was a platform stability problem.
Well, I'm talking about when YouTube made whatever change they made to accommodate the kid content on the platform, and some creators complained about view going down and the algorithm being changed because of it. And I'm talking about creators in all niches, not just the kids content.
Oh no, the kids content thing predates a couple of weeks ago. That just hit some of those people. That rollout has been for months. Yeah. I've seen it since last year. I've been talking to people in back channel about that for months.
So my question to you is, some people say there is no algorithm. Some people say there are multiple algorithms.
No, there's multiple algorithms. Anybody who knows who's saying there's no algorithm?
I can't remember off the top, but some people think that there isn't an algorithm, and then some people think there's multiple algorithms. So you're saying there's multiple algorithms.
Wait, the people who think there's no algorithm, what do they think? They think that Google is just somebody pulling levers?
No, I don't. I think they just.
What's their argument? What's their argument? Because that sounds like trolling to me. Because how can you say there's no algorithm?
I think they just feel like people watch what they want to watch. I think they don't think.
Oh, no. There is an algorithm, and it's proven because it's patented. It's patented. So you can't say there's no algorithm when they have technology patents and they can sue people that try to make a competitor. If they violate their patents. That's why no one can really compete with YouTube, is the patents alone, besides all the legalities, the patents alone are the biggest, one of the biggest economic barriers to making a true YouTube competitor. So if you could get around user-generated content and free speech and all that stuff, you'd still have the problem of violating patents.
Right. Okay.
So there's multiple algorithms, and I can tell you that every major core feature in YouTube has an independent algorithm associated with it. There's always been multiple algorithms, but they used to be more simplistic prior to 2015, because then YouTube moved over to the Google Rank Brain, which is Google's pure algorithm, versus the hybrid one that was cobbled together circa 2010. The modern YouTube algorithm that we all know was developed over the course of 3 years in 2010 by, I believe, a Swedish developer who since has built his own company. And that was the modern YouTube algorithm that we went through from 2010 through 2015, with them building multiple layers on top of it. And then 2015, they integrated that algorithm with Google Rank Brain, and Google Rank Brain has been replacing the legacy systems in YouTube, which is why platform stability has seemed to be problematic since 2015.
So the question becomes, why does a shift in the algorithm designed to curb kid content being recommended, why does that shift affect tech content? That's the question.
So part of it is the classification system. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up a document. Actually, I know where I can get it. I sent this to a friend of mine, Donna from Psych IRL. So I'm just gonna pull open my Twitter messages, and I'm gonna find what I sent Donna, because I linked her to one of these algorithm white papers that I've read, so that and I linked her to also where I find all these Google publications. So there is, oh, that's interesting. It looks like the access to that file, is that still, wait, let me eliminate the URL thread here of some of this. Let me try copy and pasting this link differently. So, because I wonder if they got rid of that information.
Oh, this is another interesting statement about tech for your needs here.
But like, there's a white paper that essentially is very important when it comes to the classification system and also the distribution side of the algorithm. Let me see if I can access this PDF. The good news is, if I can't get to it here, the good news is I saved the copy offline. And I just have to get to it. But in the meantime, answer the question from Tech for Your Needs, or like post the question from Tech for Your Needs, so that we can talk about it a little bit.
He said he heard that if you started doing YouTube when it was created, then you don't have an algorithm. I don't know how that works.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. That wouldn't work.
Nope, that's not true. Like I can straight up tell you from content creators who have been, like, that's not true. It can feel that way. It can feel that way because of old creators that are big, but there are plenty of old creators who are not big who would tell you that that's not true for them. That's not their experience. Yes, I still have this PDF. I'm glad I actually download these. So this is a 9-page document here on the practical diversified recommendations of YouTube with determinantal point processes. That's a very long title, right?
That is a long title.
Right. And this, like, I had to look up an absurd amount of like information in Google things that even I don't understand in order to understand some of this. But I'm going to read you a section of it. I'm going to read you a section of this. Current recommender research is generally focused on improving the point-wise estimate prediction of how much a user will enjoy one particular item. This line of research was initially started over 20 years ago with user-based collaborative filtering and item-based collaborative filtering, and then refined using matrix factorization techniques. In our system, we now obtain these point-wise estimates from deep neural networks. By the way, there's another white paper on deep neural networks that I then had to reference, in which a user's preference features are combined with the item features to estimate how much the user will enjoy the content. Let me put that into layman's terms. They use multiple systems to score and calibrate content and give it a raw score. Then they look at user behavior and what you actually want, and then they rescore that content based on its own objective value weighed against what you value, and then assign it a new score, and then deliver you things like that based on a combination of, one, do we deem this to meet certain quality standards and be objectively of a quality on its own? What do you perceive as quality, and what do you think is relative, and what do you enjoy? Now let's take everything that was already scoring well on its own, and now let's rescore that for every individual user based on what they care about, and then deliver things to them accordingly. So you have to be objectively good and then deliver value based on what a potential viewer in the audience deems to be good. So you first have to meet a Google standard of objective, subjective style quality. Then you have to, on top of that, to get promoted and to be considered. This is called candidate generation, so to speak. Then you have to be classified as being relevant to a user. And then after you're classified as relevant to a user, you also then have to be scored qualitatively for that user. So yeah, so it's, again, multiple points of filtering at that point. And so the thing is, it's multiple opportunities to win or to lose. It's multiple opportunities to win or to lose. So think about it like going through 3 rounds for the final interview for a job. So like, and that's just one paragraph that I then had to now translate into human speak, right?
Right.
So it goes on to say in a second paragraph of this like 9-page document, to say, and then there's a 200-page document that I then also had to reference. During the course of these refinements, there was also a significant study of users' need for novelty and diversity in recommendation results. Similarly, there has been significant work on diversification in information retrieval systems, such as web search. Considering all of this literature researches, because there's multiple amendments in this document of things to reference, like it's like very long in terms of the other points you have to reference and the things you have to research and the appendixes. But it then says, researchers has proposed many notions of diversification. Here we briefly summarize and contrast 2 different perspectives on the purpose of content diversification. So what it means when it says this is it's talking about the recommendations algorithm for like the sidebar. And it's talking about, how do we give you things that you would care about that aren't too similar, because that's boring to people and people watched on the site less when they got too much of the same thing. So again, their diversity agenda has nothing to do with politics or suppressing one point of view or elevating points of views or even caring about diversity of thought. All they care about is, are people going to be bored?
Basically, ultimately it depends. It comes down to keeping people on the platform for as long as possible, basically.
Which is all they care about. Which means if you want to win on YouTube, I'll tell you the simple formula. The simple formula, and this is also why I broke down the video success system, is it's as simple as, 1, to get big on YouTube, it's all about the average consumer. And that's why tech channels are so big, because again, they deal directly in consumerism. Gaming is so big because it deals directly in consumerism. Beauty is big because it deals directly in consumerism. Fashion is big, and lifestyle is big because it all deals in consumerism. If you look at the main things that are popular in YouTube that have millions and tens of millions, it's centered around a few things: sports, gaming, beauty, fashion, technology, travel, and cooking. Those are the categories that when you say YouTube is saturated, and vlogging is lifestyle, and it can bleed into any and all of those verticals, by the way. So like when you say YouTube is saturated, and we think about every channel besides general entertainment and comedy, any channel that has usually between 1 million and 10 million subscribers fits those categories that I just outlined, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Tech channels are exploding because consumer tech and lifestyle tech is also exploding. There are more smartphones than people. That's why phones are the gateway for every tech channel, right?
Right.
and laptops because of, again, the student market and because of work culture and also creator culture, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why, and then PCs because of gaming. So PC builds, and that's where Lions Tech Tips is a lot of gamers. Bitwit, Kyle from Bitwit is a lot of gamers, right? And that's why that vertical of tech exists and why the pathway to 1 million subscribers in that way exists. The same thing with cameras and camera gear now, because of the number of people that travel or do photography and want to go from phone to camera. That's created an enthusiast market, and cameras have become more affordable. So there you go. And with the rise of creator culture, the rise of Peter McKinnon breaking through the 1 million subscriber ceiling for photography channels, now photography channels that never for 10 years could get 1 million subscribers, all of a sudden have 1 million subscribers because Peter broke the ceiling and got to 3 million, right? So the vertical in YouTube for massive growth in terms of growth potential is predicated on the size of the consumer market. So if you align yourself with consumerism or an easily identified franchise or movement, because here's the other thing that's big in YouTube. TV and movie reviews are big because they can tie themselves, and lore and things like that, and anime, because they can tie themselves to franchises that have fandoms that have hundreds of millions of people that love Star Wars,
yep,
or Marvel or DC or whatever, right?
Yep.
So if you tie yourself, because again, that's another consumer vertical of here's a niche market, right?
Right.
Now, there are verticals and subgenres within YouTube that have hundreds of thousands of people that you can get because they have millions worldwide. Niche things like Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, and collectibles and tabletop gaming. There's a pathway with very little competition to 100,000 in those verticals. Anime franchises. There are people that can get 100,000 subscribers just off of covering whatever the new season of an anime show is. Same thing for television and movies and Netflix shows. Like, that's real. So in terms of the pool of audience, it's about researching peak trends and what has a relative audience and getting focused on that. So it starts at niching down, and research is the main thing. That is the first step. And then after that, it's your headlines for attracting attention and relevance, and then your thumbnails for creating context and demonstrating some level of quality. Because if you don't have a quality thumbnail, we can't expect a quality video. So that plays a bigger role than people think. Is headlines are about getting our attention and what we're interested in, and then the thumbnail is a promise of some level of effort and quality and context. And then the hook in the beginning of the video is making us decide whether we're here and we're down, or we're bouncing and we're out, right? So then after that, average view duration and watch time is based on your quality of content. So this is why, think about everything I said. There are all these things that before you even get to watch the video would be a determining factor in the video being successful, which is why I don't think quality is the most important thing in terms of at least getting the initial view. I think quality is important in growing the audience, but the potential for the audience you can grow starts before the video is even filmed, by picking the topic and picking the category that you're going to compete in and tying to an existing audience. It's not about building, it's about building an audience for you from scratch, but the fastest track to building that is to tap into and deliver value to an existing audience and to siphon from that existing audience. You know, if you do something that's never been done, that's the hard thing. And that's where original content isn't successful, because no one understands that. And if we all are concerned about our time, you're a risk now. People don't take risk. We already said that people don't have the confidence to take risk. Well, people are so guarded with their time, not wanting to be wasted. Remember, I don't want to go drive and go to the grocery store anymore. So maybe I don't take a chance on somebody I never saw unless they're giving me something that I know I want, but didn't expect, and that looks really enticing that I can't ignore. And that's why a topic, a title, and a thumbnail are so important. And knowing the trend and knowing what's timely is so important. And that all happens before we even watch the video. Once you watch the video, you have to get them in the first 10, 15 seconds on that attention span of getting them hooked. Then you have to hold their attention, and that's where quality does matter then. But all of that also is about to reach that person, you have to have optimized your metadata right and classified your stuff right so that YouTube knows what to do with it. So it puts it in front of the right people. It has to put it in front of the right people. So then after that on the whiteboard, like I go to, okay, that was one video, but can your videos work together to keep promoting each other and to keep promoting the channel and keep promoting you? If you are all over the place and there's no continuity, you will not necessarily be successful. That era of YouTube is over. Like I said, people are more guarded. People have been a little bit more dumbed down into rabbit holes and echo chambers. And so you have to play the game. That's why, remember, John Prosser said it himself. He went to just 30 days straight of only front page tech, and they bumped in 30,000, like 25 to 30,000 subscribers in just 30 days immediately. And all the videos, they got literally, they went from getting 10,000 views to 30,000 views and upload 30 days, just like that, by focusing ruthlessly on just one thing. And it made all the difference in the world. And I told him that I didn't think it'd happen that fast. I thought it would happen in 90 days, and it happened in like 20 to 30 days. And that's the power of focus. And so having a good content strategy means everything. Making one good video, yeah, you could go viral. Maybe you have a good personality and maybe that works for you. The odds are against it. So you might as well triple down. And I think that if anybody who's struggling right now, if anybody's struggling as a YouTuber, I'm going to give you this YouTube growth challenge. If you're not at 1,000 subscribers, this is your 30 to 90 days. This is your 90 days, like 90 days, because I think 30 days is too aggressive for some of you because you have families, you have jobs, you have stuff. So this is a 90-day challenge. I'm going to probably make a video about this soon. I'm going to have a 90-day challenge for 1,000 subscribers, a 90-day challenge for 10,000, and a 90-day challenge. Maybe not a 90-day challenge for 100,000 unless someone's at 50,000 but here's what I would challenge you to do. I would challenge you to go through, and I'm going to make a video about my video success system, but I'm challenging you to do the things in my video success system. Think about and focus on niching down and getting ruthless with your content and niching down and focusing on the thing that has performed best ever for you. Whatever your best performing thing is for you, I would challenge you to find ways to do a variation of that 30 times in the next 90 days or 10 times in the next 30 days. But if you're going to do it, you better write the best damn headline for every 10 of those videos that you've ever written in your whole life. And that means researching. That means you better go and you better research in YouTube and find titles for that topic that have 1 million to 5 million views, and then find a way to write a better headline or an equal headline to that, and write that headline for your video, even if you have to slightly copy someone else's headline. And then you better make a thumbnail that one-ups every single thumbnail in the top 10 of search for that topic. You better beat the hell out of every thumbnail that is on the front page of YouTube search. Then go into TubeBuddy, get my code or get the free version, tubebuddy.com/awesome. Yes, that's my affiliate link. Go download it now and get TubeBuddy. Ruthlessly optimize your metadata and tags properly and make a keyword cluster around that search term and those search topics. Think about different 3-word combinations and 2-word combinations, not single words, 2, 3, and 4-word combinations that make sense if someone was searching on that topic of what they would have to type to get to those videos that were in the top 10 slot on search results. Look at and make a spreadsheet and copy and paste the tags from the videos that had over 1 million, and then think about those tags and whether they make sense for your video, and then use those. Okay. And rank for that and structure your description to rank for that. So set yourself up to rank. Then when you film a video, focus all of your energy for the initial part of that video on the first 15 seconds of the video. Make the best 15 seconds of the video the first 15 seconds of the video, and then make a good quality video that lasts for out, and design the video to be over 10 minutes long with a possibility of getting 5 or 6 minutes of average view duration. All right. Make a thumbnail that they cannot help but click. I promise you that matters. And then, like I said, be ruthless in the content strategy. I don't care if you get bored. If you want to grow, do 10 videos back to back that are super, super similar in topic or that relate to each other, or that literally you can, in the next video, reference the last video and create a loop, and do this for 10 videos in a row. If you want to do something in 30 days, if you want this to work in 90 days, you got to find 3 things that are super similar and make 10 videos in a row around 3 things that are super similar. So you got to go 30 videos deep. You have to go 30 videos deep, and you have to, every single title, every single title has to be competitive with a 1 million view title, and every single thumbnail has to be competitive with the top 5 videos, top 10 videos in the search engine. You have to beat their thumbnail. And if you don't do that, don't cry to me about the results. And then you have to go into your analytics and you have to figure out what's the best time to upload your video, or you have to look at what's happening with the trends and what happens in Google Trends or what people in your niche are doing. And you have to, I'm giving you guys a free masterclass right now, because this is going to be my masterclass. This is going to be a product that I sell. Like, you have to look at the right timing and get that video out at the right hour on the right day, or don't cry to me about how it performs. The right hour at the right day. I kid you not. And for that first hour, you better release it at a time when you can work your face off, respond to every single freaking comment. If you fail to respond to every single comment in the first hour, don't cry to me about how this turns out for you. If you do not promote this in every single social media platform that you have and drive traffic to it in the first hour, do not cry to me about how this turns out for you. And so you publish with that strategy. And then you look at the analytics. You look at that retention drop off and see if in the first 10, 15 seconds, if there's a high drop off. And if there's a high drop off, change something about your intros and get to the point faster and hit them harder, faster. Do something visually interesting or exciting and get them to stay on the video. Look at where you start to dip past losing 50% of the audience and figure out if, when you do that stuff, what you can do to tighten up or how you can make it more exciting, and format your videos to make that better, and use the analytics and rinse and repeat and use your analytics. And then the last thing is, if you want to make money, but again, if this is just you want to grow, then don't worry about this in the 30-day or 90-day window of these 10 or 30 videos. But from a money-making standpoint, if there's a link that makes you money, whether it's your merchandise or whether it's your Amazon affiliate link, because again, you will make more money on transactions than you will on views, because 10 or 20 or 30 people buying from you will make you more money than thousands of people watching. I'm pretty sure of that, because CPMs are what they are, right? Also, optimizing your metadata can get you higher CPM rates. I talked about that in my video. But if you want to make money, instead of pinning a comment from your favorite comment and viewer, your pinned comment should be from you, and it should be a link that makes you money. So in the pinned comment, use your Patreon link, or use your merchandise link, or use your Amazon affiliate links or whatever, and make that the pinned comment. Because if people don't read the description and click on the links, you don't make money. So people who comment are more likely to click on things. If they want to comment, they can't do anything. They have to scroll past the pinned comment where you've linked out to something that makes you money. So do that. Now, also in this strategy, in the publishing strategy, you want to also, every day that you're not uploading, if you've made enough content, try to make different playlists of your videos and videos that you think your video is related to, so that you can create a connection point between you and those videos. And every playlist is another content ID. So make playlist, put your video first in the playlist, and then put a bunch of other creators in the playlist. Make a playlist only maybe 5 or 8 videos deep. That's all you need. And then promote these playlists in social media as well to trigger loops and sessions on your videos, and to create a funnel and create backlinking. And so that's another part of the publishing strategy. And like I said, if you focus on this, and if for 30 days you make 10 videos and you use my video success system, or if you make 30 videos in 90 days, I cannot see how you can possibly fail to grow and get more views and get more subscribers if you're going hard and you're making sure that you're a 10 out of 10 on all the things that I talked about. And so again, you better come with a title that damn sure is better or equal to or a copy of the titles that have over 1 million views on your topic. You better damn sure make a thumbnail that is better than the top 10 thumbnails that you see in that YouTube search for that topic, especially the ones that have the most views. And then you better damn sure make sure that that hook in that first 15 seconds is fire and that they can't stop watching the video. And then keep them on that video for 5 to 6 minutes of average view duration. And if you can do that and you can publish at the right time, and again, you make content that is in demand, not what you necessarily think is interesting. If you want to grow, if you can meet the audience halfway and have fun doing something that clearly they want, you'll get permission to do what you want after you have the audience to pay attention to it. And so if you want to grow, I'm telling you, if you do these things ruthlessly and do not break the chain, if you break the chain, don't cry to me. But if you do this, your channel will grow. Period.
So Roberto, Well, how should our buddy and Zach approach his comeback? He's been away 3 months.
The like it won't matter. I've seen people actually benefit from that because there's a reset on them. And like, because the algorithm is driven by supply and demand. Zach, if you come out swinging on some Note 10 content, and if you base that Note 10 content on the top performing things that, and again, with a grain of salt, if it's in a product category, grain of salt, top performing things from the not necessarily biggest channels sometimes, because they are known and people are going because it's just them. So look at maybe the top 20 search terms by views and look for channels that have massive views that don't have a big subscriber base and are mid-tier and are, you know, like not the mega elite, like the people 1 million plus subscribers. Look for the channels that are like in the 100,000 subscriber range that are getting 1 million views, and look at how they did their title and beat everybody on a thumbnail. And if you can beat everybody on a thumbnail and do a title that's really good and do something timely, it's Tech October. So you know what the deal is, you know the drill. Note 10 accessories, comparison videos, you know the drill, Zach. You know, OnePlus 7 Pro with a Note 10, sure. Like, take the Android champions head to head. Yeah, go for it. And then, you know, comparing like everything. And then Bender Tube says, would this work similarly for trying to push a new series? As long as your new series in the title and the topic and in the thumbnail is framing with something that there's already a demand for or hype for, and you come with an interesting angle, then yes. But you've got to bring it. And if you're launching a series, there's a different publication strategies for launching a series. If you're going to launch a series, you also have to hype it with promo teasers in your other social media profiles to drive external traffic to YouTube. Everyone wants the YouTube to do all the work for them. And I want you to pretend that you have to do everything. Just like if you were like, if you got a television show, like they can broadcast it, but like if nobody knows that it's on, nobody cares. They're going to watch something else. I want you to pretend like this is TV broadcast or a movie or a fan film that you're doing. And you have to make trailers in Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. And you have to promo and drive traffic and drive hype and have a release date for the series. And you have to make that the banner of the channel. And you have to do these things. You have to hype up a series. Like, look at Shane Dawson, like hype up a series, go hard. You know, so, but Zach, yeah, coming back, I think you'll be fine. I think your audience wants you to come back, and we've been waiting for you, and we're all rooting for you. And I think that as long as you are consistent, and you do 10 strongly related videos, and that's the planning part. That is so hard. And again, people don't want to do this, and people struggle with growth because they miss the days of spontaneity. And I do too, and I get it. And again, keep in mind, I want you guys to keep in mind, I break these rules all the time because I don't have to care about growth. These rules work. I have seen and grown channels on the back of this, and I've just formalized the system in a way that's easier to understand now without doing like a year of coaching with me. Like that's the thing. I figured this out now. Now there's nuances to this execution where hiring me to help you say for your channel, this is how you deploy this, or here's how you deploy this in a live stream versus a recorded video. Here's how you deploy this in Instagram versus YouTube, or TikTok versus YouTube. But this is the video success system, and it works outside of YouTube as well. And we've seen some really good results out of Instagram with it, and some people crushing it in some other platforms. And I actually came up with a variation of this for Twitch streamers and gamers as well. But like, this is going to be the foundation of my content that's going to help creators. And I came up with a system for personal branding and public speaking that's very similar to this. And it broke down just what I've done and what the channels at 1 million, because I can tell you in his own way how Mr. Beast does this. Mr. Beast does this, but people don't see it. But I can break that down. Like so there's and he'll tell you himself that he ruthlessly title and thumbnail before he even films a video. Sometimes months before he plans a video, he's worked out the title and thumbnail and what the shot's going to be and what the intro is going to be before he even makes a video. When he comes up with an idea, they plan the Area 51 thing for weeks. They plan that for weeks. And Mr. Beast does like 6 thumbnails and rotates through them based on like real-time click-through rate and real-time views. I'm not joking. Mr. Beast changes thumbnails like in mid post. Like Mr. Beast does ridiculous A/B testing. Like he's ruthless as hell about this. Like he's obsessed with this. Like
I believe it.
He's the one who also told me about average view duration, by the way. Like about what, like before Matt Gillen did his thing, he told me straight up what the right amount of general average view duration is to be safe. Like he's got it locked down, guys. Like Mr. Beast, like he's smarter than everybody realizes. Like he's gonna be like in the next couple of years, like he'll be at 50,000 YouTube subscribers, getting like 30 and 50,000 views a video. He still hasn't peaked yet. He hasn't peaked yet, guys. It's not over. Like he's gonna be insane. Like, I mean, he was a small YouTuber 4 years ago, guys. Like 3 or 4 years ago, Mr. Beast was a small YouTuber. About 3 years ago, I think. Like, it's real. So like, if you do these things, it's just going to go better for you. But the hard part is it'll be very hard to do these things and feel like you're staying creative. And that's why it doesn't work for some people, is because they cannot. And also it depends on your level of execution of how well you can craft the thumbnail, how well you can craft a title, whether you can get that window of posting at the right time. If you miss the window, it's not good for you. Like, and then promoting it and responding to all the comments. Like you have to do all the things, check all the boxes. And if you don't, it's a problem. Like that's why it's so hard. And again, for my own sanity, I will tell you that I do not do this 100%. Now, the videos that I've had that are most successful, you can kind of see this play out. But I do not go through all of this because I don't have to care anymore about growing my channel. And money-wise, I can grow my businesses more than my YouTube channel. Like it's doing pretty well. And I have a new business venture that's really fascinating that I will just have to market it and hire and train people, and that's it. On a consulting side of management of services, of just doing the back end for people. If we just do all of this for people, we can just charge them thousands of dollars. Like, so we're looking at that business model, and I'm getting ready to partner with another company. And basically, it's not quite an acquisition as much as an acqui-hire and then an equity share. So I'm working something out. I can't talk that much about it, but like it's fascinating. If this moves forward, it will be the thing that puts me probably over the top and gives me a disproportionate advantage in the industry if I pull it off. And I think that Daryl would be very proud of me in terms of like what I came up with. But like, so like this is something, like I said, that this is one of those do as I say, not as I do things, just because I don't have to do this, because I don't have to think about growth anymore. And I'm not trying to get 1 million subscribers. But if I was, I would ruthlessly do this if I really, really wanted that. Or if I wanted to do something from scratch and go to 100,000 within a year or two, depending on the vertical that I pick. If I pick like a consumer products vertical or an entertainment niche, you could do this, but you'd have to go like 3 to 5 videos a week with it very hard, aggressively early on, and then that would work. But this is my gift to you. Like this is legitimately, if you are struggling as a creator right now and you implement these things, like Viper, when you do topics that already have like a news component to them and you do a baller thumbnail, you get 10 times as many views as normal every time you do that. And you're not doing everything in this system, but that's true. I've seen the difference between videos that get 300 views from you and videos that get 3,000 views from you. And when you just nail the title and the topic and the thumbnail alone, you get 10 times the views. You get 5 to 10 times the views every time. I've seen it myself when looking at, I audited your channel and I saw that to be true.
Yep.
When you just get the 3 things out of the 9 right, you crush it. For what your channel size is, you crush it when you just nail 3 of these 9 things. If you did everything and did everything at a 5 out of 5 on everything, you'd be unstoppable. You get to 10,000, like within maybe like 3 months, 6 months, you'd get to 10,000, depending on how much content we're talking about. Because what people need to understand is that theoretically, the potential of a video, depending on how many views you get, let's say that for every 100 views on a video, that you got 1 subscriber. That sounds fair, right?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
All right. So if for every 100 views, you got 1 new subscriber, if you could put out videos that were going to get 3,000 views a piece, and you did that 3 times a week, and you did that for, like a month, and then you did that for 3 months. So if you did that for 3 months, that's 108,000 views. So let's just round that to 100,000 views. So with 100,000 views, if only 1 out of 100 people with 100,000 views convert to being a subscriber, then that's 1,000 new subscribers in 3 months. Now that's rough, but the answer is you got to get more views than that. But that's rough. But that's why it's so hard for people to grow views, because if for every 100,000 views, you get, that's 1,000 subscribers that you get, then the answer is that if you want 10,000 subscribers, you have to do one of 2 things. You have to either convert more people for every single view with your charisma, for one thing. So if you can get 1 in every 10 viewers instead of 1 in every 100 viewers, or if you can get 1 in every 50 viewers, it becomes better for you, right? That's the real ratio. The real ratio is not how many of my subscribers allegedly watch my videos compared to my subscriber count. Everyone has that twisted. Everyone should be thinking about, how do I take all these people who watched me and turn a viewer from a casual viewer into a true fan and a subscriber, and get them to come back, but get them to subscribe and hit notifications, right? So if we focused more on getting everyone who views our videos to subscribe to our videos, instead of worrying about how many subscribers watched our videos, and we just got more views regardless of where they come from, and if we push traffic to our videos regardless of the platform, and we get new audience growth, we'll be taken care of. And by the way, that's what Mr. Beast does. Mr. Beast doesn't get more. He grows so many subscribers because people who have no idea who Mr. Beast is are finding his content. And it's not the same 20 million people watching every video. It's people talking about it and sharing it, and people discovering it, and it getting pushed by the algorithm, and then converting new people. And that's the game, right? So if you can get, so that's why, by the way, that's why a viral video, if you're very good at converting and you got a viral video, if you got a viral video and you got 1 million subscribers, and you got 1 in every 10 people to subscribe to you, right? Then if you got 1 million views on a video and you got 1 in every 10 people to subscribe to that video, you would have 100,000 subscribers off of 1 video going viral. Now, again, most people get a viral video and they'll get 10,000 subscribers, 20,000, 30,000 off of that, because again, their closer ratio is 1 out of every 100, or maybe 3 or 4 out of every 100 people. But if you can get 10 out of every 100 people to subscribe, then if you get 1 million views, or you go viral, then you get closer to that, getting more traction out of it. So your monthly goal in my mind is, whenever think about it like this. Whenever I get 500,000 views for the month, I get between 5 and 10,000 subscribers from that. So that means on 500,000 views, I'm getting 1 out of every 100 people, or 2 out of every 100 people, 1 out of 50 to subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's how I grow. That's how I grow. It's this ratio. It's that 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 50 ratio. It's 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 50 converting to being a real fan. It's that ratio. That's how I grow my channel. It's the ratio. And it's a real ratio. And remember, I showed you the math. Remember when we were calculating, I showed you how many views people got and then how many subscribers they caught, and then how many it is to 1 million and how many it is to 100,000. And the math always pans out because that ratio is the reasonable ratio, is assume a 1 out of 100 conversion rate. So get this many views and you will have this many subscribers. But if your content is really, really, really good, and if your hook is really, really good and people like you, and you also are mad consistent, then you end up like John Prosser, and then you actually get a higher ratio.
Oh.
So when you're super energetic, super authentic, and you ruthlessly double down, you end up like Prosser and you get a much higher ratio.
Consistency is key.
Yes, sure. It's like, and it works. And again, if you guys think about even what Jason did with the Can You Trust series, and then you look at this formula and you think about like everything I said, and you think about it, all of a sudden it makes a certain amount of sense now, doesn't it?
Yep.
And then when you pick a product, and then you make 5 or 10 videos a row on the same product, and then the numbers start going back up, it kind of makes sense now, doesn't it?
I just be scared that people will get tired of the videos about the same product over and over.
But you're assuming the same people are watching every video. That's a very bad assumption.
Ooh.
Think about it like this. YouTube is always growth centric. So they're distributing for discovery for new audiences on topic only, because everyone keeps thinking that they're making videos for their subscribers. Remember, I keep telling you, stop thinking that. Stop thinking that. Stop making that assumption. In your delivery, have things for your fanboys and your fangirls, but in your packaging, marketing, distribution, and overall execution, always make the assumption that nobody knows who you are and nobody gives a shit. If you make your content with the theory that nobody knows who you are and no one gives a shit, you will be successful and they will care about who you are and they will give a shit. If you always come with the humility of realizing that somebody is watching you for the first time, and you give 100% instead of getting comfortable and believing that you're making content for your homies and for your audience, if you always come correct and think that there's an 80% chance that someone watching this has no idea who the hell I am and doesn't care. They came for the topic. If you always have that humility instead of thinking, oh, they came for me, they love me. If you humble yourself, you'll find that there's a massive growth trajectory to that.
Ooh.
If you look at top people in tech, for example, if you've never watched a video from Marquez or Justine, you don't feel lost if you watch a video from them for the first time. If you watch a TLD video, if you watch a Jomo video for the first time, value. When you watch Front Page Tech, if you've never watched Front Page Tech, you're like, shit, this is funny. What am I watching? This is awesome.
Yep, true story.
Because again, the value proposition of the show is stated in every episode. Every episode leaves with a funny intro hook. Then you're introduced to the host all over again, and then you're walked through the format of the show. And then if you ever watch another episode right then and there, you see that it's consistent, and you're like, ooh, consistent. Like, yes, we like habits. We like things like that. And then you're addicted. John Prosser's success is not an accident. Tylosov Tech's success is not an accident. Create familiarity with rituals and create a new enticement and a hook for people who have no idea who you are, but really are interested in this topic. Assume that you're always performing and fighting to get the attention of people who have no idea who the hell you are. Always humble yourself to do that and realize that, like, there are people watching you for the first time. Make content with the assumption that people are watching you for the first time, because for somebody they are. And make content and build your content in a way to where it's going to be interesting enough for someone to want to share it, whether they're watching it for the first time or they're watching it for the 100th time. It is much more work to not be comfortable. It is much more work to not be comfortable. Content creators plateau because they get comfortable and they start to feel entitled and they start to feel that they deserve something. Somebody who's hungry and doesn't believe that they deserve anything at all, ever, will always beat somebody who gets comfortable. Period.
That is solid advice, definitely.
It's just the truth, man. It's just the truth. Like,
oh god.
So like, you know, that's like, you know, so that's like, I don't even remember how we got to that. And I just wanted to give people straight up value. I wanted to give like the like 20, 25 people that have been hanging out with us. I wanted to give them so much ridiculous value. And I wanted to get like, this is again, this thing I'm sitting on, I can sell this for $600.
Easily. Man, you know, I always appreciate you coming on, dropping the fire, man. All the time, man. No
yeah, doubt. Absolutely. Like Viper, I kid you not. If you keep tuning up your thumbnails, man, and if you do some ruthless research, like, but I like that you have fun with it. You don't get too hyped up on growth and everything like that. And there's a different strategy for live streamers than this, because this is for recording video, but for live streams, it's different. But like, if you keep tuning up your thumbnail game the way that you've been doing, dude, you're gonna make it. You're gonna be fine. Like, you're gonna get there, because like, it is completely different content than what everybody else is making. And people who watch you, they either love you or they hate you. It's no in between.
Pretty much,
so like,
yeah.
So like, but that's good. All you have to do is cultivate more attention. All you have to do is cultivate more attention. And you do that by tapping into this Techtober and leaning in hard. And when something pops for you, man, go 5 videos deep at least. Find some way to come at it from another angle and go 5 videos deep. Like, I think, and by the way, one of the things you became known for in the algorithm is this 5G narrative. If you can find ways to keep making 5G videos, you will be successful.
Whew. That's interesting, because I don't know how much more I can talk about. It's still pretty new, but
it's still pretty new. It's still pretty new, but again, just think about it like this. When Prosser was on the Google Pixel leaks, he kept finding a way. You know?
Hey, you
riding that horse into the freaking ground, right?
Yeah, he did. Did you realize I've been participating in video every day in August here?
Yes, I know you've been like Veda. Yeah. Like, in fact, let me take a look at. Let me do a quick audit of your channel real quick. Let me take a peek at what's going. Let me get out of the stream here on this, and let me take a quick peek at what's going on with your.
I am glad they
I think you went up a little bit in subs. Like,
I did.
Here's the thing. I don't think you should use Veda in the titles. I don't think you should use Veda in the titles. I think you can use it in your metadata, but I don't think you do it in. But I'm glad that, by the way, you covered Twitch Studio. Mm-hmm. That was a good thumbnail. From an A/B testing standpoint on that Twitch, I might work. That title's not bad, but I would workshop the title a little bit. But on that one, instead of the yellow, for that one, try A/B testing on the Twitch one, the black. The video views you got on that for 10 hours isn't bad, but I would A/B test black because it just plays better with the Twitch branding.
Okay. I can definitely do that. I can do that.
Like, the DJ Co interrogation doesn't tell us enough about the Samsung Note 10 in the title. So I would eliminate.
It's not about the Note 10 though.
What is it about?
It's hard to play. It's like, you ever watch the show 24 on TV, Roberto?
Yes, I know. I know that this is a parody. I know that this is a parody.
Yeah.
I would rather you say, and like, what's his position in Samsung again?
He's the CEO of the Samsung Electronics.
But for Korea, not for North America.
I think out of the entire Samsung Electronics arm.
Like, Because I didn't realize that was his title. Like because I thought it was like different. Like because I thought somebody else was the CEO for some reason. But like okay, but here's the thing. For the people who don't know who DJ Ko is, you need to put Samsung CEO in the title to give context to that, because then people who care about Samsung will then get the video distributed in YouTube. And that gives context also to where if I don't know who DJ Ko is, but I'm a Samsung Knight or I'm an Apple sheep, then now this is relevant. And you'll be distributed. You're going to be distributed to Prosser's audience and to Drew from Tylosis' audience. Or if one of them put you in the community tab and put you on, then just seeing DJ Ko means nothing to those people if they're casual viewers, which most people are casual viewers. But Samsung CEO does. And then because people don't necessarily understand 24 or are not familiar with you, if you put in parentheses parody, people will watch something because they go into it with an expectation of, oh, this will be fun. And so they don't take it too seriously. So I would then see, this is what I mean about nailing titles and workshopping titles and thinking about context, right? So like for you guys, this is how I kind of do some of my coaching with people is I like break down, you're doing something well, because I love this thumbnail, and he workshopped and he A/B tested this thumbnail. And I love that even here when it has the YouTube timestamp in the corner, I still see Viper's face, I see DJ Ko's face, I still see the Note 10, I see all of it. Like, so this is just a matter of fixing your title to give context to a casual viewer and to set expectations and to set the table for them. And again, aside from the people who participate in Veda, Veda means nothing, and you can still reach those people by just posting in Veda Facebook groups and in the spreadsheet. And by having it in your tags, it'll get to the people who are participating in Veda. So, and put it in your Veda playlist. So don't use it in the title. The Note 10 air gestures, I love this thumbnail, but I just think you should have made your head and face bigger because you have a lot of white space there and you still could have gotten all of that in. Shift the Note a little bit over to the left, scale yourself up and make yourself a little bit bigger so that we see more of your face and expression, because bigger faces and expressions just play better like in everything. The Galaxy Note 10 is a participation trophy. That's a very, very interesting and compelling title. Here's the thing, your thumbnail. The thing is, maybe use some color in that text on there. I love that face, and I love how like you went hard. You've been going hard, bro. I love this. So like just put some color in that text a little bit, and I think it'll be all right, because that's a really good compelling thumbnail there. And the change my mind thing, I like that. So like, and I see you borrowed that from Crowder. I did. Apple is about to completely change how we use the iPhone. See, that's a compelling title. I just think that the thumbnail could have been a little bit better, because I don't understand the fingerprint reader. I understand. I don't understand that plus symbol. So I would cut and crop out the plus symbol and then use your surprised like expression more. Okay. Your Verizon Unlimited was such a good damn thumbnail, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, like, and you got 758 views on that, which is like double what your average has been. And so you've been increasing your views.
What happened with that one is that I did another Verizon video like I think a month ago, but then they just updated the plan. So what I do is I went back to the first video and I funneled the view that video get into the new video. So that's why that was a little higher than normal.
Yeah. For their other Verizon phones have an LTE problem. Workshop that thumbnail, make a better thumbnail, make one that has an expression on your face, and instead of that social media thumbs down thing and everything like that, maybe it's you and it's just like that with a thumbs down and like have the like Verizon like logo in there, and like have a like have something. Look at negative smartphone reviews and look at the thumbnails and look at Travis's most successful thumbnails and like literally steal an expression from like, or steal a thumbnail from Travis that has like 250,000 or 100,000 views. Sorry, Travis. Like, and again, in that video, definitely take Veda out, because Veda is going to throw off people that are just casual Verizon people. Samsung Galaxy Note 10 T spilled. I like that thumbnail. you need something beyond the tea spilled. So the thing is, take away Veda and then use a secondary title in there that creates some kind of context. I love that the Galaxy Note Tab video for you did 1,000 views, and it proves that you can get
was not expecting that for that video, not at all.
And first day of Veda, and but it's a new product and a lot of people aren't talking about it. So guess what? I genuinely believe that that non-flagship phone products are massively competitive for you. And by you talking about Samsung, Verizon, Sprint, and T-Mobile and phone plans and data plans and making recommendations for the average consumer that uses those telco companies, that's a strong vertical for you. And the 5G thing is strong for you as well. So these are categories where Vyper dominates. Because another thing that I would look at for you is when I look at the videos that perform best for you and I sort by your most popular, that tells me how the algorithm thinks about you. And then when I type in your name and then I type in a space in search, that tells me how the algorithm thinks about you. I think that you could get still more out of, you haven't done an iOS 13 Memoji video, and you should have.
They didn't really do anything except for add stickers.
The thing is, you should have done a video about the stickers and the Memoji stickers. And there are people who just play with their phones as casual viewers. And there are people who iOS 13 is their first iOS experience because they switched from Android.
Okay.
But it didn't occur to you, right? Didn't think about that. You have an iPad, if I'm not mistaken.
I do.
You haven't done an iPad OS beta video?
No, I have not.
Opportunity. And again, non-flagship and not competitive right now. And yet there are people buying that iPad every day. And there are people trying out this iOS beta. And the thing is, when the beta is public, when we go out of beta to the public version, you're going to be right there with a video that can be recommended.
It's true.
So and it's going to be an evergreen video. iPhone XR and the performance on that and things like that. Ridge, anything with the Ridge brand. I know did they hook you up with a Ridge bag?
Backpack, yeah.
With a backpack?
Yep.
You can do a what's in my gadget bag video.
Here we go.
You can do an homage to Judner. You can literally put you probably put a tribute to your average consumer and what's in my as a parody, try to recreate what's in my backpack video from him as a tribute. And then fans of your average consumer would watch that. And then Jedner would appreciate that. And you guys have context, and he's been on the thing. By the way, he says hi. He was at the event. And so we were talking about you and all good things. And so he I would say make an homage to Judner with your Ridge backpack. And then this is great traction for Ridge, for your relationship with them as a brand ambassador and for them as a thank you. And then it's a tribute to Judd for, coming into the streams and dropping in and supporting you. And then you'll also get fans of your average consumer. And then what you could do with that is you could ask anyone who is a fan of your average consumer that you say, let's all for Techtober, make what's in our gadget bag or what's in our backpack videos as a tribute to him and everything like that. If you think that's dope, hit me a like on this video. And then if you make a video, tweet it at me, right? And so then all of a sudden you've got people you started a trend of people making what's in my backpack tribute videos to Judner, and you will have the credit of starting that trend. And then you will be now algorithmically associated with all of those videos, and you will get to make a playlist and everything like that. And this is how evil genius I am, right?
The ironic thing is I said on Twitter 2 or 3 weeks ago that I would never make one of these what's in my tech bag videos.
And so now you have to repent
You realize I've only been to one event. I wouldn't even know what the put in the damn bag, bro.
So you're gonna have to watch them videos and give him that watch time, and like you're gonna have to think about it and everything like that. And the thing is, this is gonna be fun. It's more fun than you think. And then it'll let you really work. It'll let you really work that Sony A7 III for everything it's worth to like do this. And it'll be like one of the most creative videos you've ever done and one of the most fun videos. And it'll take your content to another level and it'll introduce you to a whole nother audience. And the thing is, so like that's how you do something really cool and clever and literally tap into a new audience and also honor one of your favorite creators. There's fun ways to do things like that. And it's not I wouldn't consider it clout chasing. And then you're encouraging other people who've been inspired to make tribute videos and to show off their gear and their style of making a what's in my backpack video. It's not that different than when Sarah did her homage to Casey Neistat. Right. And remember what happened with that? So, so like, again, I told you, I strategically can like, and you did like when the Note comes out, like you doing comparison videos to the S10, S10 Plus, if you still have those, or if you have access to those, or if a friend lends you those, you can get really good content because you got 10,000 views out of that 2 months ago. And so you can get a lot of subscribers if you get out of like, so almost 10,000 views, 1 out of 100. So yeah, you could pick up some good subscribers out of that if you do well with that video. It's not going to be, it may not be a lot. Maybe you get 200 new subscribers out of a video like that, but that's part of what you need to go up by another 1,000, and enough videos that get 100 people or 200 people, enough videos like that add up. And then that's your climb to get closer and closer to 10,000. So for every year you should be doing the T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon and AT&T phone plans and explaining them every year. And whenever they change, and all these streaming services, you should cover all of the streaming services, and you should get into the cord cutter conversation.
I'm thinking about that. Yep.
You should brand videos around cord cutters because, again, you're making videos from the average consumer, and the average consumer is buying these streaming publishers, and they're deciding, because guess what? Now it's about, you get a bundle of Disney Plus and Hulu Plus and I think ESPN Sports. You need to make a video about that. So like that's important. You also are good on Sony headphones, and you should make a video about your Sony A7 III at some point.
I think about that too. Yeah.
Just as a change of pace, especially with the Sony A7 IV coming out. So like, like T-Mobile and Netflix, like you got on that 2019 unlimited data plans a month ago, you got 2,500 views out of that. So like the data plan videos, that's part of your whole thing. Now Google Team Pixel didn't send you a Pixel 3a, did they?
They did.
They did. Okay. They did. You should do a follow-up video on that. You should do a follow-up video on that. You haven't done comparison videos with that. When you get these kind of products and things, you don't milk them enough, in my opinion. Like you don't go 3 videos deep on them.
Usually, no, usually more like 2 or so. Yeah.
Yeah. You need to go 3 to 5 videos deep to be able to create a playlist. Mm-hmm. And to also be known for that thing and to get some algorithmic juice. Your Ridge wallet stuff, and like you need to find another angle for covering your Ridge wallet. And the thing is, RFID by itself is a combination, or hackers, or protecting yourself from hackers is another average consumer like kind of conversation. And you can do a version of, because people are curious about what's on my iPhone, what's on my Google Pixel 3a, what's on my yes, everyone does those videos, but no one does them like Viper. So just find your version of doing it like Viper.
Yeah, the only problem is nothing inside on my phone though.
Most normal people don't. And the thing is, you can find you can find 1 or 2 interesting things. And the thing is, if you ever decide to add something to your phone, or friends are recommending apps, and you can just talk about it, or you can talk about why you keep your phone. Like, here's another one. It's like, if you don't have a lot on your phone, then there means you get to make a video possibly about digital minimalism.
Minimalism, wow.
Digital minimalism, yeah. Sometimes less is more. Like, or maybe you can go, it's like, or maybe if you took the angle, because you don't have a lot on your phone, maybe you make the angle of like, what's on like if you like, you can make a what's on my this phone, that phone every time, and it can partly be a troll every time of like nothing. It's like, and then you can talk about why there's nothing on your phone and like about how you use your phone and how here's how normal people use a phone. You know, here's how a tech YouTuber, here's what's on a tech YouTuber's phone. And like, you know, it's like, here's what a normal person's phone looks like. And it's like, and so you could go that route. So like, you know, that's an idea. That's an idea to subvert expectations and to do stuff. So for you, I look at, because you have 2,600 subscribers, when I think about what's a good strategy for you, I'm looking at your videos that have 1,000 views or more or close to it, or that had 1,000 view potential, but you messed up like one thing. And then I'm looking at your latest videos. And so that is how I look at and think about, if you do some of these things, then all of a sudden, if you start getting between 1,000 to 10,000 views on videos by hitting these things, then in my mind, you'll grow. Like if you did this and if you were doing a certain amount of content, like let's say you were doing like 3 videos a week after Veda is over. If you did 3 or more videos a week after Veda is over, I think that you could get very close to like 5,000-6,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Maybe maybe more. Maybe it's 10. So, like there's a couple months left.
So I just
Techtober could blow you up. Techtober could blow you up.
That's true. So I just changed the title of this, the DJ co-interrogation. I changed it to Samsung CEO gets interrogated, and I put parody, and it got demonetized immediately. God, YouTube. Gotta love YouTube.
Gotta love YouTube. Gotta love YouTube.
Lord.
Like, but you know what that proves in real time? It proves in real time that metadata is part of classification for the algorithm with regard to monetization, and that literally just changing your title can directly impact monetization in real time. We just proved it.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
In real time. But wasn't it originally demonetized? Because I think interrogation is the word that demonetized it, to be honest with you. And I think it trips a flag no matter what, because interrogation is then tied to some unfortunate things with the Patriot Act. And so that could also foreign interrogations, because we had that journalist, that American citizen that was tortured overseas and then murdered, right? So like, if you think about it, this is what I mean though about YouTube not necessarily being biased the way people think, but algorithmic association. Like algorithmic association is, this word is tied to these 5 horrible things is enough, and people don't think about that. It's not about YouTube suppressing or doing anything on what you think are your political views. It's that certain words or political things or phrases, because again, LGBT YouTubers think that YouTube is out to get them and punish them. But the thing is, anything that is tied to sexual orientation is therefore tied to sexuality, and sex acts is then tied to all these things that may not be good, that have nothing to do with gender or gender identity or sexual preference or orientation.
Right.
It's just algorithmic association of machines dumb. Machines are smart at computations, not context.
No, not at all.
But so all these people on the left and the right think that YouTube and Google are out to get them, when it's just that computers and dictionaries are kind of stupid when it comes to context. And ironically, it's not a human being making a decision and pulling a lever. You'd actually be theoretically slightly better off, but it's impossible because of how many YouTubers and how many videos you have. So you're left with a dumb robot that's only like 5 or 6 years old. It's a fucking toddler. Give it a break. Yeah. In 10 years, it'll be competent enough and think it knows everything, like every damn teenager. And then if you let it marinate for another decade and everything like that, well, it might actually be reasonable. Like
we can only hope. We can only hope.
We can only hope. We just have to survive its angry, rebellious teenage years. Like, you know, so like that's how, again, I see these this way, because I'm like, oh, this is the more reasonable explanation for, like, I always make the assumption that the most reasonable explanation is usually true, or it's more likely to be true, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, YouTube plays favorites. It's like, oh, you mean a corporation built on capitalism and making money that is very ruthless, is not egalitarian, and picks performers and winners and high earners and gives them special treatment. Oh, say it ain't so. Have you ever worked at a company? like real talk. Oh, you mean rich people have it better than you? Oh, really? I'm shocked. I'm surprised. I'm flabbergasted. That seems completely unexpected. Like, I would have never thought that's true. Oh, popular, pretty people get it better and get special treatment. Oh, really? That's breaking news. That's breaking fucking news. Alert the media. Like, no, come on. Like, really? It's like, and here's the thing. I'm not even mad. I'm like, okay, that's a societal issue and problem, and that's called human beings are shallow as fuck. What else is new? Like, oh, you really think that, like, it's like, oh, of course. Oh, Twitch streamers, like female Twitch streamers, have a double standard. Oh, say it isn't so. Like, really? Oh, like attractive people have a better, because guess what? By the way, I think dudes who make Twitch a lot of money probably get special treatment too. I don't think it's gender based. I just think that because gaming culture, let's be real, there's a lot of thirsty dudes watching female Twitch streamers, helping make that money and making them popular. Popularity, regardless of gender, popularity wins the end. But if the male audience of Twitch is the majority, and it's the truth that it's the majority, then yes, females have leverage in Twitch because of dudes. Because of dudes.
Yep, you are absolutely right.
That's not women's fault. That's us homies. That's us homies. Be a little less thirsty, and maybe things are different. Like, but you're not gonna get dudes to be a little less thirsty. I'm sorry. That's just so, like, the end. Like, okay. Like, and that's just how it is. But here's the thing. You know what I love? I love taking responsibility, because if the game is rigged and I still win playing fair and square, how good am I? Right?
Mm-hmm.
If they can cheat, make every advantage, and I still win, like, think about that. That's exciting. See, I'm smiling ear to ear for a reason, because I'm like, yeah. 'Cause, like, if I'm like, all right, you stacked the deck, you cheated, you played your trump card, you did everything you possibly could, and you still took the L because I'm that good. I'm like, yeah. Like, that's like, I kind of like that. Like, you know, like, see, like, that's that aggressive competitive part of me is like, okay, all right. Like, you know, like, because again, it's like, do I like that things are rigged a certain way? Like, no, but I mean, what am I going to do about it, right? But if I play by the rules that are established and still find a way to win with the board that was set in front of me, then that proves how good I am. Even if we want to say the game is rigged, like, if it's rigged against me and I still beat you, then how good am I and how much do you suck? Like, and that's what I'm about. Like, and I just, like, you know, play the cards you're dealt, man. Just play the cards you're dealt. Like, that's just how I am. Is like, now I don't mind if you want to call out that it's unfair, but like, how many times are you going to do that? Like, before you move on, or before you put up or shut up, or like, what's your end game here? What do you think is going to change it? What do you think is going to change it? Because the thing is, everyone told you what they wanted. Someone said, hey, if you make me a lot of money, you get favoritism too. So to me, it stands to, like, grind as hard as you can and make them money. Oh, get us watch time, keep people on the platform, and you'll get promoted. Well, it seems to me that that's the game to play. Like, so instead of complain, I could take that same energy and focus on a ruthless strategy for winning. I'd rather find a way to win than complain. Like, I think it's fine to call out injustices or unfair treatment and things like that, but I also think that there's a point where you have to decide, is that what you're going to do with your time, and is that the hill you're going to die on, or are you going to, or what's your end game here? What's your goal? So, like, I do everything in the service of my goals.
Yeah, you gotta work toward what you want. Ultimately, that's how I work. Self-preservation, baby.
Yeah, I'm very much ruthlessly about, like, that issue. And Little Monster Media just published some algorithm research and just gave it away. Okay, I'm like down.
For like, give me the data. Give me the data.
Like give me that sweet data. Give it to me now. Like so because like I'm looking at a thread from Renee Richie and from 4 hours ago, and Matt Gillen chimed in, Jackson Hayes chimed in, our homie Brandon from This Is Tech Today chimed in, Photo Joseph, so it was this really good thread, and then some people were asking my opinion, and I've been here, chilling in the cut with you, Viper, and so they put out some people put out some stats, Renee put out some stats, Brandon did, and then Matt Gillen was like, oh, here's our research, and I'm like, yes, please, thank y'all, and oh yeah, I think I have this deck. I think Matt gave me this deck personally. It's a 74-page deck on the data that they collected. I'm like, yeah. And so they made this publicly available. They put it on their website. This is publicly available. They're giving this away for free. This is something they could sell. Like, this is great. I'm actually working on a case study myself with TubeBuddy, and I'm going to try and do another one with vidIQ. I'm getting into case studies because I had some questions, and there's some data that I want to prove. I want to prove some data on the effectiveness of titles. Like if you can get a high title description correlation, what does that do? What's the difference between the scoring on certain things with tags to prove that they do have some impact, and like comparing view counts across that. So I'm putting together the parameters of my case study, and then I'm going to have these companies generate that data, and then we'll try and format it, and then I'll put something together and then tell you what the outcome was. So I'm working on, this is see, people think I just sit around and make content all day.
All right. So give me your opinion on this real quick. You told me I should, you weren't really feeling the title of that Twitch video. So
no, the thumbnail. I was fine with the title.
Oh, you were fine with the title.
I wanted black because I thought that it goes more with Twitch's branding than the yellow.
Sure.
It's okay to experiment, dude. You get you experiment in real time. It's it's totally.
Yeah. I just changed the title, but okay.
Why did you change the title to?
PSA: you can now live stream to Twitch from Twitch Studio Beta.
No, I would have went. With new Twitch. Actually, let me do research. Watch this. Twitch streaming app. Maybe I would have gone with new, free live, Twitch releases free live streaming app for Twitch users. Yeah, something like that. So I would have went with because then that's the so all right, so maybe it's breaking in all caps is the thing, is breaking and then exclamation point, and then it's Twitch releases new live streaming app for Twitch users, or no, Twitch releases new live streaming app, and then I don't have an end to that title. I think it's just breaking. Twitch releases new live streaming app, and then what's Twitch calling this?
Twitch Studio Beta.
And then
they call it Twitch Studio actually, yeah.
So then in parentheses I would put so I would put breaking in capitals, exclamation point, Twitch releases new live streaming app, and then in parentheses I'd put Twitch Studio.
Okay.
That way now you get you get in search and in relevance, you get live streaming app out of it, you get breaking to get human attention, you get Twitch releases new live streaming app, which is the news part of it, and then you get Twitch Studio all in one title.
All right, so I changed the thumbnail to black, so hopefully that worked out. Cool. All right, so you said put breaking.
Yeah. So when I say that, like here, I'm gonna drop it to you in the private chat here.
Okay.
I just wrote the title for you.
All right. Cool. You are
Like
the man.
in the chat, when I say that, does that make sense to you guys? That's like breaking. Twitch releases new live streaming app, Twitch Studio. Like when I put like that title makes sense for you guys, right? Let us know in the chat.
For those that are still awake.
Yeah, people are like digging us grinding in real time.
That's what's up. What we do. Bam. All right. Sweet. Boom. Saved and boom. All right.
Yeah.
Bam. Okay. Thumbnail change and title change.
Genosis says he loved your Verizon thumbnail. He said it was dope as fuck. So yeah, like you're gonna love here in the stream. But like I think this title is the legit title. Like and so yeah, I think if you give that some time, you'll like definitely get some traction off of that. Let me see here. Let's see. Vyp. About tech.
Oh, you did my promo video. Nice.
Okay. So yeah, much better title. The thumbnail, I think, for Twitch, again, just turn that yellow to black. I think
already done.
Okay. So it just hasn't caught up yet on the refresh, I guess. Yeah, it just hasn't caught up on the refresh. Give it we'll give that like a few minutes, and then I think it'll do better.
All right. And you said to take Veda out of all these titles, which I'm doing now. Okay.
You can do that. Do some of that later. Just not to overwhelm the system.
Oh, already done.
Okay. All right.
Your boy is moving.
Moving fast. Yeah. So like, but again, you're getting much better with thumbnails. You're getting much more consistent. It looks so much better, dude. Looking at the grid of your channel is getting much better. When I look at your stuff. So yeah, do more videos like that LG V50 Thin Q. There's some more videos you can get out of that, and you can do some more. That thumbnail wasn't bad, and you can do some more titles with that, and it's another 5G thing. So again, lean into that. You can get more out of that and find more angles. And again, it gives you a playlist because again, then you'll have an LG phones playlist, you know?
Actually, I do have another 5G video to make because the FCC just came out and said that 5G is safe, or they deem it safe. So I got to make a video about that.
Yeah. Like, so there's, yeah, so you got to make a video about that, and then it gives you more to work with there. So yeah, that's something that I think definitely can give you some value. And again, I know it's like, I know sometimes like people are super like busy, but if you can get a couple of homies to do some collab videos with you where they just film a little small piece for you to cameo in the videos so that you can put them in the thumbnail for something, like, and I would say if you can get Brandon, Prosser, Drew, Travis, like, and Renee, like if you strategically for a couple of weeks, if you can get one collab a week every week in a 90-day cycle, I think, and ask them to share, ask each creator to share the videos, please, to share the videos, not only the collab with you, but whatever you put out that week in even just one platform. And I know you don't like asking for things, but like this will genuinely help you. If you, in a 90-day cycle, every single week, you get one cameo collab with a creator that you know that has a decent sized following. So Jason, John, Drew, Travis, Brandon, Renee, if you can do that, and you can, for every week for 90 days, so that's about 12 collabs. If you can get 12 collabs in 90 days and have 12 different creators with an audience share whatever you make the week that your collab with them drops, not just their collab video, but the videos that you drop that week. If they could share those for you, even just one retweet helps. Or if they could share one video of yours in their community tab and you have that going for you every week for 90 days, then that can pop your channel. In addition to you, just the content you're making, that can really pop your channel in addition to the content that you're making, because it creates backlinking and it creates a traffic funnel. And not to mention, your videos will start being promoted to their audience through the algorithm. That's what nobody realizes about what collabs and shoutouts do for you, is that your videos get promoted to their audience. And that's how creators grow together. And that's where your friends can help you. So, because then that's where the viewers of this algorithm starts to pop off. So the more that happens and the more overlap, and that's why for a long time with Drew and Prosser and Jason kind of all going back and forth, that's why they all kind of grew around the same area in the same time. And like, I had to even explain that to, I was explaining that to Jason, that was like a real thing that was happening. And so, yeah. So I think that would definitely help you. It's the same thing with some of his Can You Trust videos, is he started getting promoted to those people's audiences. Oh yeah,
I mean, when you make a video about a creator, I mean, obviously, I would hope the algorithm does that. You know, if it's working properly.
Some people don't use that responsibly, and some people do it very well, and it's very like, I mean, Philip DeFranco's entire strategy is partly predicated on that. He always gets somebody mainstream famous and somebody internet famous into the title and the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
And then him. So like, that's like, I don't think people understand that. Like that's a thing.
Roberto, you know, I don't really like doing that per se. I understand that it works. I just eat me up.
I am ruthless. I am ruthless.
I know.
These are the things that, by the way, I know you don't like it. Think about it like this. Have I ever done that? Have I ever done that? No. But I also don't have 1 million subscribers. Gee, I wonder why. But you know who is smart and like does these things without thinking about how strategic it is? You know, like Sarah does stuff like this without thinking about it, for fun, and she naturally has fun with other creators and stuff like that, and like, but she naturally networks and collabs and does all this stuff, and she has this podcast now, and she also lives in New York with all these creative people literally down the block, and works in a building with nothing but creative people, and across the street from a building with nothing but creative people, and works with so many creative brands. Because the other thing is, working with brands is the same thing as doing a collab. Working with brands is the same thing as doing a collab, and nobody talks about that either. Again, Sarah does all this stuff without thinking about the algorithm. Sarah will have 1 million subscribers in roughly 2 years.
Oh yeah, she's doing her thing.
If like Sarah Dici will have 1 million subscribers in roughly 2 years, or she will make, or if she makes 5 back-to-back viral videos, she will have 1 million subscribers in 1 year.
Easily.
If she can make 5 viral videos in a 30-day window, or 10 viral videos in a 90-day window, she will be, because people don't realize that's what happened with Peter McKinnon.
But the cool thing about Sarah is that I think she's a lot like you. She doesn't really depend on YouTube to push her content. She just does things.
Exactly. She didn't. But I'm telling you, but if she did, her goals are instantly like, right. And I love that she just doesn't go super hard, ruthless, like play the game to level with. Because again, in some ways, playing that hard to win sucks the fun out of it. Is why, I would probably, if I got 1 million subscribers, I would hate YouTube. Let me put it a different way. If I did for the last year everything to get to, if I was at 600 or 700,000 subscribers right now, by doing everything I possibly could to get there, I would right now be burnt out like a lot of our friends and just grinding through, suffering all the way to 1 million. And a year from now, I'd have a gold play button and then make a video about how much I hate YouTube and how exhausted I am and why I'm going to go away for a month.
Yeah. Because
to do that, you would, and sometimes you would suck the fun out of it. So by just going to let's tune up your content, that Twitch thumbnail is already looking better, my friend. It's already looking better. That looks like, okay, yeah, that looks like Twitch approved. Like, that's good. I like it. So
thanks for the suggestion.
Yes. So the and that breaking, that gives you kind of like a front page tech kind of like headline of like Twitch release. Yeah. So I dig it. Later we can get into your tags because that'll help you and your descriptions. But this lineup of your content for the last 6 videos looks a lot better. If you can fix that, Apple is about to change how we use the iPhone. That got some views for you. That did really good on views for you. You should be shooting for, like, the goal for a lot of people is they want the equivalent of 10% view to subscriber ratio. And you've been hitting that even with putting out daily content. You've been hitting or exceeding that most of the time within a short period. And you've gotten videos up to 1,000 views, even if the like ratio on them is less because maybe it's polarizing or you had an opinion about something. That being said,
usually because people hate that I don't actually have the product, so they be hating on me. Haters.
By dislike by default. Yeah.
Yep.
Dislike by default because you have an opinion about something you don't own, like fucking snobs. Like
sorry, I'm not rich.
Yeah, I'm rich.
I'm not rich. Sorry.
Like, I don't. But here's the thing: I have so many ridiculous things that cost a significant amount of money that I use. By the way, I use all this stuff every damn week, or I cycle through it, or I compare stuff, or I try stuff, or I what can I use this for? Like, what scenario is this better for than this thing? Like, whatever. That I think that when I, on my other channel, cover a product that I don't own, but I own the previous version of it, I think people are going to be fine. And people are going to, because the thing is, part of it's going to be well, I own the previous version, or here's my thoughts on this as an owner of why I'm not upgrading, or why I think you should upgrade, or something. I think I'll be given, ironically, because again, they can't argue the point, because I'm I have access to this. I could probably ask the company or one of my contacts for it, and yet no need. Here's what I like, because again, my opinion is, yes, I don't own it, but that don't assume that I've never had it in my hand, or I don't have access to it, or that I haven't done my research, or again, you don't own it either, and you're gonna make an opinion before you buy it too. And you can watch other people's stuff, but I'm going to talk to you about also why you may not need that thing, because you're trying to accomplish a goal that something you already own can probably do. Because the irony of my tech channel and showing off my literally tens of thousands of dollars of hardware and tech is going to be to actually, to some extent, talk people out of not buying any of these things. Unless they have the money. In which case, yeah, throw it at this, because otherwise you're just splitting it with the IRS, right? Because that's my excuse. My excuse is I can keep more money to share with the government, or I can spend money and have things that I find useful.
So, Roberto, I got an interesting question. You told me that you suggested I take beta out of the titles of the video, but the videos are still getting views even with beta in the title. So
I just think contextually that some people you can either or, because maybe that you want to do that from a community standpoint, and maybe it gets even a few handful of extra views. I just I think in my mind, to someone who doesn't know what Veda is, it's confusing what to see that, and then I think it dates a video. That's my only issue. Is I feel like it makes a video dated versus evergreen, and that's what concerns me. But that's my main issue with it, is that seeing it feels like a distraction somehow.
Yeah, didn't even think about the whole dated thing. That makes sense.
Yeah, like again, I think about this stuff at this weird meta, ridiculous 4D chess level, and remember, I think about it, I tell people to do it, it works, but sometimes they get burnt out, and my only other solution for that is to have fun and to do other things outside of the what's going on. Hang on, I'm gonna Viper, hold down the stream, and I'm gonna listen to you on my phone. I want to see what my dog's barking about because it might be a problem.
Hey, take a weapon, baby. Take a weapon. Weapon up, baby. So, man, Roberto Blake is a godsend, man. Like, the dude is up, like, I think it's like almost 2 a.m. his time. It's almost 1 a.m. my time. Me and him alone have been talking for the past, 3-4 hours about everything. Like, the dude runs a business. He has things going on. He should probably be sleeping. But y'all see Roberto's up late at night talking to me about YouTube and things like that. And y'all can't tell me nothing bad about Roberto, man. The dude is legit, man. I mean, I don't know. Like, there are just genuine good people in the world, and he is definitely one of them. Like, the dude is amazing. Like, he knows what he's talking about. The man has the wealth of knowledge. And the fact that he's willing to share his knowledge, like he said, he can make money off the course. Like, all the tips that he's telling all of us tonight, he doesn't have to do all this. He can make bank putting it in a court, but he's not doing that. He's here up to God knows how many hours with me, giving all these tips for those of y'all that are still with us. So, like, we got 12 people deep. So those of y'all that are in here that are creators or thinking about becoming creators, you're getting all this knowledge for free, which he could charge hundreds of dollars for his business that he runs, but he's here. So, like I said, you can't tell me nothing bad about my man Roberto Blake. He's legit. He's real. I mean, there's not too many real people, especially in the business space, and there's not too many actual other creators that will be willing to do this. But here we are, and here he is. So, shout out to my dude Roberto Blake. Hopefully, he took the bat with him or something, just in case there's a problem, because you never know. I don't know. And shout out to Daniel for the coffee. Appreciate it, Daniel. I don't know what your actual screen name is, but if you're still watching, appreciate the donation, man, no doubt. If you guys want to support, if you guys want to buy me a coffee, the link is in the description. But let me go ahead and post it in the chat too, real quick, since I'm here. Let me grab the link. It's not required. Like I always tell you guys, it's not required. It just does help me pay for this live streaming setup and, possibly buy gadgets in the future and things like that. So anything that you guys could donate is greatly appreciated. But like I tell you all, it's not required. But if you want to donate, since the channel is not monetized, the Buy Me a Coffee link is right there. For those of y'all watching the replay, check the description. It'll be in the description. And yeah, that's pretty much it. A lot of good tips that Roberto was sharing tonight. Like, didn't even think about the fact that putting the Veda in the title of all my videos will make the video dated. And he's right. Like, you people, like, number one, when people come across the video title and there's Veda in there, they don't know what Veda is. Like, they don't know. And the other thing that he talked about tonight that I didn't really think about is when he was talking about making like 5 or 6 videos on the same topic in a row. Like, number one, when people come across the video title and there's Veda in there, they don't know what Veda is. Like, I hear myself in the background. The other thing that he talked about tonight that I didn't really think about is when he was talking about making like 5 videos on the same topic in a row. All right, so now I'm thrown off. But anyway, let me try it again. So when he was talking about making 5 or 6 videos in a row, right, and making them about the same topic and things like that, I don't know why, but it didn't really occur to me that every time somebody watching my video, it's a brand new audience. Like, yeah, you'll get your subscribers and things like that. But especially for a channel my size, there's a lot of new people that are watching my videos. So the point that he made about always making your videos as if you're talking to a new audience is legit, because you never know how YouTube is going to push out your video. So every time you put out a video, or every time I put out a video, I have to approach it like it's a brand new audience that's watching it. It's almost like when Michael Jordan was playing back in the day and he used to put on a show because he never knew who was watching him on that particular night. That's how I got to approach this YouTube thing. I got to put out these videos like, I don't know who's watching me because that's the truth. You never know.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and a lot of our friends like were surprised like when they found out that people were, hey, I'm a fan of the show. Like, we remember when Prosser found out that like all these big tech YouTubers actually watch his show.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
And
yeah,
like, yeah, like you'll be sitting there and you'll like make a joke or talk about someone that's like, dude, I'm a fan of the show. What the hell? Like, you know? Yeah.
No, I mean, I remember telling people a few months ago that you never know who's watching these live streams. Some of your favorite tech creators are watching this live stream. I don't even know they're watching, but they're watching because I've seen them, a couple of them pop in the chat every now and then, but it's crazy.
I sit there chilling in the cut with my real account and pop in on small YouTubers all the freaking time. And I just like, hey, somebody's watching. Like, and then I find out like, oh, dude, I was watching, like, I hear, oh, wow, I was watching your content when I first started my channel and blah, 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 blah. Oh, wow, that's super surprising. That's super flattering. Or, oh, yeah. And then it's like, I'm like, oh, you know what? That's maybe that's where they started stepping up their thumbnail or something like that, or their title. Like, they actually listened. And it's like, oh, I find out, I'm like, I watch these creators sometimes and I'm like, I find out they used to watch me and I'm like, oh, wow. And then they tell me about something that helped. And I'm like, and then I feel like, oh, wow, I really am making a difference. It's like there are people that are crushing it. And I played some small role in that, or whether it was motivating them to keep going, or whether it was one tip that told them to step up their game, or one thing that they overlooked. And then, you know, it made a difference. And, you know, like, again, I had a feeling. But again, all those years ago, sitting there and like literally giving like the motivational speech of a lifetime to a young John Prosser, like it mattered. It mattered so much. And I'm like, that's why taking time with people and sitting down with them, or like sitting on one of these streams, it means the world to me, because I know it can change somebody's life. I know that sometimes it's that one person that had you hang on for like 5 minutes. And I've had friends who've done that for me, and that I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my friend Tiffany. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my friend Malcolm. And then my other friend, Malcolm, like, which is always confusing. Like I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Mario and Ernest and Gerald and Ben and Robert and like, and Oki, like, I wouldn't, like, and Tease, like, I wouldn't be here, and Daniel, and then Dan and Erica, like, I would not be here without some of these people. Like, that's just the truth. So, you know, and then there are so many people that in their own way were there for me when I was on the come up, like in social media, like my friend Carlos and Brian and Amy and Chris Perillo and so many others, like too many people to name that in some way. David DeFranco, like there's so many people that have just like stood by me or had my back, like in the early days of social media, like someone who really cheered me on, like when he had like no real reason to. Gary V, I will always be grateful to Gary Vaynerchuk, because like even when I was grinding and I had like 30 or 50,000 subscribers, like Gary was cheering me on, and he always gave me, like, he was always very generous with his time with me, like just to like tell me he appreciated having me in his community.
Aha. So that's where the love affair with Gary Vee began. Aha. All right.
Well,
sense.
so I felt a kinship with him, because like his growing up in Jersey was similar to my coming up a military brat. His whole family is from Russia, like, but my dad is from an immigrant country too. And so like, and my dad had it harder than me. So like, I relate to him. And like Gary didn't see his dad because his dad was at the liquor store. My dad was in the military. So it's very similar. So like, and then like my dad was disciplined. My mom was self-esteem and pumping me up and cheering for me. Same thing with Gary. So like, I relate to the guy. The guy's 10 years older than me, and I relate to him. And because we had very similar experiences, even though we have different backgrounds, very similar, right? And I came to the same conclusions in my corporate life that he came to working in his family business. So And then he started his career in building a personal brand and doing YouTube and stuff like that. He started it at the beginning of YouTube when he was he just turned 30 years old. I started building my personal brand, I think at 28 or 29. So again, similar. So I've been on the internet forever, but I started building my personal brand at like 28, 29. And so similar trajectory, right? So like I relate to Gary Vee, but I've always really loved and appreciated the type of human being he's been and how kind he's been to me and to other people. Because when I was growing on YouTube, there was a point where actually my channel was almost as big. Like he used to be a very small channel compared to where he is now. I remember watching Gary back when the Gary Vee show started. He had done 900 videos on YouTube and he only had 28,000 subscribers. Like he'd done 1,000 videos like I have now, but his 1,000 videos, he is at like 28,000 subscribers is what he had to show for it. I've done 1,300 videos and I have 400,000 subscribers. There were like literally 3 years ago, Gary had a smaller channel than I have now 3 years ago. 3 years can make all the difference in the world with the right team, the right people, the right work, the right strategy. Like I know a pathway for my channel to 1 million subscribers. There's just things I may not be happy to do or that I like less. And then there's a matter of building a team around it if you want to go big like that. Because there's only so much content and so many things you can do as a solo person or whatever. And right now I'm very business driven. And so to get to do the things that would grow the content to 1 million subscribers, I would have to either get more resources into the business to free myself up, or I would have to change priorities in something. And I may not want to do that because scaling a business from a 6-figure business to a 7-figure business is more important than scaling a channel to a 1 million channel. Question for Roberto. I'm going to be easing back into videos by next week. Plan is twice a week. I know you're a proponent of Vid Summit. Do you think I should skip and create or go? Zach, I think that from a motivation standpoint, and then also from a support standpoint, that going to Vid Summit and being part of the community, I think will make whatever content you make going forward better for a lot of reasons. I first of all think the experience and going will be valuable to you. I also want you to try to find some time to talk to Daryl because he's into the community. So he's accessible. Daryl puts on a great event and he's accessible. I want you to even spend 3 minutes if you can with Daryl. And I think that spending 3 minutes with Daryl will change your outlook and your trajectory on everything. And I think being with the community and being with your other creators, you're going to be invigorated. You're going to feel loved. You're going to feel embraced. And you're going to feel much more motivated to make better content than if you just grind your way through. So I think that would matter. And then I think that there's a lot that you're going to learn from the sessions on top of that, because Daryl has made some changes and this Vid Summit is not going to be like the others.
Man, whoo. And this wouldn't even be a question. If I could go, I would go. I'll be there, man.
We're passing the hat around for you, Viper. We're passing the hat around for you. We're going to try.
That's a serious hat, Roberto. I mean, whoo.
We're not making promises, but we're working on it. But we're gonna pass the hat around.
That's a serious hat, dude. I can't ask y'all to do that. That's like you talking about thousands of dollars at that point.
You don't have to ask. Me and Prosser are on the job. We're figuring it out.
Man, y'all are the best, man. Can't say enough. So what else is going on in the world of Roberto Blake, man? We done talked to all the types of shops tonight. What's going on with you? What's happening?
Well, I went to the Samsung Note event.
How did that? Like, did they send you an invite? Or how did that work exactly?
Yeah, they sent me an invite.
Okay.
So some really great people there. Elaine, Paige, Justin, the team from Verified Works are great people. And so they got me out to the event. I had to obviously flight and hotel, so like that was not cheap. And it was a little last minute on me. I did the same thing for the Sony event and everything like that. I've been dropping money on travel, non-covered travel for like a little bit now, and it's been fun, and I've been enjoying these events and everything like that. But it's a really good thing that I can business expense this stuff and that I can afford it, because like I'd have to say no to some great opportunities if I couldn't front that kind of cash. But like, but also Atlanta tickets to flights are not that bad. It's pretty relatively inexpensive because we have Delta. So we have a hub, and if you miss a flight, you can always get another one because like it's Atlanta. So so I went to the Sony event for the A7R4 a couple of weeks ago, and then I just did the Samsung Note event. Very, very pleased with how all of that turned out. Great after party.
I saw a picture from TJ and Terry and Devin. Y'all look like y'all were doing it big out there.
I met so many. I got to see Saf again, Super Saf TV.
Oh, that's
great dude. I love that dude. Don't see him enough, but like, so we hung for a little bit. We had some drinks. I got to meet Tom from Tech Chap. I got to meet Aaron, Mr. Who's the Boss.
Oh, you met who? Oh, wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
We got
at first
here.
At first, I didn't recognize him because I didn't have my glasses on and I'd been drinking. Like I had the combination. Yeah. No, we went in. I'm smart enough though, because I'm 35. I can hydrate and I can get through I can put down a lot of liquor and not have to suffer the hangovers because I know how to regulate. I know how to hydrate just enough. Genosis says that the Note your preference in a smartphone, Roberto, or something else. So in an Android smartphone and for content creators, I'm leaning toward the Note for a couple of reasons, because for a content creator, there are a couple of considerations. It's a matter of how much can you get out of your mobile device. And with the Note, you have a content creation device that also could allow for good editing if you use certain apps. Right now, Adobe Rush is really good for Android users. So Adobe Rush gives you multi-track editing in the timeline. Now speed ramping, easy jump cuts, can format for Instagram video, both Instagram stories, squares, and also wide.
Whoa! I thought we got invaded. I'm like, whoa!
I think he. My brother has somebody over, and so he didn't. My dog didn't recognize. Well, one of the dogs didn't recognize, but he's doing his job. Rio, come here, chill.
It's not all right. Damn.
Right. So like the Note, I think, provides a combination of power, tremendous battery life, good camera, great resolution screen, so that you have a good combination editing experience and good photography and video. And I feel like it's in many ways what you could call or argue as a no compromises smartphone. If you're a content creator, the stylus adds some more to that. If you are a content creator that does things like Snapchat or does illustration or digital or anything art-wise and everything like that. So the Note's a really good companion if you do more than just YouTube, for example. Again, if you do creative work. So I like that. And there are a surprisingly a lot of really good Android applications for creators. And for editing, like I said, you got Adobe Rush, you've got KeenMaster. So there's a really good D. Niman highly recommends a lot of those. Mm-hmm. So I think between that, if you're going to go with a non-Apple product, then yes. If you're going to go with an Apple product, because you have iMovie and LumaFusion if you're a video editor, and then you have so many other options for things like photo editing and digital art, then yeah, obviously get the best iPhone you can afford. But I think that the Note, for people who aren't going to be tied to the Apple ecosystem, is a no compromises phone. And then with the partnership of Microsoft and Samsung, you're going to get workflow-like features for Windows PC and Samsung in an Android. So now you're going to have something to kind of combat the ecosystem. And the way that they're setting up the Samsung stuff now, it's practically better than AirDrop.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. That's how well it again, I was with Andy. I was with my executive admin, Andy. She got to the event too, and we were playing with this in real time on the laptops that Samsung had, and we were like, and we're talking to somebody who works at Microsoft, and we were like, we took a photo, we took a selfie on the phone, and it showed up immediately on the computer, and we were able to drag and drop it to the desktop like instantaneously. Like we didn't even have to push an airdrop button, because they have this thing that they have called I think it's called Samsung Link or something, or Windows Link. And once you sync it up one time, basically everything just kind of automatically airdrops to, without you having to select it. Like everything's available for you to just drag and drop at that point.
Interesting.
In real time. So yeah, it's like playing with it up close and personal. I was like, oh damn. And the focusing system on the Samsung, the Galaxy Note, like the video quality, everything was like, I was like, the reason I want to cover this phone, and the thing that I'm probably going to make a video even for my main channel, is that I just think it might be the best phone for content creators.
Whoa. Did I just hear that Roberto Blake is going to cover the Galaxy Note 10 on his actual creative entrepreneur channel?
Yeah.
Oh my!
I think so. I have enough footage. It depends on, like, I think my footage is good enough. I think my footage came out good enough. So I think I'm going to like just put it out there and just say, yeah, I think this is probably the best smartphone for like content creators that want to do as much as they can on a mobile device.
This is the content that people pay to see right here. I got to see this. This is going to be good. I remember, you don't do many tech videos, but I remember the one tech video you did for, I think it was for the Surface, I think it was for the Surface. I don't know.
Surface Studio, 500,000 views on that.
Yeah, that was a damn good video. But the funny thing is, you have other tech videos which you actually rank pretty high for. I don't remember. I
have about 250 tech videos.
I don't know if I think I told you that, but I don't know if you remember. I was searching for videos on the Logitech MF Max and 2X. Yep. And somehow you came up. I'm like, wait, what? How did you pop up? But you made a video about the original, though. And it popped up.
Yep. I think I got decent views on that. I think I also got decent views on my video for Mechanical Keyboard. Like even when I was a smaller channel, I would get tens of thousands of views, sometimes hundreds of thousands of views on my tech videos. My laptop videos were prolific, and that's why I know that doing a tech channel that I can crush it. Like, because I've done it before. Like I've done tech in one. Like I mean, like my laptop reviews are still some of my like strongest content overall on the channel. If I sort my videos by views, people like get this mistaken idea without thinking about it that, oh, you grew your channel by making videos about YouTube. I'm like, that doesn't work the way you guys think it. Like you don't get people subscribing for that. Not really. Like, I mean, I've got tens of thousands of people who did subscribe for that, but like doesn't work the way people think it does. Like some of my most viewed videos, my third most viewed video with 658,000 views is that Microsoft Surface Studio hands-on review. And why? You can literally see me drawing in the thumbnail on it. So, you know, it's right there. It's just a still photo frame from the video. Like, so, and I got to use it earlier than most people because I went to Adobe Max, and then you see other people with the Surface Studio in the background as well. So I've got that, obviously the money making videos, but it's like my advice for buying a video editing laptop from 3 years ago has 335,000 views. And I still get views on that video to this day. My HP Pavilion X360 2-in-1 top 5 features video, not even a review, top 5 features, 268,000 views from 2 years ago. How to add background music to video in Premiere Pro, 337,000 views. Premiere Pro CC color best video exports settings, 232,000 views. Best graphic design software of 2014, 193,000 views. Best specs for Photoshop PC building, 188,000 views. 5 gadgets every graphic designer needs, 186,000 views. CPU versus GPU, 182,000 views. 5 budget graphic design laptops of 2015, 167,000 views. Yeah, I can, like, Filmora Wondershare for video editor for beginners, 143,000 views. Why you need a 35mm lens DSLR tutorial, 141,000 views. That's from a video from 4 years ago when I was a much smaller channel. Quick tips for buying a new laptop buyer's guide, 138,000 views. Minimum requirements for video editing laptops and desktops, 132,000 views. Premiere Pro simple title intro tutorial, 129,000 views. How much RAM do you need for video editing? 109,000 views. Mac versus PC and graphic design, 107,000 views. Best free graphic design software, 102,000 views. Complete guide to buying new laptops in 2016, 100K views. 92% like ratio. Buying your first DSLR camera buyer's guide from 3 years ago, 97,000 views. So yeah, I would probably have gotten more views and be a bigger channel if I had been a tech channel that focused on video editing, PC builds, video editing laptops, cameras, camera lenses, Photoshop build guides for video editing specs, graphic design, tablet reviews. I could have gotten like probably 50 to 100,000 views on every single upload if I had only focused on like tech and gear and things like that for the last couple of years. I could have a 1 million subscribed tech channel if I had done that for the last 6 years, probably because my views, and if I had just made videos like that and kept getting videos like that and kept making videos to get views and making those kind of videos, yeah, like even a video I did a year ago, why I bought like a little over a year ago, why I bought the 2017 MacBook Pro with Touch Bar. It has an 81% like ratio because, again, it's a little polarizing because there's a part of me that negs Apple a little bit. But I got 62,000 views on that video. And I think the thumbnail was kind of shit, honestly. I think if I could literally have done any number of things better. In fact, 2 years ago, I did another HP Pavilion X360 convertible laptop video. I did a really decent photography based thumbnail for that. 86% like ratio, 65,000 views. Mac versus PC for video editing, 65,000 views. And that was 3 years ago, much smaller channel back then. Like, so yeah, I know that, I could do videos around these tech products and tech gear and stuff I own, and that for one thing I would have made a crap ton of money on Amazon, and then I know that I would get views. Most of my tech videos got anywhere from 50,000. Most of my camera videos and my tech videos got anywhere from like 50,000 views, regardless of like how many subscribers I had, all the way to hundreds of thousands of views. Like, and I know if I had focused only on that kind of content, that there's no telling. And so that's why doing a tech channel from scratch now, this fall, like, one, will be super fun because I kind of miss doing those videos. It'll be super fun. And I already own all this gear and I might as well review it. Literally, my camera lens videos, the Nikon, is the Nikon 85mm f1.8 lens worth it? 40,000 views on that one camera lens. 5 reasons to buy an 85mm prime lens. Another 39,000 views. I did 3 videos on that 85mm lens, and every one of those videos, like if I combine the 3 videos that I did on the 85mm lens, I got like about 150,000 views when I was a small channel off of reviewing one camera lens. 3 videos, one camera lens combined to 150,000 views. Like, there's this one lens that I reviewed. It's a Panasonic Lumix lens. I did a baller thumbnail for it. I got 30,000 views on this lens that is a specialty lens for the Panasonic G7. Like, so it's kind of like almost more of a niche video, and I still got 30,000 views on that, which is really good for, again, a channel that doesn't even specialize in that. and it was a variety channel, that did really well. Like I did a lot of these camera lens and camera review videos that did anywhere from 50 to 100,000 views on almost every one of these uploads. Like, so, yeah, like I have a ton, like most of my best performing videos were either software or hardware. Like, you know, and like that's like, and the videos that weren't, again, it was about a skill set that most people don't have. It was either career development around graphic design, it was a making money online video, or it was a how to grow in social media, mostly how to grow on YouTube type video that are my best performing videos with over 100K views. And that's why I can tell you guys that everything is topic based in YouTube. It doesn't matter what your subscriber count is. Everything is topic based. And I think that me reading off some of those headlines and titles to you and how many views they got just proves to you that everything is topic based. Like my how to become a graphic designer videos, like I have multiple how to become a graphic designer videos, almost every single one of those. How to become a graphic designer in 2016, 93,000 views. How to become a graphic designer in 2017, 96,000 views. How to become a graphic, like 5 things you don't learn in graphic design school, 151 views. How to become a web designer in 2015, 230,000 views. Best graphic design software 2014, 193,000 views. Start freelancing if you're broke, 152,000 views. Advice for selling t-shirts online, 130,000 views. How to start a podcast, 120,000 views. How to design your PDF portfolio, 118,000 views. How to design a portfolio in Adobe InDesign, 364,000 views. Let's see here. What's another? Logo design, how to design a logo, 109,000 views. How to design your print portfolio, 106,000 views. You see, everything is topic based. It has nothing to do with your subscriber count. Subscriber counts are fucking irrelevant. They are. Like, it means nothing. It means nothing. It's good for marketing. It's good for brand deals, but it has nothing to do with how many views you get. It has nothing to do with how many views you get. Everything is topic based and is based in what is value to the viewer. Like, not even how quality. Do you realize that all my videos are much more higher quality now and get less views than my most viewed videos of all time, which have much less production, less editing. They're not nearly close in terms of quality, but it's down to value. Value for a viewer about how many more people are trying to get a certain career versus trying to do XYZ. How many people trying to get a career versus looking for motivation? How many people trying to grow on YouTube versus trying to do affiliate marketing? How many people trying to grow on YouTube versus make money online with a particular website or product? Like, it's all about value. It's supply and demand. Everything is supply and demand, and everything is a title and a thumbnail first. Everything is everything is the topic, title, and thumbnail first, and everything comes after that. Topic, title, and thumbnail, and good timing. And that takes care of most of the initial view and the initial click. And then quality matters after you get the initial view and after you get the initial click and after there's a big enough audience for what the topic. Then, and only then, after all of that, does quality play any role in any outcome after the fact. And that's it. Like, yeah. And again, I've done 1,300 videos. And my top 200 videos all have from 30,000 views to up to 1 million. Like my top 200, because when you sort by most viewed, YouTube, little known fact, when you sort by most viewed videos, YouTube just gives the top 200 videos. I've done 1,300 videos. I have enough data here to know that if I just targeted all the topics that did over 100,000 views or close to 100,000 views for me and just found a way to recycle and rehash all the videos that did 75 or 100,000 views, anything from 75 to 100,000 views up is I could just say, okay, lean into that, and now just make a list and go into a spreadsheet and literally build my channel on a spreadsheet and say, for all of these videos that did over 100,000 or did over 70,000, find a similar topic, research it ruthlessly, and find a way to go 5 or 10 videos deep on this same video and this same title and format and thumbnail, but better, and make every video better for the next 10 videos, and do that and rinse and repeat, and do it for another topic that did well for me, and rinse and repeat, and use the same structure and the same format and the same thing, and hit it over and over and over again. And I would have a guaranteed formulaic by the numbers spreadsheet that gives me a trajectory to growing my channel. And you know what would happen if I did that? I would fucking hate YouTube. But because I can you can design a successful channel on a whiteboard and a spreadsheet and with a database. I'm not joking. You can do that. You can do that. It's not fun. You can do that. It's not fun. There's a reason that my friend Daryl Eves has over 20 gold play buttons. There's a reason. There's a reason that I know another creator that has a solo operated venture, him and his wife, and they have a toy channel, and they have 3 gold play buttons and 5 silver play buttons, because you can build a successful YouTube channel once you know what you're doing and you've done enough homework and you've made a 100K channel at least one time. If you're really smart and if you know how to analyze data, you could look at a spreadsheet, you could build a spreadsheet, do a whiteboard and do some database stuff, crunch some numbers, come up with a formula, and you can use, because the marketing companies can figure this out, but then they don't know the creative execution. But from a strategy standpoint, now you still have to be talented, you still have to be good, you still have to be able to connect with an audience. But if you found really good, talented people, and then you did all of this stuff on the back end, I mean, this is why BuzzFeed just hires charismatic, talented, attractive young people and then does this. BuzzFeed and content farms just find attractive young people for talent and just throw them in front of a camera and then make all of this work. It's procedural.
Roberto, are you saying that actual quality of content and talent is not involved?
It is, but it's at the latter part of strategy, because how many quality and talented people that we know that suffer in obscurity and never get any fucking views?
Or as John Prosper called it, stuck in the butthole of YouTube.
Yes. And so it happens. And there are people who are quality and talent, and then they get an audience if somebody puts them on, and that's fine. That's fine, because that's valid. But there are companies dedicated to, and there are YouTube coaches dedicated to, let's just take a formulaic approach to YouTube. And yes, you have to make good content. No one's saying you don't have to make good and quality content, but we're trying to help people understand that quality isn't the most important thing. Value is, because viewers have a very low threshold for quality. Sometimes creators get stuck in making stuff perfect, and viewers are like, that's good enough. I don't know. I don't care. Oh, thank you for trying harder. But I would have taken, because again, the same viewers who gush over all the beautiful cinematic B-roll also watch some very low quality content at the same time, but they got value from it because it was entertaining.
This is true.
So if that's the case, because literally people who watch Peter McKinnon and Sarah Dietschy and all this stuff watch a lot of also low produced content that might be commentary or might be vlogs. I'll be very real with you. The Paul brothers don't make the best quality content. Not even about taste, not even considering taste. I'm talking about just from a camera and cinematography and even a performance standpoint. It's not that well produced.
Well, if I remember correctly, they came over from Vine, right?
Yes.
So they didn't really have to worry about content quality too much. They were the Vine for 6 seconds, I think they were.
You watched Shane Dawson stuff and everything like that. There's more editing than production to Shane Dawson stuff. It's reality TV. It's not super high produced.
Yeah, but he does have some crazy editing going on over there. Yeah,
it's the editing, right? So think about it. You could literally go out and you could use, if you had interesting subject matter and you did all that editing, you could go out literally with one of the new iPhones and you could do a video that's produced as well as Shane Dawson and just edit the hell out of it. And if you had an interesting enough subject, you would have something that's of equal quality. It's not that hard if you are a good editor to make something of equal quality to Shane Dawson. It would be hard to make something as interesting as Shane Dawson. And then even if you did make something more interesting and higher quality in production and editing, like we know people that literally shoot with red cameras and don't get the views that Shane Dawson gets.
Yep.
It's not even close. We know people who don't go and have gimbals and all this craziness and don't even come close. Like we know YouTubers with 10,000 subscribers that from a production, I'm not saying they're as good of a, like some people will debate this. Actually, I'll be real with you. We do know people that for their production and their editing, it's not the same topics, mind you, but we know people whose production and editing is better than Shane Dawson's. And I love Shane Dawson, but we know people that are better cinematographers than Shane Dawson that have not a lot of subs.
Oh, probably. Absolutely.
We know people with like drones that like get killer footage and like time lapses and like hyper lapses, like crazy insane. Like I'll put to you like this: cinematographer and production and even editing wise, Shane Dawson versus Infinite Elliott. Be real with me, Viper. Who do you think can get a better shot, Elliott or Shane?
I'm gonna go with Elliott. That boy puts in work.
That kid is a prodigy. Elliott is a prodigy. Elliott's a prodigy. Okay, so like Elliott, like I mean, I'll put it to you like this: Casey Neistat doesn't get the views that Shane Dawson does. Shane Dawson is a bigger channel than Casey. In your opinion, though, who's the better filmmaker?
Casey, without a doubt.
Right. So you tell me if quality matters in the grand scheme of things. Like it matters, but how much does it matter?
Well, like you said, I think a lot of YouTube is driven by topic. It's topic based. People watch what they want to watch, more or less. Mm-hmm. They watch what they want to watch, and they watch what they perceive will give them value or will entertain them. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much how the YouTube game goes. It's the big thing with all these drama channels. Like people love drama. People love drama, so they flock to them.
Right. So the value and the interest to them is there, and the production values are shit.
Right. People
the quality is shit. It's not quality content. No, it's not substance. There's no substance. There's no great stylistic thing. There's no production. There's nothing. The only value is the tea and maybe the delivery and the personality of the host, and that is it.
That is all. You are not kidding. That is it.
And yet it's the fastest growing, and yes, the fastest growing thing in YouTube.
Yep, all the time.
And it has the lowest barrier to entry. And that's why you have children that will literally make up and fake things or lie or slander people to get hate views from their audience. And I know it's true because there was a kid in my Discord who copped to it. And I was like, so-and-so is not a fake entrepreneur and not a fake guru, right? And he was like, oh, I know. And I'm like, I want the hate views from so-and-so's audience. I was so pissed at this kid. I'm like, you little piece of shit. That's like, you are exactly what's wrong with YouTube.
But, but see, that's where people say, well, the algorithm is driving on views, but it's not the algorithm. That's what people watch. People love trash, apparently. That's what they flock to. It's like, oh, man.
I don't know that the algorithm should like rig a filter and like to some extent throttle slightly negativity, because some people would say that that's biased too. But then from a responsibility standpoint, I go, maybe that's fair. Maybe that's from a human psychology standpoint, maybe that's the right thing to do to curb our actual bad instincts and bad behavior. Like me and Brian G. Johnson did a video about the YouTube algorithm kind of rewarding bad behavior because it's human nature.
Yeah, like I said, people love a train wreck. So I have a question for you. with all the stuff that happened around Steven Crowder and Carlos Mazza, do you think that Steven Crowder should have got his channel demonetized?
That's hard to say because the problem is that while you don't have to like what Steven Crowder says while defending his right to say it, the problem is, and like I said, it's why I don't fully know what we do about free speech in a 21st century system, because of the fact that free speech is important and should be protected, but there's a caveat. It was never designed with the idea in mind that human beings will become broadcast companies, because we treat that differently, and we have to, and we should. And so when a private citizen is now also a corporate person, responsibility becomes a compromise. Like you trade freedom for a little bit of freedom for an enormous amount of power. Hang on, Rio, move. Like my dog's tangled up in my headphone cable. Hang on. I don't know how he did that. He did it by being up underneath it. All right, stop it. Go, basket, go. Go on.
I mean, what are you talking about, Terry? You just party with Roberto. You know how Roberto can hang. Roberto can hang, bro.
Yeah. Go on. Go. Yeah. So it becomes like an issue of the balance between power and responsibility. And one could make an argument that, Crowder doesn't always use his platform responsibly in pandering to his audience. And that, because also, yes, you're not responsible for what your audience does, but when your audience does some very not cool things in terms of harassing people and stuff like that, and it can be pointed that you set a bad example through the way that you handled things, while you're not responsible for that audience, not entirely, like, it's very hard for us to say that we're influencers and then take no responsibility for who we influence, right? Because we're going to say we're not responsible for what people do, but we're going to take all the credit when it comes to a brand saying, yeah, we drove those sales, we influenced people, we got people to buy stuff, we convinced people to buy stuff, we can sell stuff, but we're going to take no responsibility from people that watch us going and hating on somebody. So we're having it both ways, aren't we? Because yes, we can influence the moving of monies. We can influence people going to action and donating to charity. And we take all the credit in the world for that, and none of the credit when our audience does shitty shit.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're asking people to do those charitable things and things like that and buy those things. We're not asking people to feel the few hate, though.
We're not, but again, we set like anyone who is like, I'm not saying we're role models, and I'm not saying we're angels, and I'm saying like, with great power comes great responsibility. And what greater power than the ability to broadcast unfettered to thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people. And again, corporations and media companies have always had to be responsible in some way when they do that. And yet individuals are hiding from responsibility in the guise of, oh, this is just me expressing my opinions. This is just my free speech. And what it is it's you having the power of a massive amount of influence and taking no responsibility for what happens as a result of you expressing those things, not in privacy, not in a limited format, not at a coffee house, not in a park somewhere, but literally in perpetuity in a platform that, again, drives people's decision making on a regular basis, and mass consumption platforms that you like. If you were a celebrity on TV, and you remember that we had the same group of people that are like more of the pro Crowder people, are the same people who said that television turns kids' brains to much, that Mortal Kombat incites violence, that The Simpsons is the devil, that Pokemon is evil. These are the same people that are the same political ideology as Crowder, that think he should bear no responsibility for anything that he says, and that he should get to do whatever he wants, are the same people that wanted to censor The Simpsons and Mortal Kombat and even pro wrestling back in the 80s and 90s. Remember that? It was right-wing ideologues that wanted to hold cable broadcast television and today want to blame video games for mass shootings, but not say that Crowder can be responsible for it. You see the double standard here of, okay, video games are to blame for mass shootings, but Steven Crowder is not responsible for any hate that his audience spews toward another person on the platform.
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways. And so the thing is, it's like, so I'm like, which is it? Like, which is it? Because they're talking out both sides of their mouth. And that's why I don't trust political pundits, regardless of what side of the aisle they're on, is because they always want to have it both ways. They always want to have it both ways.
Yeah.
That's my problem. And that's my problem with this whole thing is you think that it's irresponsible to do this, but you want no accountability on this other thing. Oh, let's regulate video games and not regulate the NRA or the gun lobby or the gun manufacturers. Let's crack down on technology and social media and things I don't like and people that don't like me, but let's not clamp down on people who give me money or people that I like. No accountability, no standards, no consistency, nothing. And so I'm left with, I'll let all the stupid people off themselves, and then the smart people can sort things out reasonably among themselves. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, just to be real with you, it's like, because what are we supposed to do if we can't have any continuity? If we can't have any continuity and people cannot be serious and take their feelings out of the equation and say, like, okay, reasonably speaking, what is the responsible thing and what's a reasonable thing? And can we, like, if we let go of the past, can we look at like what we have now, ignoring the past, ignoring tradition, ignoring all this stuff? Can we look at where we are right now and sort this thing out and come to some reasonable conclusion about like what is the responsible thing to do here? And so with YouTube, to go back to your point, you're asking, should he be demonetized? Like, if we look at the letter of the law of policy, there's wiggle room to where you could go either way on that because it was written by the lawyers, right? It was written by lawyers. YouTube can do whatever they want because their lawyers made sure that in their terms of service, they can essentially do whatever they want. And good, because that's what I would want my lawyers to do. So good for them. Good for them. They got high-priced lawyers. And when you have high-priced lawyers, you can pretty much do what you want. The end. That's society we all agreed to. That's what we all voted for, whether we realize it or not. And so I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to be mad at that because we all agreed to it.
But it gets tricky, though, when YouTube initially ruled that he did nothing wrong, but then they come back and demonetize the channel anyway.
But the thing is, you can make a ruling and then you can rescind your ruling, or you could always say, well, upon further evaluation, I found something that I overlooked. And that's valid. It's your platform. It's whatever. I mean, you can literally, I mean, think about it like this. We're all independent contractors. You've worked for companies, like you've heard of right to work employment. Your employer doesn't even owe you an explanation for firing you. Most people are demanding of YouTube more transparency than they are willing to ask for from their own actual 9-to-5 employer. Does that sound like sane? Does that sound sane and reasonable? That you expect a free platform that happens to pay you every now and again and split money with you. You think that they are more indebted to you and owe you more of an explanation than an employer that writes your salary and that you work for a wage, because your employer doesn't have to give you any explanations and can fire you without cause.
Crazy when you put it like that, but you're
an independent contractor. You're not owed any goddamn explanations as far as I'm concerned. Not at all. Like, now, I don't love that. As a content creator, like, wow, Roberto, that sounds really not supporting creators. I'm like, I'm looking at it from a ruthless legal standpoint of what I expect has nothing to do with what I think is fair. Because I live in the real world. I live in the world. My expectations are not predicated on anything that I believe to be fair, because it's not expected, in my opinion, that I will be dealt with fairly. I'll be dealt with as reasonably as somebody can deal with me that doesn't compromise their own advantage. I understand that, because that's a very capitalistic way to look at the world, is that people will be as good to me as they can be at no cost to themselves. People will only be as fair to me as they can be at no cost to themselves. I genuinely believe that. And I approach every situation like that with the lack of naivete of saying, oh, that's how it is. The minute it's inconvenient for you, and I'm on the wrong side of that, well, I know what's going to happen.
Pretty much.
And so since I know that, I just make myself as right with that as I can for as long as I can. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I know that when you are inconvenient and when you no longer serve, you will be disposed of as expediently as possible. Like, and I've worked enough jobs in corporate America to know that on a long enough timeline, you will outlive your use list and you will be disposed of. And that's a relationship literally with an employment that's supposed to be stable. If you're an independent contractor, I've been a freelancer before. Like if you're an independent contractor, loyalty, like
you know what it is,
right?
Roberto. You know what it is, though. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Yeah, I think that's YouTube. I think that's the best way to describe YouTube is that YouTube has been around so long that it can only be the villain at this point. Like it's like, because again, it's not everyone's egalitarian wild, wild west fantasy anymore. And now it's a real company. It's like, it's a teenager. It's realized that the world's not all sunshine and rainbows. It realized that not everything is fair. And now it's playing the game. YouTube grew up and sold out. Like, oh, big shock. Like YouTube put on its big boy pants and decided to be a real company. It decided to stop playing around. People took it seriously. It stopped fucking around. It grew up and it sold out. What do you want? Like, duh. Like Apple did the same thing. Apple stopped thinking about the willy-nilly, like, you know, artistic types, and it went for the average consumer because it was a bigger market. And in some ways they forgot where they came from. They became $1 trillion company though. So what do you want? They grew up and sold out.
Oh, wow. That's
And by the way, I'm saying that as somebody who literally has like almost every Apple product you can own.
Hey, you just put up the battery case. That's what's up, Roberto. Bam.
Yeah, I'm saying, I say that, and I'm sitting here, and it sounds like I'm salty or I'm hating on Apple, but I say that as somebody who literally here has like, you know, tens of thousands of dollars of Apple hardware sitting around. Like they're like
Apple Watch.
Like, you know,
we in the building right here. We in the building,
right? So yeah, like, we in the building. Like I'm saying, I'm not a hater, but I understand the history. I just know better. And again, but I don't romanticize these companies. That's the difference between me and everybody else is I don't romanticize these companies. I don't romanticize YouTube. I knew what this was.
No, but you make an excellent point about Apple though, because a lot of people feel like since Steve Jobs passed away that Apple has, in your word, sold out.
Mm-hmm. But I say it, I'm making a joke. Like when I say it, I make, oh, you grew up and you sold out. I'm making a joke.
Right.
I don't really mean that YouTube or Apple sold out. Although people feel that way, I'm kind of making fun of them. Like I believe that, again, they became utilitarian. They became the ends justify the means. This is the goal that I want, and I'm willing to do what it takes to get there. And again, I'm a capitalist. I love that. Like in a way, like I don't always think that you do super fair-minded things when you do that. I think sometimes that screws people over. But I also understand that that's what you signed up for in business when you went into bed. When you went into bed with a business, when you went into bed and you put yourself on a free platform where you had no leverage. When you use a free platform, you have no leverage.
No,
and I don't think creators accept that you have a free platform that is also paying you. You are disposable and you have no leverage.
Yeah, but you know what it is, Roberto? It's that sense of entitlement that they just get out of nowhere. It's crazy.
Because again, think about it like this. Crowder did get to play fast. If Crowder was a small YouTube channel and he did half the stuff he did, like even early on, he'd be gone.
Yep.
Same thing for Alex Jones. Alex Jones got to actually violate policies that people left, right, and everywhere in between and non-political YouTubers have been destroyed. Like I've seen anime YouTubers get deleted for less than Crowder and for less than Alex Jones. There was nobody outraged and defending these small anime channels and these like movie review channels that got deleted and got like taken down. But YouTube was afraid of how conservatives would call them out and let a lot of these guys break rules that small YouTube channels didn't get to break.
Which leads us back to the topic that the Verge article. Yep.
Right. And the thing is, that doesn't surprise me. Remember, I called that out when the Alex Jones thing happened. I said that, like, you know, he did a lot of stuff that if you or I did it would never fly, and we would have like gotten strikes, like, and that would have been that, and no one would have like went to war with for us and everything like that, because we don't have a political ideology, like, so no one would have like. But you get people's politics involved, and they get their panties in a twist, and then they want to go to war, right? Because the feelings were hurt because of whatever, or because, oh, I'm oppressed now because, oh, whatever, because the big bad tech company doesn't agree with my politics or whatever. When no, the big bad tech company doesn't want the damn media holding their advertisers hostage, and then your collateral damage.
Yup.
That's the truth. The truth is, if you're it's self-preservation, because again, publicly traded companies are at the mercy of the media. Publicly, like I said, if you're a publicly traded company, what the media says about you is truth for somebody, and that's enough to move the needle of your stock price. And if your shareholders and investors are losing hundreds or millions of dollars because of a damn bad headline, somebody's head's gonna roll. And when you have that to worry about from a self-preservation standpoint, you're not worried about the rights or the free speech of a content creator when somebody cost you $100 million in a fucking stock needle moving, or when it's your goddamn job and you're about to be fired. At that point, you don't really give a shit about what a content creator's free speech is.
No,
and that may not sound good. And that may not sound good, but there's nobody in this live stream that's going to explain to their family that they're homeless and that they lost their job because they stood up for somebody's free speech, and that their wife and kids are going to be okay with that. There's nobody who, like, no one's going to die on that sword. Everyone's going to shut up, do what they got to do, and do their damn job. And even if they find it distasteful, because if you've ever worked a job, you know that you've rolled over sometimes and done things that you didn't like or were distasteful because it was that, or lose your salary and not know what your future is. And people make those compromises all the time. And so I understand that YouTube and these companies and people who work there are in a rock and a hard place. And why? Because if somebody writes a headline, then their boss doesn't understand that PewDiePie isn't anti-Semitic. They just know that they lost a crap ton of money because of some kid on the internet, and they're pissed. That's it. That's all your boomer boss understands. And then you're not going to fight about that marketing budget and about pulling ads from YouTube. You're going to do your job, do what your boss says, and then try to worry about making your numbers.
Yeah, and it's just like that Twitch girl that everybody thinks that the N-word, that nobody's probably going to touch her now, even though she did nothing wrong. She
did nothing wrong.
Didn't say the word, but
then people ran with a headline because they need their clickbait damn views. No context, no respect, and again, they don't have the integrity that Keemstar has. And see, and there you go, because that's the mob, right? Yeah. And here's the thing: the media, whether it's a clickbait YouTuber or the media, they know that they can take advantage of the mob. Okay, they can take advantage. Care about context. The mob doesn't care about context, like, you know. And you don't agree with this, and some people don't agree with this, but like Chris Boutte, the Rewired Soul, like there's like he's not perfect, and no content creator is perfect, but a lot of what happened to him is unfair because, again, like there's things he did wrong that are rightful to criticize, but there's a lot of people who literally just made shit up about him at the same time.
I believe it. I mean,
and that became the narrative. The narrative became he's this guy who got rich off the backs of like taking advantage of depressed and mentally ill people. And that's not actually true. And he actually sold nothing and made like no money off people. Ironically, all of his money was off his free content. And you can't, like, what'd you do? Trick people into watching a video, trick people into supporting you with views. It's like, that's YouTube. That's like, there's no, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I personally, I don't have any issue with the dude.
I know you don't.
I just recognize what he did to get to 100,000 subscribers. That's what I recognize. Other than that,
and like, you know, and that's the game. Like, that's the algorithm game. Right. He figured out some algorithm stuff that at the time worked at the time, and then YouTube adjust the algorithm. But the funny thing is, there's things that I think that you could easily criticize him more of on his content, But what people did was they made a narrative about a guy's character versus just criticizing his content. And again, they started to make stuff up, like regurgitating this whole he lied about his credentials things as a therapist, and yet no one can produce a video clip where he says that he's a therapist or a psychiatrist. No one can produce a clip where he actually lies about his credentials. They just keep saying he lied about his credentials or he misrepresented himself. It's like, you aren't responsible for people's assumptions past a certain point, because people say, well, you said that you are a healthcare, like a mental health care professional. It's like, yeah, he worked at a treatment center, but it's like, well, no, that means they assume that you're licensed as a psychiatrist. I'm like, he's not responsible for that assumption any more than he's responsible for the assumption that he's a white dude, because he's actually mixed, like, but he presents as like white. So it's like, it's not his fault that you assume that he's white. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing. Like, it's like it'd be like me holding people like, oh, I'm responsible for the fact that you think I'm 25 and not 35. Like, oh, it's like, I can't help the fact that it's like, I don't age. Like winning Mortal Kombat. What do I got to say? I won Mortal Kombat. Like, but anyway, like, got that good immortality. So like so like there's like weird things, and like I only bring him up just because he's an easy example of like, you could just actually criticize people on the things you should. Like, I'll give you another one. I'll give you a better one. Donald Trump. There's things that are legitimate to hit Donald Trump on. I hate when people hit him on stupid stuff or they make things up.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's legitimate things to criticize Barack Obama on. I hate when people do stupid stuff or make stuff up.
Yeah, and the only reason why they're making it up is to fit their own personal agenda and narrative.
Or because they can get headlines and clicks or whatever, or make money off of it, or outrage, or there used to literally be, before YouTube's adpocalypse, there was so much money in just making outrage videos. Now you can get clout off of it, but there used to be so much money in just doing outrageous, outlandish things and just pissing people off for views. It was a whole business model in YouTube for years to just piss people off to get views.
I mean, Boogie kind of made a whole character out of it.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And then all the Francis videos got demonetized, right?
Yeah.
So like, there's a whole thing, right? So like my thing with Crowder is I don't fully know if it's right for YouTube to demonetize him, because I don't know if what we're saying is that that it's appropriate to economically punish content creators by holding monetization over their head, because I don't know if that's an appropriate or a proportionate consequence. But then again, I also don't know if that's like, because I don't know if that's an appropriate punishment, because I don't know, like for an advertiser, if you wanted alignment with a brand and now you're told you can't have it, I don't know that that's appropriate either.
But theoretically, they can't stop him from getting ad dollars. If a brand wants to align himself with him, he can still do ad
only through direct sponsorship. But the thing is, if you're a marketing manager and you have a budget, you don't always get to decide how that budget is deployed beyond what systems you're allowed to operate in. Meaning that the budget might be that you can buy Google ads or YouTube ads. You may not be able to do sponsored content though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that even though he's not monetized on the YouTube platform, he can still do sponsored videos or things like that.
Yes, but that means changing his content format, interrupting his videos, which could affect his watch time and average view duration, could alienate viewers. Then it means an added responsibility to his staff to negotiate and to get those deals, and then to have to plan content around those formats. And you see that creates and disrupts, and that's not necessarily fair to the audience. So the thing is, the problem I have is when you do things to a creator, you're also doing things in turn to their audience and to
their
brands brands that use the distribution to their audience as a way for their business. And you're also affecting the business and livelihood of their employees and their staff. Yep. And that's why I don't have the problems that other people have with favoritism toward big YouTubers. And I don't have problems with the favoritism toward Logan Paul, Jake Paul, Steven Crowder, PewDiePie in a way, because larger content creators are also job creators. And I think that the staff and people behind them, one way or another, are just doing their job, whether they agree or disagree with some things, just like any other employee. And I don't think that their livelihoods should be impacted by these decisions in the way. And I think YouTube has tried to be considerate of that. So the thing is, I actually respect that it's not so egalitarian, because I think that trying to be fair actually ignores context sometimes in a pursuit of this ruthless, vague idea of fairness, of like, oh, let's just treat everybody the same, is not actually fair, because it applies no context and assumes that everybody has the same situation when they don't. And that's not fair. That's not true fairness. That's not true fairness. That's some BS egalitarian ideal fantasy. Like, and therefore, you can't treat every content creator in context though either, because it's not a proper use of time or resources. But treating your top earners and performers that way and giving them the benefit of the doubt seems completely appropriate to me. Because in an organization, to be very real, you do give more consideration to a VP than you do to a janitor. It doesn't feel good if you're the janitor, but the thing is, if you were the VP, it feels completely fair.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much any organization. It's like my boy Stephen A. Smith on ESPN likes to say, a fair. He said he says fair is a place where they judge pigs. Basically, meaning there is no such thing as fair. Yeah,
it's a good one. I mean, like I think that people mostly, at least in the systems that we currently have, are rewarded in proportion to their contributions. And I think that YouTube creators are rewarded and given latitude and favor in proportion to their contributions to the platform. And the thing is, I can't think of anything more appropriate than that. I would say appropriate versus fair. Like, I believe in doing what's appropriate rather than doing what is perceived as fair, because doing what's fair is just virtue signaling. Doing what's fair is just virtue signaling. It's just pandering to populism and making the little guy feel good so that he doesn't rebel. And I don't think that that's the right way to go.
See, what I was trying to explain to Travis earlier, when he was talking about how YouTube should like somehow redirect the algorithm, or I don't remember exactly what he was trying to say, but my point was YouTube is not gonna hinder the Jake and the Logan Paul, because the Jake and the Logan Paul put in work to get to the status where they're at today, and you just can't replace.
And the audience decided, so that's not appropriate.
Yeah, that too. The audience
people have spoken. The people have spoken. Like, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, so you just can't reportion the algorithm to other people because Jake and Logan Paul are acting out. I mean,
and they say, oh, well, let's just make somebody else famous. It's like YouTube can distribute content all they want. And the thing is, you know how many videos YouTube puts in front of me that I don't give a shit about and that I don't watch? YouTube can push whatever they want down our throats. And the thing is, we're just not going to click on it. So they can't just make somebody. And that's why I think the conspiracy theories about Janelle Eliana are bullshit, because they ignores a simple fact. The market fucking decides. You can distribute and give someone all the impressions you want. And if they get a shit click-through rate because people don't relate to it, if they get shit watch time because people don't enjoy it, it doesn't matter. YouTube can push you. Like, that's why people can get a shout out from Casey fucking Neistat and not get 100,000 subscribers like Sarah did, because people would have to relate to the person on top of them being good. Good quality content matters. But you know what? Actually liking someone matters. And there is a level to being attractive. That matters too, because people are shallow as fuck. Oh, well, that's a society problem. That's not a platform problem. That's not a platform problem. Like, it's like, oh, booby streamers on Twitch. It's like, you know what? It's like, guess what? Twitch is majority male. There's a bunch of thirsty dudes. Oh, well.
Literally a bunch of thirsty dudes.
Oh, well. Oh, well. You like, okay, you lost the lottery because you were born a dude. Good news. I think that dudes will be just fine. 2019 notwithstanding.
Hey, Roberto. We've been going for 7 hours, actually 7.5 hours.
We got some old school Friday Night Vyper going.
And we still have 11 people watching, Roberto.
Yeah, no, that's dope. We got Brandon from this day. Like, you know, and here's the thing. Yeah, all these people chasing clout. Most people wouldn't know what to do with 1 million fucking eyeballs anyway. Like, so like they wouldn't know what to do with it. So it's like, oh, I got 1 million subscribers. It's like for a lot of you, that would ruin your freaking life. You had no idea what to do with it and everything like that. Like a lot of you need to slow grind to 1 million subscribers, because a lot of you need to sit there and you need to bleach your damn tweets from 6 years ago before you get 1 million subscribers and people actually care about what you used to say.
Bleach your tweets.
Bleach your tweets, homie. Just like, yep.
Bleach.
Just gotta go scrub this down.
You know, it's funny because that
Light it
reminds
on fire.
That's kind of funny because it reminds me of a story that Marquez told me on the podcast about how he gets invited to the YouTube Creator Retreat, and when he said that YouTube asked the creators not to tell their fans where their hotel is, because then the fans will show up, but inevitably some creators usually let it out or leak it anyway. So he was walking out of the hotel one day, and it was like this big crowd outside of the hotel, but none of them knew who he was, and they weren't there for him. So he just kept walking to the car, wherever his destination was. I guess all the little screaming girls were out there for lily ponds. So he said how nice it was to not have to deal with all that crowd and things like that. So I was kind of thinking about that when you said that most people wouldn't know what to do with 1 million subscribers, because that it'd be kind of like that a little bit.
Like some people, you can have 1 million subscribers and people still not know who you are. Like people make that, like, I don't know, like sometimes I don't know if people are serious, because people tell me that like, oh, well, you're internet famous or you're this and that. And I always go, am I? And people think I'm just like being humble or being sarcastic. And I'm like, maybe halfway, but like, I'm kind of like, I don't know what qualifies as internet famous anymore, because the thing is, if you're not relevant to some people, but then you're to others. Because again, if I go to things that are more like, if I go to design conferences and events, I get stopped every like 2 minutes. If I go to like VidCon, I could be hanging with friends that are 1 million subscribed channel, but people don't know who they are, but they know who I am, and it's weird. Like I have friends who have like 1 million subscribed channels. Some of them are OG YouTubers though, so like some of that is generational or something like that. And then people who are trying to come up as creators, maybe they know me. So like YouTube events are weird because people know me and then they don't know somebody bigger than me. Like, and it's weird.
No,
and
the real question is, how recognized did you get at the Samsung event?
Oh, like, so like I was saying, like all these like a lot of these tech creators knew exactly who I was. And so that was flattering and stuff like that. It was more that I didn't get noticed at the Samsung event as much as the after party was, where a lot of people apparently knew who I was.
What you be doing out there, Roberto? What you be doing out there?
But the after party was where you had a lot of these bigger like tech channels that are 1 million plus. And you had like the UK Tech Illuminati, which was dope. It was so cool to see all the YouTube tech creators from across the pond. And so like that was fun. And a lot of overseas creators actually do apparently know who I am and everything like that. I forgot that I have a pretty big overseas following. My overseas following combined is about half my audience. So like that's something that I need to always keep in mind. So when the thing is, relevance is a really tricky thing, because you could be a big deal to a certain group of people and completely irrelevant to another. Like at marketing conferences, like I get stopped all the time. Like, because in the world of social media marketing, aside from the biggest names, there's only a few marketers that are like my size, and the people who speak at these conferences that are not the keynote speakers, there's almost nobody in social media marketing that speaks at conferences that has this big of a YouTube audience as me, except people like Gary Vee and stuff like that. And remember, Gary Vee was a big deal when he had much less subscribers in YouTube than me. And so like having 400K subscribers as a marketer is a big deal right now. And there are people in our niche that are best-selling authors that don't have that and don't have the views that I have. So like for that world, that like that's huge. And so
the funny thing that you are like, why can I talk? The funny thing that you were alluding to earlier about having a bunch of YouTube subscribers and people still not knowing who you are. So our girl Lily Things has like 14, 15 million. But when she ended up on WWE, I think she was on SmackDown. Like I saw the tweet and they were like, "Who is this?" I'm like, "Wow, she has like 14 million subs, but they don't know who she is." That was kind of funny to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, you know what? That's why I keep saying that like YouTubers have this little weird clout culture microcosm of what they think matters. And yet to the average consumer, none of it fucking matters.
Speaking of
the average consumer,
consumer
doesn't care.
No, they don't care at all. Speaking of Lily, how do you think she'll do with her new show?
I think she'll do fine. I think it's packaged and marketed well. And I think that obviously she's a very smart, talented, attractive young woman and everything. One of my favorite content creators, as you know. So I think that she has a persona that translates well to mainstream. And I think it's the logical leap for her. And I know it's something she's been working toward for a long time. And so I'm happy for her, but I think she'll do well. Ratings wise, I don't know, just because TV in general ratings are, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I think she'll do well too, because it kind of falls right into what she was doing on YouTube a little bit, as far as the comedy skits and things like that. So that's like right up her alley.
I think that what will work for Lily the most is just leaning super hard into her truth and just writing it out.
Yep, which is what she's been doing anyway. So she should be just fine, and she already has the celebrity connection, so that's not a problem.
Yeah. So like, I think Lily. Like, it's funny, she got so much criticism from people because again, there's all these clout kids, and that's part of what commentary and drama has become. Is like, there's all these clout kids that like want to believe that they should dictate how YouTube is, and that YouTube should be memes and dark humor and edginess and saying and doing whatever the fuck you want. And guess what? The thing is, only when they jump on the PewDiePie bandwagon does that get any real traction, because again, within their own localized little corner of the internet, sure, they get views and everything like that. And yet at the end of the day, things that are not that and have nothing to do with that and that friendly content has a higher demand. There are more, as much as they resent and are anti, and again, all the YouTube Rewind people, because again, YouTube Rewind was not a great video, but it wasn't the worst video of all time. It had no business getting that many of downvotes, to be honest with you, because it was still, at the end of the day, it had some cool stuff in it. It had some creators that definitely deserved to be there, and it was well produced. And so, and there's some of that music really is good to put in a Spotify playlist. So like, I don't think it's the worst video. It's not the best video, but it's not the worst video. All of that being said, it became a meme to just make it the most disliked video and just to downvote it and stuff like that. And again, to be very honest, all the YouTube rewinds that everyone wanted to make that they said was so much better and everything like that. I'm 35 years old. And in a weird way, even though I've been in YouTube so long, there's a part of me that probably is slightly closer to like the average consumer. And the thing is, I got like people who are friends and family that aren't super into YouTube, people who kind of still don't understand entirely what I do, to watch some of these people's alternative to YouTube Rewind. And they were like, this is stupid. And I don't understand these memes and I don't get it. And it was people of different ages too. So for all these people who think that they knew better and could have made a better YouTube Rewind, I actually put that to the test with the average consumer. Not so much. It's just their corner of the internet and their fans and their culture, which is fine. But it's this idea that like the microcosm of a group of creators keep thinking that they could run YouTube better or make an alternative to YouTube. And yet no one has ever made a successful alternative to YouTube. Nobody who's had VC funding, nobody who's tried it independently, nobody who's been backed by a major corporation. Every single fucking one of them failed. And there's no Captain Marvel and no time heist to save their ass. They're all fucking snapped.
He said I got Thanos snapped.
Like, right? And it's just the truth, because YouTube is unbeatable. YouTube is Thanos, and there's no fucking time heist.
No, like I keep trying to tell people that the reason why YouTube is so what it is because not only is it practically the largest media network in the world, but it's damn near the largest search engine in the world. Like, and people will always have to search for stuff. You can't beat that.
You can't. And their algorithm, if you're a viewer, the algorithm's actually pretty damn good.
Yeah,
if you're a viewer.
Oh yeah, it's always funny when I like start watching the type of video and then it like start popping up in my homepage. I'm like, okay, yep.
I've got a secret. I've got a ninja secret for everybody. The average session view of a YouTube viewer is 40 minutes. Now we all shoot for average view duration on a single video to be like 6 minutes. But you know why Shane Dawson, like his videos get like 20 million views? It's not just because he's Shane Dawson. It's that if the average YouTube session is people binge watching multiple videos and carving up 4 or 5 minutes of watch time across like 8 videos. Shane gets that view duration on like one fucking video. And people binge watch his series like a Netflix series. And that's why long form content. And by the way, everyone wondering about why Janelle Iliana blew up. I guarantee you that the watch time on her first video, it's a 30-minute video. And if the average session of a YouTube viewer is 40 minutes and you have a 30-minute video that can monopolize that and it's your first video as a small channel, YouTube has no context and data, and you're a small channel that's all of a sudden getting all this watch time because you engineered your first video and title and thumbnail and watch time length and editing to siphon. Here's another thing. The average view duration across the entire website of most individual YouTube videos is about roughly 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So we'll round up to 3 minutes. If the average session is 40 minutes, yet the average view duration across the platform is 3 minutes, but videos who get 6 minutes or more perform better because they're getting double the average, right? So think about that. If you're getting double the average as the threshold, because that's why we aim for like 6 or 8 minutes, because then you're getting double or triple what the average is, right?
Yep.
So we aim for that. And then if your video is designed in such a way that you can now not only get multiple times more average view duration than the average across the entire platform, but then have a session on one video that's probably longer than most of the sessions across the entire platform, because you're getting a bigger fraction than anybody else of 40 minutes. That's a signal to the algorithm that promote the shit out of this thing, because it's also a channel that had no audience before now and is perfectly designed to give us everything that we fucking want. That is a big signal. That is a big signal to the platform. That's why I keep saying she's an algorithmic aberration. She's a unicorn, big, and it's not a conspiracy, and that you guys just don't understand what YouTube is that as a system engineer kind of person, if I were to like look at that and say, why is that performing? And then I measure it against every other small YouTuber, because that's the other thing. Relative to her channel size, there's no expectations. And look at everything she did. Look at the first 3 videos of the biggest creators on YouTube, and then look at her videos. Look at anyone with 1 million subscribers and look at their first 3 shitty ass videos, and then look at her videos. Her videos aren't perfect, but they are optimal. And for a first attempt, that's really good. Like, and it might not be a first attempt, because again, like YouTubers her age might have made a channel like when they were 13, right? Like might have made a channel again when they were 16. The Paul brothers did 3 channels before they went to Vine, and then they came and did their real content. And that's why they were actually very good at what they like. So, you know what I'm saying? If you're a 20-something-year-old and you grew up with YouTube, you will probably be a better YouTuber than the people who started on YouTube back in the day. Very like, there's a like, I mean, because like, think about it. Think about all the advantages we have over our parents or our older siblings or whatever. Like, you know, we're just like a lot better at these things than they are. Like, and
if you grew up watching the platform, you have a better understanding of how it works. So there you go.
Exactly. If you consume the platform, or if you used any other social media, because she also used Instagram before. If you used any social media and got any social media experience, and then you go to YouTube, you will be better at YouTube than somebody who's not. Like, that's just the truth. And so when I look at her channel, I'm like, I'm just dissecting this and like going, yes, because I'm like, the algorithm now reveals itself, like, in a way, because it's the truth. Because like what I know about statistical data and about signals to the algorithm, and then I see a new channel blow up, and she's not and the thing is, everyone says, oh, we've never seen this before. But then I looked back and it's like, not exactly her, but I actually measured 2 other channels that kind of grew in a way as fast. Steve Will Do It got to 400,000 in 2 days.
Wow.
Last month. He's at 1 million and it's only been 2 months.
Can somebody feed me the secrets?
Well, he did like a bunch of binge eating and binge liquor challenges. So
yeah, no, thank you with that.
That's a certain genre of YouTube and a do it for the culture kind of thing of and like, but we won't survive that. Like we're like, nope, like I'm out. Like, but guess what? Joanna Cedia did Joanna Cedia. One video took her to virality and made her relevant and shot her up, and she did it in like 2 months.
Yeah.
You can't say we haven't seen this before. And like Joanna Cedia was in the 2018 algorithm. The new 2019 algorithm, Janelle, is just that. It's just that the new 2019 algorithm is really savage and really different than what we've seen. And that's all. And we know that it went to click-through rate. We know that things went to click-through rate really damn hardcore. Mr. Beast has been telling us for a minute, right? And think about her second video is her pretty girl in a towel telling us about how she takes a shower. Remember what I said about all those thirsty dudes?
Yep. But yeah,
click-through rate.
Yeah, but she is, Brandon, I agree. She's hilarious. I'm up to her too. She is hilarious.
She's hilarious, funny, genuine, authentic. Like the girls like Emma Chamberlain, Joanna Cedia, and Janelle Alania are going to, one, give us that refreshing old school YouTube feel, to give us their quirkiness and their video editing style. And then they're going to attract a young, fresh audience that you notice that most of the people, I'm going to be very real. Most of the people making conspiracy videos about Janelle Alania are like angry 30-year-old fucking dudes. Like, it's the truth. Am I wrong about that?
I haven't been paying attention, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Like, that's just the truth. That also didn't necessarily make it on YouTube with what they think is quality content.
It's always the ones that didn't make it that talk the most shit. Yep. It's
always like, because you know what? Super big, successful like YouTubers are like, oh, I get it. Or it's like, oh, that's refreshing. Or, hey, I watched the content. I'm like, I could see the appeal. There's an audience for everything. Like, oh, she grew fast. It's like, well, she went viral. Not surprised. Like, I mean, look, it's like the ratio of, you get 13 million views, 12 million views on a video. It's like, if 1 out of 10 people, like, is 1 out of 10 people saying yes to a funny, attractive girl so shocking that happens versus 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 saying yes to like mediocre dudes? Is that so shocking of a gap?
No, not at all. The women are going to rule today, especially on a male-dominated platform. So, please.
But the thing is, I guarantee you that like most of our audience is female, because there's a couple of things that people underestimate. One, they underestimate Black Twitter. Like, just to be very real with you, like, people support their own. And then the other thing is, young girls and the way that they share content, female content creators share other female content creators more than dudes do, believe it or not. Female content creators actually support each other more than dudes do.
Yep.
Because they're not as competitive on that and everything like that. And they're underrepresented in certain things. So they just all they do that more than people realize. And so, and then like female content creators, like, you remember, like, if you look at the top channels on YouTube, it's mostly dudes. So like, they want to see themselves succeed and they want to see themselves reflected in success. Remember the video that I did with Devin when I did with C-Kid Tech, the video that I did at 368. We were talking about diversity in business. People want to see themselves represented in the success of other people. So it doesn't surprise me that there are people that want to see Janelle succeed and support her and watch her content and subscribed immediately because they finally felt like they had someone they relate to. Because the platform, YouTube's not going downhill, but you got to think a lot of people are doing the same old shit. Remember how people in our community have talked about tech is boring, tech is boring, tech is boring, tech is boring.
Yep.
And we say, hey, you're watching the wrong tech channels, right? Or you're not watching the smaller tech channels, or like you want to find something different. Check out these creators. There are different, fresh people, right? So when people find something new and fresh, sometimes they blow it up. Sometimes they don't. This is just one of those times.
Yep. True story.
It's just one of these times. Getting a shout out from Philip DeFranco matters. Casey was smaller than Phil is now. One video took Sarah to 100,000 subscribers. This just landed better. You know?
And like you said, even if you get a shout out, people got to like you. Otherwise,
and people got to like, remember, Sarah got over 1 million. Sarah got 1 million views on the Casey video. And that got her 100,000 subscribers in like a week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Janelle got 13 million views on the shower video and like 5 million views on her van tour video and 3 million views on, no, almost 4 million views on her Q&A video. If 1 million views blew Sarah up in a week to 100,000, it's not a scam or a conspiracy or fake that Janelle got literally 20,000 views and got 1 million subscribers out of it when Sarah got 100,000 out of 1 million views. That's the same 10-to-1 ratio, Viper.
Yeah.
The math adds up when I say it, right? And it's like, oh shit, you're right, Roberto. Like, of course I am. Of course I am. Right?
It adds up. All right. I need you to hold it down real quick. Be right back.
Yeah, like, so I'm going to talk to the chat a bit. Brandon from This Is Tech Today. It's like, yeah, when you see a channel blow up, it's like, yeah, the algorithm is at work, baby. Absolutely. You know? So, like, yeah, Terry Warfield, I see you, man. Genosis, thank you for all the love. Yep. Like, you know, yeah, people like Real Housewives, people like reality TV. There's like, yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on. So like, I think like when, like, there's a correlation if you have a good personality. If you have a good personality, and again, if you're a little attractive, there's a correlation of where you can get a 10 to 1 subscriber ratio instead of a 100 to 1. And what are we talking about? We're talking about that on average for every 100 views. On average, for every 100 views you get on a video, you get 1 new subscriber out of it. But if you're very talented or charismatic or attractive, it's actually 10 to 1. And like I said, my friend Sarah Dici, you guys might remember a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, she got a shout out from Casey Neistat on a video she made about him, and her audience, which was 4,000 subscribers, blew up overnight in one day to like 40,000. And then by the end of the week, she had like 100,000. And the video got over 1 million views. To get 100,000 subscribers off of 1 million views is a ratio of 10 to 1, meaning that for every 10 views, 1 person subscribed. So it's not abnormal from my point of view that a talented and funny and quirky content creator, male or female, can get popularity or a shout out or an algorithm bump. And if they get millions of views and they are talented, that they get a 10 to 1 bump versus the normal 100 to 1 bump, and therefore can grow very fast. That everyone is like, I'm only suspicious because she only posted 3 videos. They were all good videos. And I'm only suspicious because she grew so fast. She got a shout out. So like, it really, really can work. Jacqueline from Nothing But Tech got a shout out from Casey too, and it did bump her a little bit. I don't think as successfully as Sarah, but I do think that it bumped her considerably. Not all shout outs are equal, and not every shout out lands as well, but also it's the vibe of how similar the content is. And I really think the difference was that Sarah did a parody video of Casey that resonated with his audience, and that Casey like did multiple then collabs with her afterward. And I think it's the fact that she started vlogging and moved to New York right afterward. And so there was a lot going on. And then she went on Gary Vee, and Gary Vee bumped her a little bit too. So I think that the combination of 2 shout outs and Gary Vee and Casey in parallel, plus her own talent, was a perfect storm for Sarah. Sarah was a perfect storm, but it's more easy for people to understand than the perfect storm that happened with Janelle. And it bumped their brand relationships. I agree. So like, I think that there's a combination of a correlation between like virality, brand alignment, creator alignment, collaborations, and things that can happen there. And so I think there's a number of factors. Like I'm trying to start to study what I'm referring to as the science of virality, but the science of virality itself is irrelevant because as I was telling Viper, even if you just use the 100-to-1 ratio theory, which is proven out because we measured me and Viper, I put Viper through this, and I put a lot of other creators through this. We started going through Social Blade and we started measuring the correlation between lifetime views and then subscriber counts. And we found a correlation of 100-to-1 in terms of the subscriber count theory, which means if you just grind channel views, not even individual views per video, but if you just grind channel views, you will grow your channel in proportion to a ratio of 100 to 1. Like 100 views, equals 1 new subscriber. So if you just keep grinding, the ratios eventually play out, and you can just do the math, and you can be successful off of the math. Let's see. Brandon says, if I got over 3,000 subs off of 140,000 video, what does that tell you, Roberto? It tells me that a lot of people cared about the topic and that you were consistent. And it also tells me that people resonated with your personality, because theoretically it wouldn't have been surprising that you got 1,000 subs off of that, but it just means people resonated with your delivery. I had a video with similar views, Brandon, that got about 7,000 subscribers. And I know that people related to the story that I told in that video, because that was like my broke to 6-figure story. And so that got me 7,000 subs off of a similar video. So like if I'd got 1 million views on that video, it probably would have gotten me 50,000, 60,000, 100,000 subscribers off that video if that video had went viral and gotten 1 million. So like again, that matters. Genosis asks, what creators do I know in Dragon Ball community? Yeah, Danny at Geekdom and I are actually really good friends. I talk to Danny pretty regularly. Yep. So I know Geekdom. I know Naruto Explains. I know John from Oppai Senpai. I know Dragon Ball Hype. I know a lot of anime creators.
You know everybody, literally.
It's been said.
Yeah. So we're about to officially pass the longest on-air live stream I've ever done here.
Really?
Yeah, we are.
Oh yeah, because that's what you call it. Had an 8-hour time limit. That's right. Yeah. So like, I am happy to help you break the record. So.
We are going to break the record here in about. Well, it'll be 8 hours and about a minute and a half here,
and then we'll knock off. Yeah, but like, but no, it's been good. It's been good spending some quality time with you, and I'm glad we were able to.
I mean, like it's cool because me and you don't really get to talk one-on-one like ever. So this has been nice.
Yeah, and then I'm glad we got to do a little bit of work tuning up your channel.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Appreciate the suggestions, man. You are the graphic designer, so.
Yeah, no, I try, dude. Like, and it's little things. You'd be surprised. It's the small things. Even with my own channel, I'm like, oh, the little things still matter. Like, and that's why I got back to my roots. Is like, in getting back to my roots, it's remembering that like when I was like starting from nothing, I treated everything like it mattered.
So I'm curious. Are you ever going to like once you get? I guess once you get to a certain like place in your business ventures, are you gonna go for the 1 million subscriber goal on YouTube?
I don't know. I think,
or do you even care?
Like, I don't know that I care. Like, there's some leverage to it, and there's some leverage. Obviously, like I don't really care about clout. I'm starting to resent the culture of YouTube. Honestly, like funny part of the reason that's put me more on the side of like people like YouTube's corporate and like Susan Wojcicki is part of my own distaste for what the culture has become and the entitlement and the way the community behaves and the rebellion and the things I don't like with people being very mean-spirited, things with like drama, and what has been popularized in the platform is like as a grown adult, like there's a lot that I just find to be very distasteful about the way that this new crop of creators is going about things. I resent that it's funny that all these small creators look up to and worship Mr. Beast, but they don't follow his example. And that's disappointing. And so for me, the only reason besides the fact that I could take advantage of it and market it to go for 1 million subscribers beyond just a bigger footprint is just to prove that I can do it, but also to prove to people that content like mine has that ability and has that support for it. And so that might be a reason. I just don't know if it's like I'd have to feel motivated to do it. And I'd have to feel pumped because like I think the grind to $1 million still feels better. And here's the thing. I genuinely believe that one of the it's not easy in a sense, but let me put it to you like this. Once you can say that you've made $1 million or built a 7-figure business or a millionaire, don't you think it becomes easier to get 1 million subscribers on YouTube once you can say you've made $1 million?
Yeah.
Because can't I put that in titles over and over again and say how I earned my first $1 million, or it's like how I built a 7-figure business, or how I grew my business from 6 figures to 7 figures? Like that's a lot of content that people will click on, or because again, Sunny's been doing it and gets to use the title how she became a YouTube millionaire now, and it's really doing well for her because that's worked for Graham Stephan and some other people. And so think about it. It's theoretically easier to build content telling an authentic story of how I went and became and built a company up to $1 million in revenue, and to talk about that in the future. That's an easier path to 1 million subscribers from probably most things in a way.
Yeah.
And it's not a story that how many people can quote unquote copy that content? How many millionaires are going to make YouTube videos that and I would have made my money the hard way, not, I became a millionaire by going viral on YouTube. It's going to be, no, I built a real fucking business. So it's like, you know what I had to do? I had to get 3,000 customers and I had to sell them all $500 in value and lifetime value of account and everything like that. I had to grow a damn email list from 10,000. You know how I made $1 million? I grew an email list from 10,000 people to 100,000 people. It wasn't because I got YouTube subscribers. It's because I built a damn email list. That's going to be the stuff that interestingly would probably put me, once I've made more money, it's probably going to be things like how to save money and financial advice and things or breaking down my budget or breaking down how much I spend on my business, which some of that I can do now, to be honest, but those are the kind of things that I think would grow me and things like that. I think that there are pieces of content that I am interested in that I think will actually grow the channel, and that could work and everything like that. I'm actually thinking about breaking down the success of top YouTubers, because then I get to tie to them in the algorithm by explaining what works on their channel and reviewing that, and not just people with 1 million subscribers, but even people with 100,000 subscribers. If I break down and I show you how John Prosser, his channel grew, and that's real. There are a lot of people that are fans of John that will watch my stuff, and there are a lot of tech channels that watch my stuff. And if I do the same thing with Skip the Tutorial, Tosh Point Fro, Bijou Mike, there's all these creators in different niches of YouTube, kind of like when I did the TubeBuddy reviews, but this would be different because I get to say how someone went from 0 to 100,000 subscribers in 1 year, how this channel, I can break down Graham Stephan and how he went to 1 million subscribers in 2 years. I can explain it because it's look at when he wasn't getting views and then look at when he was getting views. So I like, and then like some of their audience will respect that. They might push my video and might retweet my video because, oh yeah, Roberto got it right. Like I grinded really hard. I did all of these things. I didn't know what I was doing when I got started. And then like I grew my channel the hard way. Roberto's right. I earned my success, like, so then there's a reason for those creators to retweet my breakdown of their channel. So I thought of things like that. One, some of that content will be fun for me, which is the most important thing to me, but then it's also meaningful to the audience. So there are things I know that can tweak me and like grow me. It's a matter of what do I want to do it? What do I care about right now? Because like, right now I'm going through this phase of I want to talk about these bigger things, and I want to talk about like how much meaningful work. Like I want to make this video. I know it won't get views, but I'm like, confidence is the key to happiness. Confidence is the key to happiness. Like I want to make that video because I genuinely believe that people said, if I were more confident, I would finally blank. Their life would then become better because they would realize that the reason that other people have it better for them is that they're taking more risk and more chances and they're going for things. And people like that, people who are confident, are happier because they give themselves every opportunity to get things they actually want.
True story. So you know that's a question. I'll let you take care of this one.
Mm-hmm. What are the requirements for a channel to get that join button and then get the green text and perks? So like, so to get the join button or the memberships, I think my understanding is that for channel memberships, I think you have to have, how many subscribers do you have to have for channel memberships?
I think it's like 30,000 at least now.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be 100,000, but they lowered it down to 30.
Yeah, I think it's about 30,000. I think you're right, Viper. I'll have to triple check. I think maybe Nick Nimmin has a video on it. YouTube channel membership requirements.
Yeah, that's right. Tech for you. This is now a record, baby. We have set a record.
It was 100,000, but now they're rolling it out to more channels, and the eligibility requirements eligibility requirements. They're rolling it out to more channels. You must have 30,000 subs, but if you're a gaming channel, you just have to have more than 1,000 subs. If your channel has to be in the partner program, you have to be over 18 years old. You have to be located in one of the available locations, and you have to agree to comply with the terms and services, and you have to have 0 active strikes.
Wait. What do you mean location? Like, what does location matter?
It matters because of the payment processing. Because remember what I said, if you live in certain countries, the banks don't. Okay. I think everybody only thinks about America when they think about YouTube. And there's like so many things that if you live in another country become harder with online business and YouTube and getting paid because of the way the banking system is not like, we don't appreciate how good we have it here sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh, somebody has a real good question for you, Roberto. Check it out.
Mm-hmm. Roberto, which is closer to your truth, teaching or creating? I don't really think I differentiate between the two, to be honest with you. If I create something, I can teach people how I did it. If I teach something, then that's also creating content.
Ooh, Roberto with the quick answer. Not bad.
So like, I don't think, because again, there's people who've criticized me and said, you don't even make creative content anymore, Roberto. And I'm like, I don't think that's true at all. Like, there's like every aspect of what we do, like making the aesthetic choices of the backdrop and choosing between that bookcase, that couch, that desk over there, or this setup here. All of that is a choice in terms of the creative aesthetic of how a video or a live stream presents. That's all a choice. Every detail of that thumbnail is a creative choice. People say, you're not even a graphic designer, Roberto. I'm like, what do you think 1,000 goddamn thumbnails over the last 6 years are? Like, there's, that's a choice. The photography, I do photo shoots and poses for every one of those thumbnails intentionally most of the time. And I do every piece of creative on that. And that's design and photography and digital artwork and everything like that. And then people judge you on that. Like everything I do every single day incorporates my creative skills and ability and thoughtfulness, everything from the lighting to the aesthetic choices to the reflections to and then the technical ability when it comes to lighting and audio and sound, the choice to move to the 24 millimeter focal length on the lens, the choice for the bokeh in the background and to shoot at like, f1.8 or f4 or f2. Those are all creative and aesthetic choices and decisions. Even the color palette and the choice between what I wear on camera, all of that is a creative decision one way or the other.
I don't think people realize just how much goes into YouTube. Like, people just see the videos that we upload and they think we just sit down, hit record, and that's it. But there's so much more that goes into YouTube.
And I think that if they actually tried to make videos and then tried to put up with the criticism and everything like that, they'd be singing a different tune.
I mean, on top of the like you said, the making the thumbnail, making the decision to figure out how you want to make your thumbnails, then the administrative stuff on the back end, tags, titles, descriptions, SEO, all that stuff. It's a lot.
Everything I dissected for the 10 steps of like the video success system, the actual execution of that is more than just a 10-step checklist. Like, there's micro steps in each of those things. Just optimizing the videos for SEO and discovery is like, that could, for some people, be, if they don't have the experience, that could be an all-day task for somebody. Designing a thumbnail to the standard that I think gets you a 10 out of 10 and to compete with the biggest channels in YouTube. For some people, depending on their skills, that could be an all-day task. I shoot literally dozens of headshots for baller thumbnails. Like the thumbnail I did for the last one. Do you realize I'm doing a new video about burnout, and I'm literally researching and looking at movie posters and anime posters, and I'm literally going to have to do multiple photo shoots to have multiple options, and I'm going to have to design 3 versions of this thumbnail to see which is better, because I have one where it's like I might be standing like tall and it might be full body, and I have to see how it plays out in a thumbnail, but I want to have like steam and like fire coming off of me for this burnout video and make it more literal. Like, I have to see whether flames are better as an effect or whether steam is better. And I have to see if like a crop body shot of me, but with arms and with like the burnout, so that some of it's coming off of my muscles. So it's like very Goku. I have to see if whether arms folded and that, or whether arms by my side and the burnout, or whether flames is better with, I have to test different effects, different poses, different compositions of tall versus head and shoulders versus more, face. I have to test all of these different ideas and see which one actually looks better in a wide thumbnail. And then I have to look at the stacking and font choices for burnout. And I have to think of different ways of saying, like, of the title, the wording for the burnout thing of it. And I have to think about the color of whether I'm going to use a dark background and smoke and flames and like have it contrast there, or whether it's going to be all red and go more like Hellboy. Like, I have to really think about, I have to design 3 movie posters, do dozens of photos just for an epic thumbnail that no one can avoid. And I have no idea how this damn video is going to perform. And I'm literally going to be dedicating between photo and video. I'm probably going to end up photo at just photography and Photoshop work. I will probably end up spending 4 hours just on thumbnail design, which I never really usually do, but I'm going all out for a couple of things, like some of these. The good news is I'll be able to reuse the photo shoots, because when I do a photo shoot, I just shoot 100 photos and I have a lot of options. And then I don't mind sitting in Photoshop to do artwork like this, because I'm going to reuse this artwork for other things and other marketing. So that's where I justify the time, because otherwise I would never tell you to spend 3 hours on a thumbnail. But I might spend an hour sometimes. Usually I don't have to spend that long, even for baller effects. I'm just fast at Photoshop because I've been doing it for years, right? But but still, for some people, spending 30 minutes on a thumbnail is a lot for them. And I mean, I'm like, 30 minutes, okay, yeah, because it's fun for me and I like experimenting. And again, I go through in my thumbnails, sometimes I'll get halfway through a thumbnail and scrap it and go with a different idea or effect. And you've even seen me do, oh, that's a good thumbnail, and then literally an hour later, you refresh the video, and I have a better thumbnail up.
Oh,
You've seen it. So
yeah.
I go hard.
We have been talking for like 6 hours, Roberto. It's crazy.
Wow.
I'm curious though. What is the last movie you've seen in the theater?
Good question. Probably maybe it's Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's not that long ago. That's like what, a month ago? Like
about a month.
Yeah, so I saw before that. I saw Infinity War. I saw Alita. I saw, what else did I see? Yeah, I kept up to date on most of the movies. Yeah.
You planning on going to see Hobbs and Shaw?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe.
You don't seem too in a rush to go see that.
I like actually kind of like fell off from the Fast and Furious videos. I ended up watching them like because friends wanted to, but after a while, I just kind of just like wasn't into it.
Yeah, they're really the same since Paul Walker left.
Yeah, well, died.
Yeah, that. I was trying people. Yeah.
He didn't leave. He died.
Yes.
So yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I do like Jason Statham and obviously The Rock, but like, I love Jason Statham. I watch most of his films, but like,
he is the man.
And I love that he can do comedy. So like, I'll see. It might just be a fun, like, buddy kind of movie. So I'll see how I feel.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Roberto, like, I think we should leave it here.
What are you gonna watch next? Like, besides that movie, what are you excited that's coming out?
Damn. I don't think I got anything else on my radar until Star Wars. I think that's it. Yeah,
Star Wars is gonna be interesting. I'm really curious about where they go with all of this. Yeah. And then I'm interested actually in this next Maleficent movie that they're doing.
Oh, Angelina, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Maleficent movie. I like when they subvert and like the villain is like actually got a sympathetic backstory. Like, and then Angelina Jolie is obviously a very talented, actress. And then I really liked the CGI in that movie a lot, and I liked the lore. I liked how we saw the magic, and we saw like that. It was, for me, it reminded me of Princess Mononoke in a way where it's like man versus nature. And I think that plot, a lot of people didn't pay attention to it as much, and they were like into like other aspects of the plot. But I like the messaging of like, it was an environmentalist kind of like message of like man versus nature. It's like, here's the greedy, aggressive overexpansion, and here is this dude betrayed Maleficent, this girl he loved, because of the peer pressure from his homies, and because he was greedy and he wanted power. He betrayed the woman he loved and his only real friend in exchange for fame and power, and he lied. And then he wasn't prepared to like take his comeuppance on any of that, and he kept doubling down. I like the story of that. Like, I was like, because I think it was on her part, I think, and then she realized that like revenge wasn't what like she wanted. Love is what she wanted, and then she kind of played herself. So I like that.
Since I have not seen Alita, I've not seen that.
Oh, it's so good. So good. Am I happy JJ is back for episode 9? I am happy that JJ Abrams is back. I wish he had committed to all 3 films, to be honest. But I where I don't think that Rian Johnson wrote a perfect Star Wars film. I don't have the problems with it that some of the fan base does, and I think that's just a vocal minority in the sense that I felt like the film was just as good and just as bad as any Star Wars film actually ever is, because I have plot point issues with every single Star Wars film, especially the original trilogy, mostly the prequels. I could really rip the fucking prequels apart like vigorously without hesitation. Like, do what is necessary, Lord Vader. Never hesitate. Yeah, like that is like, I could go in on the prequels. Mine, like Revenge of the Sith was the best of all the prequel trilogy. Like of the prequel trilogy, Revenge of the Sith was the best. Like, let's just be very real about it. And Phantom Menace was the worst. That being said, like the insinuation that The Last Jedi is the worst Star Wars film of all time is utter bullshit, because again, I reference Jar Jar Binks, but as my evidence in this, like, so the for real, like, and so many things wrong with Attack of the Clones, so many things. And then again, the character writing, if you want to talk about bad writing, again, all the writing for Anakin Skywalker in the prequel trilogy, all the writing for Anakin Skywalker in the prequel trilogy is utter garbage. There's like The Last Jedi isn't even close. It's fine. And the throne room scene sells the movie for me. I don't care. I got what I wanted. I got mine. I don't know about the rest of y'all. Hey, I got mine.
Yeah, I got mine.
I got mine. I don't know about the rest of y'all. I'm sorry. I got mine. Like, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. Like, so everything I wanted is like this fight scene is all I ever wanted. Like, so I got like, I don't like, I would have gone a different, obviously everybody can Monday morning quarterback. I would have gone slightly different with Luke Skywalker's direction, but I actually like dejected old man in the sea Luke, because the part of me that like, there's a slightly cynical part of me that likes seeing heroes be broken. Like, and that's why I guess I liked Game of Thrones, is I like seeing idealistic heroes that forgotten or betrayed or broken or betrayed by their ideals, then come back and double down on what they believe to be the right thing, and get like a kind of like so in anime, one of my favorite anime series of all time is called Fate, the Fate series. Fate Stay Night being the primary one that people know, and then my favorite being Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. And a short synopsis of kind of like something, and slight spoilers here, is I want you to imagine that when you were a kid, you went through some traumatic event and you literally saw like tens of thousands of people die, and then like a man saved you, and he looked so goddamn happy and he was in tears that he got to save somebody from this tragedy, and like he felt like, and then you saw that look, that happy, that genuine, most pure expression of happiness you've ever seen on anybody in your life. And you spent your entire life chasing that same feeling of like the pure joy that comes from just being able to save one person, because you just wanted to imitate a person that you admired and looked up to and that saved you, right? So this boy, Shiro, is trying to imitate his father, Kiritsugu, or his adopted father, Kiritsugu, because his adopted father saved him from a fire and a tragedy. But what Shiro didn't learned later is that his stepfather was a mage. He was a magician, and he was the real deal. And he taught him a little bit about how magic works, and that he came from a magic lineage. Shiro wasn't really good at magic. He had one particular skill. He could kind of strengthen and duplicate objects, and that was it, or so he thought. So he spent his entire life trying to, after his stepfather passed away, he spent his entire life kind of trying to live up to this ideal that he called being a hero of justice, somebody who saves everyone at the expense of themselves, somebody who won't sacrifice anybody for the greater good, that will try to literally save everybody. That was his ideal. That's what a hero of justice is, somebody who can save everybody and at no expense to anybody but himself, because he thought that that's what his father was, and that's his father's dream. And he's like, well, I will, since you couldn't fulfill your dream before you died, I'll do it. Was kind of his whole thing. Imagine that you spend your entire life trying to live up to the ambition of being a hero, and then one day you meet somebody who tells you that they've been there, they've done that, and they have nothing but regret. And that it turns out that your dream is a lie, it's a falsehood, and that you're a fraud, and that you borrowed your entire ideology, and they kind of throw it in your face. And then you find out that this jackass is the future version of yourself. That's kind of that, oh yeah, you achieve your dream. And then you know what happens? it all goes to hell. You were betrayed. No one appreciated what you did. You literally saved the world. And you know what they did? They hung you at the gallows because they could not believe that you were ever that good of a person, that you would just sacrifice yourself for everybody. And they decided to blame you for the war that you just saved everybody from. They decided you were the mastermind behind it all, and they hung you at the gallows. Like, after you went through all of that. And then in your death, you didn't even get to rest in peace. You were, because of the contract you made to get a miracle, you had to, serve something called the counterforce, and you were forced to stop humanity's squabbles and murder indiscriminately to save the world over and over and over, right? In death,
Wow.
you just went through perpetual hell, being forced to stop people who were going to destroy the world. Like, you were just teleported in the afterlife to, hey, this is a problem, go kill this thing, over and over and over for all eternity, in exchange for all of your pain and all of your fucking suffering. You didn't even get to rest in peace. And that's what he throws in this face. And he's like, and by the way, because of this miracle that lets me come back in time, I'm going to murder your fucking ass. So an abomination like me, an abomination like you, never fucking exist. And I can finally rest in peace. Like, that story is so dark, right? But that's why I like broken or fallen heroes, because the thing is, that's a more interesting and compelling story than the guy who, like, always quote unquote does like the thing that you expect. I like subverting the expectations of, I like this idea of a grim, dark hero that then, like, even though he doesn't believe anymore, turns on a dime and then says, you know what? It wasn't a mistake after all. Like, this is just who I am, and I accept it, and I'm going to do the right thing, or I'm going to save people. So that's why I liked about Capaldi's Doctor Who in the previous season, before I forget her name, took over. So I liked that incarnation of Doctor Who. I liked aspects of Game of Thrones because I liked more gritty heroes, and I liked when heroes were punished for doing stupid shit. And I like, and that's why I like the Fate series, is I like this idea of a man betrayed by his dream and then literally not being able to reconcile it. And like, he literally wants to take revenge on himself. Like, he's so broken that he wants to go back in time and murder his younger self for being a fucking fool in his mind. And then he kind of changes his mind and has a change of heart and says, was it a mistake? Do I really reject like the life that I lived? Do I really regret it? Or was it like, or did I have things I was trying to protect? Like, he kind of like thinks about it. And again, so like, when I see The Last Jedi, to bring this home, and JJ, when I see The Last Jedi and I think about a broken Luke Skywalker, I think about the fact that Luke Skywalker started out as a spoiled, naive kid who would have run off and joined the Empire if it meant having an adventure and getting the hell off of his desert planet. And that was a plot line in A New Hope. They like deleted like one scene that like actually shows that. And that in Return of the Jedi, Luke was an angry, bitter, hot-headed kid who didn't listen to anybody and almost got himself killed multiple times and thought he knew better than Master Yoda. And even after all of that, a year later, he actually came close multiple times to just striking down and murdering his father. And even in the original ending, he was supposed to become Vader. In the original ending, Luke was supposed to become Vader and then go after like Han and Leia, and it was going to be, the cycle continues. It wasn't going to be a happy ending. It was going to be bittersweet. Han and Leia survive. Luke replaces Vader, even though the Emperor, even though he's dead, kind of like Kylo Ren is doing now. Like, that was Luke in Return of the Jedi, and Lucas changed it at the last minute. You can research this. That's the original script there. And Luke, like Mark Hamill and Lucas were like, yeah. And then like Lucas was like, no, I need to end this with a happy ending and the toy franchise and this and that. And like, this is for kids. And so he changed his mind. He chickened out of the dark ending. And like, Luke was like, yeah, that's where this was all going. That makes total sense. Luke going to the dark side makes total sense. Let's do it. That was Mark Hamill back in the 1980s about Return of the Jedi. In fact, Return of the Jedi, the original title, and you can find posters of this, it was Revenge of the Jedi. And they're like, oh yeah, revenge isn't a Jedi trait, is it? Lucas actually forgot that revenge would not be a Jedi trait and named his film Revenge of the Jedi, right? So like, this is George Lucas. This is Papa George, right?
Right.
So then when I look at Last Jedi, I'm like, Last Jedi isn't so bad. And for all the plot holes or the things that you could call plot holes, if I take off the nostalgia goggles, Return of the Jedi has just as bad writing in the first 15 or 20 minutes as the whole Canto Bite BS in Last Jedi. Because what was Luke Skywalker's plan? All your friends get unnecessarily captured. You make some supposed bargain with Jabba that you really aren't gonna like do anything about or whatever. And you're just what your plan is. Oh yeah, well when Jabba rejects my offer, I'm just gonna ruthlessly shoot him in the face and walk out of here. Like that was your plan, really. And then yeah, well. I planned for us to end up in the Sarlacc pit and to get my lightsaber from like R2D2. It's like, so what if he had scrapped R2D2 and 3PO? What were you going to do then, Luke? Like, what was your plan here? Like, and then like you literally just murdered everybody from Jabba's palace. So if you were going to just murder everyone from Jabba's palace, theoretically, Return of the Jedi should have started the way the last 2 minutes of Rogue One ended, with Vader walking down a hall dispensing justice like a god of death. Like Luke should have just walked into Jabba's palace and just been like, yeah, I'm here for Solo, and just went to town and just murdered everyone, because he ended up doing it 20 minutes later. So might as well, because he clearly had no Jedi scruples about murdering everybody on Jabba's sailing barge one by one. And throwing them into the Sarlacc pit and then blowing up people, including probably the slaves that were on that ship. So I like, for those plot points, I don't like Return. I love Return of the Jedi. I can still criticize it. And so Last Jedi, it doesn't bother me. Like, I know how I would have ended the film, though. I still would have killed Luke. I would have just left the audience in tears, because I would have said, I'm going to go and I'm going to give 3 of the Knights of Ren. I'm going to put 3 of the Knights in Ren on the island. So after Luke meditates and does that whole showdown with Kylo Ren and fakes him out, you want to see a badass Luke Skywalker? I'll give you a badass Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker, half dead, rolling off of that rock, is now confronted with 3 of his former students, the Knights of Ren. And it's going to play out like that scene in Game of Thrones season 6 or season 5, that where it's like For the Watch, like where all the dudes stab Jon Snow right in the heart. I'm going to go that way with the Knights of Ren whipping out their lightsabers, and it's Luke with no lightsaber versus 3 Knights of Ren, and he freaking bodies them kind of and gets one of the red lightsabers. So now we get Luke with a red lightsaber fighting the Knights of Ren because he takes one of their lightsabers, and Luke takes so much freaking battle damage, but like he kills all 3 of his 4 students, strikes them down, but he's crying the entire time because he like practically raised these kids. And you see quick flashbacks as he's striking them down to like his first thing with them, with like, oh, Master Skywalker, and them looking up to him. And as he's striking every one of them down, like you see the tears in his eyes, you see the anguish as he's putting down one of his own. But each of them gets a like fatal like lick on him every time he cuts one of them down. And then he murders his 3 former apprentices, and like, you know, takes mortal wounds, and like, you know, like kind of stumbles like away from like the battlefield, throws away the red lightsaber, powers it down. So we got to see a badass Luke Skywalker with a lightsaber. We got to see him in total anguish, and we got to see him strike down and murder 3 of his former students who betrayed him, and then lay on his back face up at the 2 suns, like the mirrored suns in the sky. And as he's crying and they're like dying and from his wounds, he looks up, and then he looks relieved, and he says, the last thing he says is "Father." And then you know that Anakin came and got him, and then he disappears into the Force. And that's how we end The Last Jedi. If I rewrite The Last Jedi, that's how we end it. You still kill off Luke. You get this tear. I leave no dry eye in the audience. I leave everyone wailing in tears, brokenhearted, leaving the theater. And that's the way I roll. Like, and that's how I would write The Last Jedi. That's the only change that I would probably make in the entire film, because that's all I need. And then probably people don't complain as much because they got to see a badass Luke Skywalker fight. And then I still killed him, but I gave you the Knights of Ren. I gave you half the Knights of Ren. I have to throw away half the Knights of Ren to die to Luke. And yet it's a completely justified and more satisfying ending in film in my version, because I ripped out your freaking heart.
Man, too savage, man. Too savage.
Because I'm that savage. Because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna kill your hero in the most brutal fashion imaginable, and have you, oh dear God, like, and you would pray for Ryan's peaceful ending for Luke versus mine, like, of like what I like. Because again, in my mind, the second film in like a Star Wars kind of trilogy like that should be partly, wow, the bad guys kind of won here. And it should also be like, we should be conflicted of the bad guys kind of sort of won. And then there should be some price extracted from the good guys. Like there should be some brutal, like, man, that's like freaking, because again, no one in The Last Jedi really died that we have any attachment to. People didn't like Holdo, so her sacrifice is like, yeah, it's a badass scene, and it's like, oh, you went out like a badass and you kind of turned us around. But most people still didn't like Holdo, so like that meant nothing. You didn't kill off Leia, our princess, so that doesn't like resonate. That there's like, we didn't lose anybody in The Last Jedi that we actually give a shit about, and so there was no real toll for us. And again, and this is the third in a trilogy. I'm like, you killed Han in fuck. What's the first one? Like,
Force
what's the
Awakens.
first one? That,
Force Awakens.
Force Awakens. Thank you. You killed Han in Force Awakens. See, I'm getting tired. You killed Han in Force Awakens. Luke died in The Last Jedi. I would have just murdered him. That you murdered him.
Of course you would have.
Like I would, of course. Like, so I would have just like in a most brutal for the watch Game of Thrones. Like, oh, what a twist! You thought, oh, wait, you're gonna kill off Luke after the meditating thing. It's like, oh, he's alive. Okay, people are like, oh, okay, relief. Okay, Luke will be back in the next movie. The film is over. That was a close one. I thought they were gonna, and then oh, here are the Knights of Ren. It's like, oh shit. And then it's like, is this? And then when it comes down and it goes down, it's like, I have you the whole time wondering, is Luke gonna die? Is Luke gonna? I have you the whole time right until the end, and then it's like I have you, and then yeah, you're coming back for episode 9. Like that's how I would have rewrote the film. I don't think it's hard. And again, yes, I only have to waste half the Knights of Ren, but I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have Luke die to the Knights of Ren, at least half of them, and then the Knights of Ren. It's like, oh, where are the Knights? We got the home film, and there are no right Knights of Ren. And it's like, oh, they sent because Snoke said, oh yeah, we'll go to the island and we'll give Luke the death he deserves, and like that he wants so badly. And then it's like, yeah, let's do that. Like Snoke said it, like let's do that, and then we do that. And no one's expecting it this time, even though he said it. And there we go. And then I killed Luke. I gave you another epic lightsaber battle you weren't expecting after that beautiful throne scene. I give you like another epic fight scene. I give you a badass Luke Skywalker. And then I give you Luke Skywalker wielding a red lightsaber, something you've never got before. And yeah. And I brutally murder him. And not a dry eye in the freaking audience. I leave everyone crying coming out of the theater, and then I see and the next people in the line to see the movie are like, "Oh dear God, what happened?" Like,
you are crazy, man.
And that's like in my mind, that's the perfect ending for that film. But the one we got is the one we got. Like my retcon notwithstanding, I think my version is better. I'm a little biased.
Yeah,
your
version's definitely better, definitely.
But again, because here's the irony. I still am doing the thing that people complained about, aka killing Luke Skywalker, killing their hero, and I'm brutally murdering with no reprieve, like their hero, my hero. And yet it's still better. And yet I think people would have been okay with like, I made them feel something, and it's like, and saying like, wow, that really subverted my expectations. That was savage as fuck. It's like, wow, they killed Luke, they killed Snoke, they killed 3 of the Knights of Ren. Like, this is some Game of Thrones shit right here. Like, they almost killed Leia. Like I would have people leaving that theater shook with like, is the next step, is the episode 9 just gonna kill everybody?
Yep.
Like, I would have people wondering if like we literally just gonna murder everybody in this franchise by the time we're done. And I think that that's kind of like how you keep people on their toes. And I think that's how you make people feel something. Is I would just go hard.
No doubt. Roberto,
like, nobody's safe.
Nobody's safe. Roberto, I think we need to drop it here, man. We've been on here long enough.
Yeah, no. Like, thank you for having me, brother. Like, it's been a treat.
Thank you for coming on, man.
Yeah.
And thank you guys in the live stream for watching. For those of y'all that hung out almost 9 hours tonight, my God, salute you all. You are amazing. But we about to be out of here. You all have a good evening, and I will see you all tomorrow for Vader Day 10. Peace.
Yep, absolutely. Night, everybody.
And broadcast.